the registered participants at Little Stars Children's Hospital, Panjagutta, Hyderabad. The theme of the conference is Turn Your Money into Wealth Prudently and Legally. This is just an awareness and educative event for doctors in personal finance management. You are requested to do the due diligence yourself. This is a learning session before you do any financial transactions, investments or purchases. We have a galaxy of pediatricians and doctors today deliberating on various topics which has been circulated already. The schedule has been drawn very meticulously, taking into consideration the practical aspect and practical point of view. There are speakers who are from all over India, Tamil Nadu, New Delhi and Visakhapatnam and various states, apart from our own Twin Cities branch and Telangana State Indian Academy of Pediatrics members, including from other specialty. The opening talk is by Dr. Avash Pani from Hyderabad. He is working at Mother and Child Cradle Hospital at Apollo in Jubilee Hills. He is a very good finance enthusiast. He has volunteered to talk on today in our workshop. His talk is an overview or essentials of personal finance planning, a brief introduction probably of the today's upcoming subjects and talks herein. Your attention next to Dr. Avash Pani. One or two announcements. We have put 5 minutes against each talk after ending. You can write down your questions or you can get up and stand and ask the question. For the benefit of the people who are online, probably if I announce or repeat your question and the speaker can take the answers, will be good. And at the end of the program also we are having a question and answer session. So each talk we can have same talks, questions rather than any other topics, so that the answers can be easily formulated by our speakers who have come prepared. Your attention to Dr. Avash Pani from Hyderabad on essentials of personal finance planning and overview. Welcome to Dr. Avash Pani. Welcome.
Hello, very good morning to everyone present here and online also. Welcome to this workshop on essentials, on the personal finance management. Post-COVID, we saw a rapid increase in the interest of the public. Hello? Yeah. Okay, once again, welcome to everybody who are present here and also online delegates. This is a workshop on personal finance hosted by the IAP of this conference. After the COVID, we saw that lot of interest was generated for personal finance and people rushed headlong into maybe stocks directly and all. So here we are trying to present in such a way that the people will go in a very guided manner and there won't be any losses, unnecessary losses. So it's not that difficult. Finance, people tend to be afraid and then give up their research and all to other people and just hand their money to people to manage their money. That is not a correct way. Here we will try to see what is the correct way of planning personal finance. So many a times we have some dreams, wishes and goals, like some house or some foreign, like exotic local tourism, etc. And above that we have the child marriage, child education, own retirement, all those things. So how to convert dreams into goals? So a dream without any planning, the wish is a dream. Now once we have planning, the dreams become a reality. So if once you fix goals and plan accordingly, you can fulfill all your dreams and wishes. So goals might be like children education and children's marriage, retirement planning, and purchase of own house or upgrading the existing house, purchase of vehicle, like or maybe upgrading to latest luxury vehicle, all those things, and vacations, and then how to do it by wealth creation. So we can think of becoming crorepati, billionaire like that. So what is the limit? How much can one earn? Actually, there is no limit. It depends on how we are planning and how we are executing our plans without means dithering here and there. So how to, again, one of the aspects of planning is inheritance, what to do with that money. Nowadays, all the money people are now may not be passing on to their children. They are thinking of endowments and charity and other things which is coming under estate planning. And what is financial freedom or early retirement? Those things we'll be talking. So all this will be covered in the subsequent topics elaborately by the upcoming talks. So I'll be touching briefly, and then mostly I'll consider why financial planning is required. So now anybody can take this quiz. Anybody from back benches? What is the silent and invisible killer of your saving and investment? You are working day and night and keeping money in the bank. Suppose we don't know anything about other things. We know bank, FD, we know these two things. So what is the killer of this? How it is killed? How this money is wasted? Sir, yes, inflation. So the inflation is rising faster than your bank interest or fixed deposit interest also. So keeping in fixed deposit is fine. We are not against it. But then the only issue is the money keeps on actually purchasing power of money keeps on decreasing. So then how to do? So for all this financial planning is required so that your existing earnings can multiply faster than inflation and you can still have positive money. Life without financial planning is like just jumping into a boat and trying to sail to America but without any maps or any other aids. You can never reach your target. So if you want to achieve peaceful life and financial goals, then planning is very much required. So why it is required? Because awareness is lacking. We hardly know as doctors, especially beyond fixed deposits and all, we don't know. Then when we plan for something, then we try to give our money to agents or somebody, and we don't know what they do with our money, and finally results may come or not come. And then sometimes lifestyle is high, income is not matching, so we'll end up in debt. And financial problems can come suddenly, you can't expect. Suddenly something will happen and you will be like not able to finance those requirements. Then there will be a lot of tension. So for that we need to manage all this, we need to have foresight, time, patience and plan meticulously from before. So the running a household, catering to needs of all the members is not easy and we need to plan very carefully. So financial planning provides directions and build motivation and support to achieve our goals. Again, financial planning literacy in India is very low. People they hard-earned money they will hand over to some agent, some uncle or some known or unknown person, and they hardly keep a track of what it is going. Later on, they will say, oh, this happened and this is your money. We lost so much money because of so and so reasons. So then we have tips from there is called something tips trading. We get some tips, this Reliance stock is trading going to increase 10 times in next 10 days, so please put some money there. So all these things lead to losses only. Sometimes you get tips from the newspaper and even media also. So those things should not be doing. So because we say that we have lack of time, we hand over our money to other people to manage, or we manage the money with other people's advice without doing own research. So those things should not be done. So who needs financial planning? we think that only rich people need, but that is not correct. Everybody needs financial planning, whatever be the level of income, because whole life ahead of you is there. You have to manage your own finances very meticulously to achieve your goals. So first thing, before starting any financial planning, we have to organize ourselves. We need to know from where our money is coming, where it is going. So all the financial papers where we have kept our fixed deposits, bank accounts, we need to document it and keep a track of everything instead of leaving things to chance. So that is the first and foremost step, organizing and record keeping. Next is what is financial planning. So financial planning is the first is you have to appraise your present financial status. How much am I assets are there, how much am I earning, and how much is the future earning. Like you can say slowly if I am acquiring more skills, in our case suppose I am doing a PG or some other course and going for a bigger job, so money might increase. So taking into account all these things, first is present status appraisal, then what is our goal? Goal setting is very important. That will come to know later, how to set a goal also. And means of achieving the goal. So what are my tools? One is my salary, one is my maybe clinic or business income. Then what other incomes I can get? So all these things, you have to enumerate your own tools, then try to achieve the goals. And then regular review of all these things is required. But every 6 months or 1 year, we have to see what we have done till now and are the things going to in our favor or not. Maybe you have to replan also later if things are not working out. So what is the tools? Some of the tools, they're in random order. It's not that we have to do like retirement planning cannot be done at retirement time. Everything is like simultaneous kind of thing. So first is setting goal to what our goals are there, children's education. Child is passing 12th class or some particular thing at this year. For that, I need that much money. Like that, setting goals, then saving. So unnecessary expenditure has to be cut down. Then there is insurance planning. Insurance planning comes before any other finance planning because to prepare for emergency is most important. All your savings might vanish in one go, in one some bad incident happens and all your savings go. You are going to be in the zero level also. So before anything, you have to start insurance planning. Then existing money has to be invested properly. Those things will be covered subsequently, how to invest and all. So that will create more wealth and to achieve the life goals, apart from our salary. Then emergency planning, that is part of insurance planning, but again, separately you have to keep a cash for emergency planning. And tax planning. In India, tax laws are like for us, we feel it is a bit difficult. So that also will be should be looked into, and unnecessary tax should be avoided. And then retirement planning, which has to be done from before only. For separate funds has to be earmarked for retirement and strategies have to be put. Then estate planning. Once we are no more, what will happen to our money? Will it be, I mean, whatever you decide, but it has to be correctly transferred, otherwise money will go waste also. So those things has to be looked into. So first is like healthcare and other emergencies. That has to be then protection, life and other insurances. Then third thing is to eliminate debt. This is the order which we should go. Eliminate unnecessary debt, credit card debt and like personal loans and all those things should not be, ideally should not be there. If at all, house loan is okay and education loan is okay. These two, one vehicle loan probably should be very limited, should not be a longer or bigger vehicle loan. So these are the little better loans. Ideally should be debt free. But at least there should not be any credit card or personal loans. These are very high interest. Then keep emergency fund and then finally investment. So if these things are planned thoroughly, you have a good amount of money for investment and then you can see how to achieve your goals. So analysis. Not coming? Okay. So analysis is present household budget. You have to analyze and calculate your surplus cash for meeting financial goals. Calculate your present net worth and compile your investment portfolio so that you have everything in one place. So cash flow management you have to do very diligently so that you don't waste money and have leftover money for the investment. Why to invest? Because job security may not be there always. Inflation is always increasing. Regular income is required after retirement for taking care of spouse and children and your own. So investment has to be the priority and then spending will be later. So pay yourself first and then pay for the expenses. So some quotes we can't go with without mentioning to Mr. Warren Buffett. So never depend on single income like that and buy things only which you need. First save and then spend like that. So 15 to 20% of the take-home cash should be in investment, in income-generating investments. EMI should not be more than 30% of your take-home cash. Alternate income should fund your luxuries if at all. I mean, we have to go for luxuries, but not on your basic incomes. And delay the expenses. Do not delay investment. There is no good time to start investment. Now is the good time to start investment, if not done yesterday. So specific goals should be very specific. Exactly you have to know how much money you need in what time. Then it should be measurable. Like the amount of money should be measurable. Should be attainable, of course. You should not have very high goals which cannot be attained also. Realistic goals should be there and time bound. Exactly you should know which year you are retiring, which year your child marriage is there, approximately. So then you can plan like that. So equity and real estate is the main thing. Which we are seeing that more returns can be there. There are other avenues also, but equity and real estate are the main thing. Equity is a bit difficult to manage. Real estate is a bit difficult to manage, but rewards sometimes are more, and equity are the next best. So these two will be covered in detail by subsequent speakers. In long term, equity is the best what we are feeling. Then insurance planning, there are various sections of insurance. We should take the help of all the sections and try to cut down on insurance as much as insurance like life insurance and term insurance, many are there, and unnecessary insurance also should be avoided. So that will be also covered in subsequent topics. So which are the essential insurance, which are non-essential, that we have to differentiate. Journey 3 to 6 times liquid asset which can be immediately accessed by same day or next day. Like there are various ways of keeping liquid assets. Even normal bank account is also okay, because sudden unemployment may be there, recession may be there, layoffs are there, many unforeseen incidents can come which require immediate cash. So begin early. So exponential compounding is the most important thing. That's why we have to begin early. Even if small amount, you have to begin early. Here you can see somebody who has started early with less amount is richer by the time both are retiring. In the second instance, like 45 lakhs is the difference with a minimal invest amount also. So asset allocation, that again will be discussed in the future slides. So how much to keep in liquid, how much to keep in real estate, how much in gold, how much in the stocks, and then how to divide amongst the stocks also. Various kinds of stocks and mutual funds are there. Very important asset allocation. Then tax planning. Tax planning is very legal. We have to minimize our tax and try to pay the tax under different heads so that we are not crossing the upper limits and avoiding the surcharges.
Avash, 1 minute for you.
Sir. Retirement planning, again, like it's a financial freedom. You don't have to stop work, but then you can work on your own time so that you don't depend on the income for your lifestyle. So as life expectancy is increasing and social supports are falling, we have to make our own means even after retirement. We just can't depend on children for retirement lifestyle. So then estate planning. So you have accumulated a lot of money and you have achieved your goals, still you have money left over. So you can give it to your children or give it to charities or whatever. So for that you need a will, and then even if will and sometimes power of attorney. And last thing is to nomination. If by chance, due to some reason you have not made a will, but you should have nomination for every investment or every storage of money we are keeping so that it can pass on smoothly to the next generation. So if you can see 80,000 crore rupees is lying with the government and various agencies unclaimed because of lack of nomination and lack of estate planning. Even in PPF there is 26,000 crores. I mean unimaginable money is lying which will go to, they will do something, that's a different issue, but it won't go to the beneficiaries. So self-help is what we are discussing. We have to do our own knowledge, we have to increase our own knowledge, and going through various websites and various support groups are there, and then only we should go for it. So mainly we have to see major purchases, how our cash flow is, taxes, insurance, all those things goes into personal financial planning. So thank you everyone for patient listening. So do your own research is the main. If you hate homework previously in school, but now you have to do it, there's no escape. If you hand over your finances to other people, you are putting your future in other people's hands. We are intelligent enough to manage this, it's not so difficult. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. By the time you have one or two questions, and next speaker comes over on Zoom from Tamil Nadu, our most important guest speaker. Any questions to our here, because he's leaving some personal work immediately. Will be back probably in the evening, and he can ready to answer. We will try to fix up the Zoom, and it is now live on the YouTube. So those who are unable to come right now can also see that on the YouTube, which is being streamed live or webcasted. Your questions, open house to Dr. Avash.
All these topics will be elaborated later by various speakers also.
Somebody.
It is too late. So that's a long-term goal for a person who is 20 years old. It may sound stupid for him to plan of retirement at 20 or 25 years of age. So division of the goals as short-term goals and long-term goals, and having a timeline for it is important.
Yes. Children
And
education
your talk-
can...
And your talk is the most important talk for today, because ultimately financial planning and goal management is what money is meant for.
Children's education may be a short-term goal or vacation or some purchases. Long-term goals can be retirement and all those things. Sir. I have to find out, sir. I think it is not valid, but I'm not sure, sir. That we have to see. I am not in a position to answer that accurately, sir. Sorry. Power of attorney is somebody invalid, that is fine, but after death, I am not sure. Mostly it will expire.
I don't think, Suresh,
not
I
sure.
don't think POA works after death, because when you give a power of attorney, you are giving a power of attorney over a period of time. So when you don't exist, there is no power of attorney. So it is not like a will. It is not like a will. Power of attorney to somebody, and suppose the individual has given the power of attorney dies. Whether the person who has received that power of attorney has authority to act on it, I don't think it does.
Yeah. Yes, yes. So will should be made like as early as possible. When you have some means some assets under your name, you should make a will, and even you can revise it from like every year or every 2 years, because assets will keep on changing. Your equation with your family might keep on changing. So better to revise it on a regular basis also.
Somewhere I read the day you buy your first asset, either a house or a plot, That day is the will making day also. Registration day is a will making day.
Yes.
That is what they say.
There is no later date to make a will. And revising it also. No, that is a bad time to make actually. That's a bad time.
Thank you, Dr. Avash, for a wonderful opening session. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you, sir.
We are now going to have the next topic by none other than our mentor and our guide since past 3 years during COVID time, a former president of Tamil Nadu, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, an author who has written 4 books for the doctors, which are very popular, and I have also read all the 4 books. I recommend you also buy them and read them for further clarifications and knowledge gaining. He is a prolific writer on the blog. His blogs are well read, almost 200 blogs he has written in 3 different subjects. Very humble man, very senior person, very knowledgeable. And even for this conference, the moment I informed him and invited him, he readily accepted, leaving his practice clinic today morning like all of us. He's there on the Zoom, can't come because of various factors from Tamil Nadu to Hyderabad. Zoom today, kindly listen to him. His topic is wonderful. Every one of us asks, what is financial freedom? What is financial independence? So Dr. Kolundu Tirumalai sir will talk and define what is financial freedom, what is financial independence, and what are the ways and means, and why we should invest only in particular capital market like stock, shares or mutual funds. So over to Dr. Tirumalai Kolundu sir live from Tirunelveli, southernmost part of the India, Tamil Nadu. Today, Zoom for this workshop. Welcome, sir. Sir, you are not audible. Just 1 minute. Can you switch on the mic, sir? Is your mic on? I think you are muted, sir. Yeah. You are muted. We have to.
Sir, you can unmute by yourself. Yeah, you can unmute by yourself, sir. You're a co-host.
Sir, you can unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, first of all, I would like to thank our Ajay sir, Bhavan and Sri Krishna for giving me the opportunity and the love and affection they are showing me for the past 3 years. I have talked a lot in Telangana in previous workshops, and it was really a honor that Ajay sir gave me the first choice to select the topic. When he gave the first choice for me to select the topic, I have selected this one, freedom versus independence, and why you should invest in mutual fund and stocks. I thought this will be a very easy topic for me to cover. But once I started reading and preparing for the conference, I found out that this is going to be one of the toughest topics which I should not have covered. But anyway, I will try to do whatever justice possible for these 2 topics, because this first topic is a highly variable topic. Now, we'll go into the topic, first topic, freedom versus independence. See, what is financial freedom? What is financial independence? So first we must know these 2 things. See, if you go through the net and read many articles, they use the terms financial freedom and financial independence in an interchanging manner. But I feel it is different. So the financial independence means you have accumulated sufficient savings, and the passive income that is coming from that savings can take care of your present lifestyle. That means you attain independence. Financial freedom goes one step above this independence, but at the same time, one thing also you must remember, the freedom does not depends only on corpus. The freedom depends on our mindset also. So we will go into the details a little later. So it depends on our mindset also.
Sir,
So-
sorry to interrupt, sir. Could you make it full screen?
So I have put it in full screen form only, sir, here. It is showing full screen only here.
Sir, no, sir, it's not full screen. Just take stop screen share and share it again, sir.
Okay, sir. Is it coming full screen, sir?
No,
So for me, it is showing full
not
screen.
yet. Fine, sir. Just go ahead. I think it's not full screen, but please go ahead, sir. No issue.
Because here I have clicked and it is showing full screen here.
Yeah, because the next
Yes, sir.
and it's not moving. Probably your full screen is already open, and then you'll have to exit the entire PPT, open it, and then come here
Okay, sir.
because the slides also won't move. Perfect, sir. Now,
Now it is available, sir.
yeah, it just was. Yeah.
Is it full screen, sir, now?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Right. So I have told you the freedom depends, it goes a little beyond financial independence, but the freedom depends on our mindset also. We'll go into details a little later. Then, see, before going to the actual what is freedom and independence, I will know what is active income, what is passive income. First, we must know what is active and passive income. See, active income, we go for our hospitals, we work, we earn money. That is active income. The money which we have earned, we are working, it is working for us. It earns more money by investment. That is passive income. You earn while you work only. But in a passive income, you earn even during your sleep. For active income, you have to put a lot of effort. If you put 5 hours effort, you learn such. If you put 10 hours effort, you learn more. But in passive income, it is not low. Even with a low effort, you can get high rewards. So that is passive income. Similarly, for active income, you need not a lot of investment. You can invest some lakhs in your clinic and start. But to get a sufficient passive income, you have to save a lot, you have to invest a lot, you have created a huge corpus. So this is the difference between active and passive income. Now, we are going to the path for financial freedom. When we reach financial freedom, there are 3 important steps that are there. First one is the financial security. What is financial security? See, you develop a corpus or investment and you are getting passive income from that investment that is sufficient for your basic needs like your food, living and other things. It is enough. Then you attain financial security. Next step, you are going for financial independence. What is financial independence? Now here, the passive income that is coming from your investment can take care of your current lifestyle. So you can live the current lifestyle with your passive income. That is financial independence. Then, if you go for financial freedom, it is one step above. You are able to live a dream life. So your dream life, you are possible. So that is a third step, that is financial freedom. So with this, we'll go one by one. So financial security, first step, you have to create an emergency fund and you have to invest in a mutual fund called liquid fund where you can get back the money within 24 hours. So first you create 6 to 12 months of your expense as emergency fund. So create first. Then you cut short your unnecessary expenses. Don't indulge in extravagant spending in early life. Try to create a corpus that is going to give a passive income to support your basic life expenses. So this is the first step which you are going to do. Second step, this is financial independence. We'll have a small picture to show what is financial independence. See this picture, we have got income, we have got expense, and we are saving and we are creating assets like mutual fund, stocks, we are creating assets. From these assets, we are getting income like dividend, interest, and all these things we are getting from our asset. At the same time, you have got a lot of liabilities like a house loan, like a personal loan. So many loans are there for which we are paying EMI and interest. These are all added up to your expense. When the income that is coming from your assets can take care of your day-to-day expenses, or you can live the same lifestyle in future also with the passive income that is coming from your assets. That means you have attained financial independence. Now you have become wealthy and you can retire at any time now. I say better you retire at the age of 50 or 55. When I say at the age of 50 or 55 you retire, I don't mean that you should not go for your clinical work. You can go for your clinical work for the satisfaction of your heart, not for earning money. Your personal satisfaction, for professional satisfaction, you can go, but not to earn money. So try to attain financial independence at an earlier age. So that is going to be our aim. Next, we are going to see if you want to get a financial independence at an earlier age, what are the things you have to do? So first thing which you have to do is to create an emergency fund. Second, the common mistakes which we are committing, we are doing financial planning only when our children are grown up or when they are going for marriage or when we do the retirement planning only at the age of 50. This is a highly wrong notional attitude. So you try to do financial planning, retirement planning as soon as you start to earn in your life. If you start to earn early in your life and save early in your life, the power of compounding will come into play and you will accumulate a huge corpus. Then, third step, immediate step, you have to take a term insurance if you are having a dependent family. There is no dependent family, there is no need for insurance. So take a term insurance, no other insurance. That too, 10 to 15 times of your annual income plus your liabilities, you take a term insurance. Then, you know from the COVID time how important health insurance is. So next thing you have to do is to take a health insurance. Minimum 15 lakhs you take, minimum 15 lakhs and top up for 10 more lakhs. So at least 25 lakhs you have to have a health insurance. Then next, when you invest in something, it should be goal-based investment. For example, buying a house, buying a car, or foreign travel, these are all short-term goals. Your children marriage, children education, your retirement, these are long-term goals. For long-term goals, you invest in equities. For short-term goals, never invest in equities, go for debt funds or fixed income securities. So first thing which you have to do, asset allocation. How much you are going to invest in what class. Then, after investing in that particular asset class, you constantly track your portfolio at least once in 6 months, whether all the asset classes are performing well or any asset class is lagging, you just check. Third thing, periodically when need arises, you have to rebalance your portfolio. We will come to the details a little later. You have to rebalance your portfolio. Next thing, you are going to invest wisely, that is mutual fund. You are going to enter into business indirectly, that is shares. These two investments are very vital. We'll see why a little later. Then, another important thing, we have got a lot of loans. Loans is taking away a lot of our earnings. For example, if you take 1 crore loan for 25 years, at the end you are going to pay 2.7 crores. So for 1 crore loan, you are going to pay 1.7 crores. So try to reorganize your loans. Better you get ideas from a financial advisor. So become debt free as soon as possible in your life. Then Final, last but not the least, invest in knowledge. It is the ultimate key. I'm always wondering about Ajay sir, how much he is reading, how much he is updating, and many times he gives a lot of new things in his talk. So that way, the knowledge is the ultimate key. See, not only I am saying financial independence at an earlier age is very important. See here the notable figure Priyanka Chopra is also saying that it is very important to get a financial independence. It's not only for women, for men also. To attain financial independence, you can do whatever you want at whatever time you want. Then we are going for the third part, financial freedom. It is a step beyond financial freedom. Here, the passive income from your investment.
Recording in progress.
Passive income from your asset should be able to support your dream lifestyle. I'll go little details, give some example. I traveled a lot by flight to foreign countries as well as in India. So whenever I travel by flight, I used to pass through the business class. Many times I want to travel by business class, but either due to my conservative attitude or my financial position, I'm not able to choose that option. So I am deciding my things not on value. I decide my things depending on the price. So this is not financial freedom. Then I've seen ladies going for cloth shops. They'll be taking saris. A lady, particular lady, will take a beautiful sari from the rack, ask the person to show that sari. When he shows the sari, she'll be flipping and see the tag, price tag. If the price is very more, just she'll put aside, she'll take another sari. So she's not taking whatever she wants. She adjusts her decision depending on the price. So that is not financial freedom. So why I told you it is depending on the mindset. For example, for me, car means it should protect me from sun and rain. So I always buy a small car only. But for many people, car means it's a BMW or Skoda or some higher end cars. So yeah, I can attain financial freedom little earlier because I lead a conservative life. If you are leading an extravagant life, you may need little more to attain financial freedom. Then let us see what is the corpus needed for the financial freedom and independence. If you want to be financially independent, at least you have to apply these 25x rules. Otherwise, you need at least 25 times of your annual expense as a corpus to retire. Here we take as a 30 years as a retirement period. But you want to retire a little earlier and your retirement period is going to be 40 years or 35 years, you need little more. It may be 30 times or 35 times you have to accumulate. So if you accumulate this 25 times of your annual expense as a corpus and invest properly, you attain financial independence very easily. But financial freedom with a liberal mindset, you need at least 60 to 90 times of your annual expense as your corpus. So this is between the corpus variation. Then now we are coming for real and fake wealth. We are going for the clinic earning money. See, we know about most of the doctors, they go into the clinic in the morning, they come back only in the night. They don't have any time for social gathering, to attend a marriage, go for outing. I'm not talking about youngsters, little older age group. So they don't have any time for anything. So there is no time for them, but lot of money. A money without time is not a real wealth, it is a fake wealth. Similarly, I've seen doctors going out for the job before the children wake up. They come back to their house only when after the children gone to sleep. They see the children only once or twice in a week. So you don't allot family. Family is very important. If the family is not happy, ultimately you are not going to be happy. So money, if you are not able to going to balance your money and family, the wealth you have created is only a fake wealth, not a real wealth. Then, so what to do? If you want money, you want time, you want family. So what we want, you work less and chill more. Chill more, don't think that there's something else. Chill more, you relax. Work less, relax. Save money, cutting unnecessary expenses in the early age group, save money and invest properly. That is another important thing. Third thing, enjoy life. After all, life is once in a lifetime chance. You're not going to get it back. So enjoy your life. So that is going to be your ultimate motive. Then, these are all few things which I like most. I like to take street food very often if I got time. So especially Bombay street food. I love the Bombay street food. Similarly, I love to travel. This is the last country I have traveled before COVID. If you can remember this country now, all these buildings are on the ground. This is nothing but Ukraine. So we were allowed to go for a joyride in this particular tank, which they are now fighting the Russians with these tanks. So anything can change at any time. So when you are earning, you have to be careful with your saving. Then, finally, before concluding this first part of the talk, I'll go for what is really rich. There are certain things which money cannot buy, like your love, affection, passion, your compassion, your friendship. These are all things which your money cannot buy. If you are able to accumulate these things along with money, then you are really rich. So now you can call yourself, I'm a really rich person. Then I'm going for the second part. Why to invest in mutual fund? There are so many classes of investment. Why to invest in mutual fund and shares? Ajay sir, clear or not, sir? See, before going to why mutual fund and shares, we'll go for some basics like asset allocation, what is asset rebalancing, and the important thing, your post-tax return should beat the inflation, and wherever you invest, there should be some reasonable safety for the capital and interest. So these four things you have to take care before going into actual investing. See, asset allocation for a young person, this is only my view. It may not be coinciding with others' view. This is my view. When a person is young, when you do asset allocation, you have to allocate more in mutual funds and stocks. So totally 70% in mutual fund and stock, 50 plus 20, because you are going to get returns in mutual fund anywhere between 12 to 15%. In stocks, anywhere between 15 to 20%. So better invest major amount in mutual fund and stocks. Then you can go for 15 or 20% in fixed income securities like fixed deposit, post office scheme, debt schemes, and gold. If at all you want to buy as an investment, you buy only as a paper gold, either as gold ETF or sovereign gold bond. No physical gold. Then real estate is highly variable. I'm not going into that. Never buy flat as investment. If you want to buy flat, it is only for living. If at all you want to invest in a real estate, you can go for paper real estate, that is called REIT, or you can go for commercial property, or you can go for plot in a good area. Never buy flat as an investment. So this is some sort of asset allocation for young persons. Then there are some category of investors who are called high net worth investors for having surplus income. I mean, investable surplus of more than 5 crores. They can go for some other thing like alternate investment fund, which invest in startups and other things, and market linked debentures, which is more that is joined to some index. You'll get more of interest. And REIT is a real estate investment trust. It's a paper real estate. An investment, real estate trust, investment trust in infrastructure investment, and you can go for pre-IPOs, you can go for international investment and bitcoins. These are all not for ordinary investor. I make myself clear. These are all only for high net worth investor. If you are going to be not a high net worth investor, never go near all these things. Then, what is portfolio rebalancing? See, number one, where you allot 50% in a mutual fund. Suppose that investment process 50% is gone to 60 or 70%, you can take some money out of mutual fund, you can shift it to some other class. That is portfolio rebalancing. Then you invest 70% at the age of 30 in equities. In 70 years, you have to reduce that equity exposure to 30 or 40%. That is another portfolio rebalancing. Similarly, when the stock market is overheated, it is very high, it is near 20,000, Nifty is 20,000, you can partially book profit, you can take the money to some other category like debt fund. And when again the share market falls, you can come back again. This is also a portfolio rebalancing. So 3 ways you can do a portfolio rebalancing. Then, while you are saving, you got to always think about inflation. So you invest in anything, but your post-tax return should beat the inflation. For example, you are putting money in your fixed deposit at 5%. After paying income tax, you are going to get only 3.5%. But inflation is 6%. So if you invested 100 rupees this year, next year the value of your 100 rupees is going to become 97.5 rupees. So your money is degrowing if you are going to put your money in a fixed deposit. So aim at least for 10% returns. So after beating inflation, it will give at least real returns of 4%. If you can invest your money around 14.5%, it's well and good. Your money will double in 5 years. See, if you can invest in a mutual fund or share that is going to give you 14.5% CAGR returns, then your money will double every 5 years. So you can always aim for a post-tax returns beating the inflation. Then, now actually we are coming to the topic, why I have to choose mutual fund and shares. Here, we are going to select the mutual fund and shares. I am going to give you a simple rule. That is, rule is called 5+10 investment strategy. Very easy strategy, 5+10 investment strategy. See this 5+10 technique to make you rich. What is 5+10 technique? You are going to invest in 5 mutual funds. You are going to invest in 10 shares. You are going to invest every month as a systematic investment plan. So this is the 5+10 technique. Very simple technique. Everyone can follow. We'll go step by step how to do this. See, first of all, you fix your saving target in mutual fund and shares. You can save 25,000 rupees per month or 50,000 or 1 lakh. You choose whatever possible for you. You choose the amount you are going to save every month. Step 2, now you do a asset allocation. For example, we are going to save 50,000 rupees every month. We are going to allocate 30,000 rupees for mutual fund and 20,000 rupees for shares. In the 30,000 rupees, I told you, you are going to select 5 very best mutual funds and you are going to invest 6,000 rupees every month for 5 funds, totally for 30,000 rupees. Shares, I told you, you are going to select the best 10 shares and you are going to buy 1 share every month. Very simple. So this is asset allocation. Now we are going to the third step. See, I have selected the mutual funds for you. I have given some names also. These are all some very good funds based on value research rating. See, I have selected 5 groups: large cap, large and mid cap, and flexi cap, mid cap. If you want ATC benefit, best for ATC benefit is the equity linked savings scheme or ELSS fund. So I have selected 5 mutual funds. I have given here some best funds in each category. And if you go through the 10-year CAGR returns of each mutual fund, you can very well see all above 15% to 20%. So they have given 10 years return anywhere between 15 to 20%. So that fills our category. So in this case, if you are going to invest, your money is going to double naturally because all of them are giving more than 14.5%. So this is mutual fund selection. Next, we are going for share selection. Here I have given 10 top stocks. Many of these stocks I am having for 20, 30 years more. So I have given you 10 top stocks. Every month you are going to invest 1 stock in this one. Every month 1 stock you are going to buy. Just look at the CAGR growth of these stocks. Everything is beyond 15 to around 15 to 25. So this fills our category of 14.5%. So if you are going to invest in these stocks for a prolonged time, naturally your money is going to double every 5 years. So we have selected shares, we have selected mutual fund. Next step we are going to work up a corpus. For example, you are going to save 50,000 rupees every month for 10 years. Totally, you are going to save 60 lakhs. That 60 lakhs at the end of 10 years will become 1.38 crores if you follow my 5+10 strategy. I told you more number of years if you invest, power of compounding will come into play. Your corpus will increase enormously. Now, you are going to save 50,000 and invest 50,000 every month for 30 years. Totally, you are investing 1.8 crores. At the end of 10 years, you are going to get not 1 crore or 3 crores, you are going to get 35 crores if you are going to follow this 5+10 strategy. Now, let us have a small comparison. If you have done the same thing of 50,000 rupees every month in a bank, which gives around 5% interest, this 1.8 crores would have become 4.18 crores. If I invested the same 1.8 crores in gold, which gives around 10% return, would have accumulated a corpus of 11.40 crores. Instead of that, if you have chosen my 5+10 technique and invested 1.8 crores, you could have accumulated 35 crores. So when there is a possibility of saving and getting a corpus of 35 crores, why you should go for 1.18 crores? Now, this answer my question, your question, why mutual fund and share? So this much corpus is possible only with mutual fund and shares, not with gold, not with bank deposit. So only I shall choose mutual fund and shares. Then the carry-over message, you invest in anything, but your return should beat inflation. Number 2, invest wisely in mutual fund. Third thing, you enter into business, that is, you enter into stock market. When I tell these things, I remember one small incident. One day, one retail shop owner, here there is one popular shop called Vasant and Co. They sell everything under one roof. That manager came to me to show his child for a fever. Suddenly he asked me, "Doctor, how much you are earning per day?" I was very much reluctant to tell him how much I was earning. But immediately he came with the answer, "Doctor, how much you can earn, it is immaterial. Whatever you are earning per day, I will get it by selling 2 large TVs. That is true. For the long hours of our working, what we are earning is very less. So if you want to earn more, you have to enter into business. That is indirectly into stock market. Then instead of putting all your money at one time, systematic investment is always better. Finally, don't forget one thing. Life should be happy and memorable because life is a once in a lifetime chance to live. Then he's a popular man. Never forget the words given by Warren Buffett. When we are all playing in the streets at the age of 9 or 11, this man was investing in stocks at the age of 11. Warren Buffett gave us 2 rules. Rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. So these 2 great rules given by Warren Buffett, we should always keep in mind. We should never go for unnecessary risky investment. Risk should be minimal in whatever investment we are doing. Then finally, for the sake of some advertisement, I have written 4 books. One on all about personal finance wise investment in shares, one book, and investment in mutual fund and art of choosing the ideal insurance. These 4 books, already many persons from Telangana, they bought these books. I thank Dr. Ajay Sir to talk about these books whenever there is possible time. Because of him, a lot of people developed interest in these books and they bought these books. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Then, last but not the least, this is also a shot from Ukraine. If your aim is going to be correct, you are never going to miss the target, especially if the person, your teacher, is going to be a top, if it's a beautiful person like this lady. So aim properly, hit the target, lead a happy life. Life is a once in a lifetime chance to live. Thank you, sir.
Thank Thank you very much, sir. That was a wonderful talk. The whole philosophy of investment, savings, and the life goals you have told in a brief 40 minutes. And I open the house, sir. Please stay on. If there are any questions from our audience, we have got a very elite audience also. We have got super specialists, we have got other specialists from other departments, pediatrics, and they have some questions. I will just pass it on and kindly be patient to answer them, sir. Thank you very much. Any questions? Open house. Yes, Dr. R.S.V. Krishna. He is our dynamic secretary of the Twin Cities branch.
Thank you.
Can you focus the, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. At the outset, warm greetings from IIP Twin Cities branch. It's a pleasure to listen to you. And I've always wanted to ask this question. In all your presentations and also in the topics that you have discussed, establishing a hospital or the profession from which we come from, that never comes up as an investment, asset, or any of it. How would you classify it? And most of the youngsters would probably look at setting up a nursing home, expanding it into a chain of hospitals. So where does this exactly come, and how do you perceive this in the next 5 to 10 years?
So, sir, can you put it in a nutshell, sir? I'm not able to, audio is not very...
Yeah, so what Dr. Krishna is saying, opening a clinic or a hospital or expanding the hospital business into multiple branches, how does it taken in a perspective of investment, right, Dr. Krishna? Yeah, how do you comment on this?
So, yes, sir, there is a very good question, sir. But I would like to answer this one with the two different answers. Number one, see, corporates are opening hospitals in tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. So hereafter, running a small nursing home or a medium-sized nursing home is going to be a little problem because of the corporate domination. So we have to be very careful. So what we can do, you can open so many other things. So you convert your clinic not as a hospital or a clinic. You convert your clinic into a smart clinic. You can have a laboratory. You can have some space for rentals to banks and other, commercial properties. You can have your own lab. You can have your daycare center. You can have so many allied things you can have in your nursing home to improve your income. So in the coming years, it is going to be very difficult to run a small size or medium sized hospitals. You can open branches, that is different, but you make your hospital or your clinic as a smart clinic. You deviate from the main business. You go into some other business also. When the business goes down or during seasons like COVID, you get extra income from some other source also.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other? Yeah, Dr. Sanjay. Sir, there is a question from Dr. Sanjay on the floor.
Instruments is an additional income, but what is your bread and butter is your profession. So I don't think we need to forget, but this workshop is not meant for that, and tomorrow there is a panel discussion for it. So there were 2 or 3 questions, sir. One is financial independence, does it depend on one's net worth or does it depend on the available cash, corpus which generate cash?
So
because one may have a lot of net worth.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So really, for example, if you, I take only as a corpus which generate passive income as far as financial independence. You may have a lot of plots or so many things as real estate, but that will not be giving monthly income. You will get the income only when you sell your property, not the thing. But we here for independence, we take only the corpus which you have accumulated, which is going to constantly give passive income. Leave alone the other, physical gold, real estate, leave those things. You take only the corpus.
The second question, as a corollary to this question, sir, is you talked about portfolio rebalancing, sir. How do we time portfolio rebalancing? Because nobody can speculate the market in one way. So you time it based on time duration or the market timing, sir?
Sir, one thing I decide regarding one thing. I think Vipul sir will be able to answer this question in better manner. But I will tell you one thing. There is one particular website which gives Nifty PE charts. If you go into the Nifty PE chart, when Nifty PE is very high, there is a different colors for that. The green color, yellow, there are so many colors in that. When it will show when Nifty PE is very high. When the Nifty PE is very high, you must at least 30% you have to book profit. And similarly, when the Nifty PE goes below, see 18, 19 or something like that, necessarily you have to pump in more money. So depending on the discrete only depending on the Nifty PE, PB ratio and dividend yield. I take these three things for deciding when to exit, when to enter.
So the third thing is about financial literacy, sir. We have a diary of information these days, sir, and most of the information is biased. You talk with any financial planner, he will see your pocket rather than tell you the right advice. So in what way, from whom we should get financial literacy, sir? Because most of literacy is biased, sir. If you try to go to any financial planner and tell him that, look, I have got a corpus, he will look at your corpus rather than give you an advice, sir.
I don't understand what he says.
So the question is, Dr. Sanjay is asking a question. He says, what are the good sources or advisors for financial literacy? Because whatever sources available right now in media are biased or they have their own personal agenda, looking at your wealth rather than our growth. Am I right, Dr. Sanjay? Yeah.
Yes, sir. What you are telling is correct, sir. Suppose YouTube regarding particular company, if you suddenly see 4 or 5 videos suddenly popping up regarding one particular company, that means these are all sponsored YouTube videos. So something is going to happen in that company. Somebody is increasing the price. They are going to come out of the company. So most of the time, we don't get the correct information from the market. So it's very difficult. Second thing, so one more thing, it is very difficult to get a good financial advisor also. So most of the time they have got their own agenda. So when you go for them, they, according to that agenda only, they guide us. So it's very difficult to find some good financial advisors also. But one way I am happy that there are a lot of doctors who are acting as a financial advisors. Definitely they will be keeping in mind of the welfare of the doctors. It is better to get the ideas from these doctors. There are, I think, 4 or 5 people, they're already running a company of financial consultancy. Better we can utilize their chance.
Thank you.
Sir, can I answer Dr. Krishna's question?
Yes, sir. Very well.
1 minute. I'll introduce the speaker there. He is Dr. Vipul Jain from New Delhi. He is our guest speaker today. Sir, Dr. Vipul Jain, sir, you're audible. Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Krishna, opening chains or multiple centers is like a property business. Don't consider that as a health business, because health in opening multiple centers doesn't give you dividend as such in terms of royalty. So what you can grow is the value of that place which you are opening. So I have 4 centers in NCR, and when I met Pawan 10 years back, he's opened 3 centers there in Hyderabad, he said. So these are to be owned by you or your partners. These are not to be rented. If you rent them, in long term, you're not going to gain anything. So my basic message is, chain of hospitals or chain of clinics, mine are all OPD clinics, none of them has any IPD. So they all are owned by our partners individually. So it is like a property business. It's not like a health business. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any, Dr. Ishwan? Yes.
Your selection of mutual funds. What is the criteria you have used? I see your stocks, I see your mutual funds very constantly, not deviating from the norm. Do you take up some fundamental or based on the results or?
Sir, selection criteria for mutual fund. That is
Yes,
the
sir.
question.
Sir, before giving the answer to this, the mutual funds which I have given in my list, these are all most of the mutual funds which my family has invested. I'm not promoting that particular mutual fund, but generally I select mutual fund not on a short-term returns. I see for the 5 years returns, 7 years returns, 10 years returns, and what is the corpus. If equity mutual fund is having a huge corpus, they are going to find it difficult to invest that corpus. And the promoter, what is the worthiness of the promoter? What is the long-term record of that promoter? And what individual portfolio they have invested? What is their investing style? Whether they are value investor or they are other way of investors, growth-oriented investor. After seeing all these things, I rely more on value research. I'm a star rating also. Only after seeing all these things, I go for selection of a particular mutual fund. Most of the time, I use the long-term returns taken into consideration.
Thank you, sir. I think we can close the session here. I thank on behalf of the organizing committee our guest speaker, Dr. Tirumalai Sir Kolundu, from sparing his time and delivering a wonderful lecture to us. Thank you very much, sir. I request you to kindly be there on the Zoom so that you can see the deliberations and be commenting now and then if there are any questions, sir. Thank you very much. And there is a question and answer session if we have time in the end of the whole session by all the faculty. Thank you, sir. Now we go on to the next session by none other than our Dr. Harish Gopal. He is from MNR Medical College, head of the Department of Pediatrics. He is also a WealthCon trained doctor. A WealthCon is an organization by doctors in Mumbai who are doing a marvelous selfless service to educate the doctors community in various types of financial literacy. And they do conduct now and then some programs wherein Dr. Harish Gopal and also Dr. Indra Pavan has enrolled and they are trained faculty today for us. Dr. Harish Gopal will talk on mandatory insurances. We have got a lot of insurance schemes, a lot of confusing, a lot of pressures, a lot of advertisements. I request Dr. Harish to just talk about the mandatory insurances, which slightly alluded by Dr. Kolundu in his previous talk regarding a term insurance and a health insurance. How best to go about briefly in your talk in next 20 minutes. Thank you. Your attention to Dr. Harish Gopal.
Lighter still, lighter.
I can request the audience to write their questions also post here so that we won't waste time in discussing after the next talk. Hi, thank you, welcome.
Health insurance. Pointer లేదా కాదు ఫస్ట్ అండ్ సెకండ్ దీంట్లోనే చేయాలి. Okay, sir. So good morning. So before I go to my topic, I just want to answer sir's question. Whom we have to contact for financial advice? Sir, you should be your own advisor. Don't depend upon anybody. because if you act on your finances, you will do the best job. So best is to invest in knowledge, as sir said. And second thing about mutual funds, there's a criteria, a CASE criteria. I think that will be dealt on the future topics. So let us touch upon this mandatory insurances. So first will be health insurance, which we'll see there are many insurances. If you see our insurances which we buy compulsory a vehicle insurance. Yes or no? So, but how many of you have health insurances? Can you raise your hand? Okay, good. So majority of you have health insurances. I think COVID has taught us what health insurance, how important it is. Okay. So let us see why you have to buy a health insurance and how important it is. So what is health insurance? It is an insurance which basically covers our cost when we are admitted in a hospital. That is a simple insurance. Okay. So it is a expense. It covers all the medical expenses that when we are admitted in an hospital, and also before and after whatever expenses we get out of it. Okay. It can be due to hospitalization, diagnostic test, doctor's consultation, and other related costs. So why we have to invest in health insurance? Because as you can told, our health is our own asset. If we are healthy, we can do anything in life. If we are not healthy, we can't do anything in our life. So always invest in good health insurance. And the second point thing is savings are saved. Suppose you are hospitalized today and for a heart attack, and you have to spend 10 lakhs. Whereas the premium is just only 20,000. So the remaining 9.8 lakhs is saved, which you can invest in any investment. So savings are saved. Okay. And the third thing is, as you know, medical inflation. That is the cost of healthcare, which is rising year by year, is around 10 to 20%. So to beat that medical inflation, you have to invest in a good health insurance. And the fourth thing is to fight lifestyle diseases. As you know, diabetes and hypertension are very common nowadays. And many other diseases. We don't get clean water, clean air or anything in our land. Nothing is clean, including the land we get buried. So we are create a lot of lifestyle diseases. And the fourth thing is to get secured. As you know, if you get a health insurance, it is easy to get a health insurance when you are young, compared to when you are older age. So many lifestyles, so many premiums they get added. So if you have heard these two things, Mediclaim and health insurance. So is it the same? Is it different? Previously Mediclaim used to cover only the hospitalization, whereas health insurance covers both pre and post hospitalization. So we had to buy a health insurance, a comprehensive insurance, rather than an insurance which covers only Mediclaim or a hospitalization. So how to choose a good health insurance? These are the 10 steps to choose a good health insurance. The first step is it should be a cashless insurance. What do you mean by cashless insurance? When you go to a hospital, you should not pay anything from your own pocket. Everything the hospital and the insurance company should look after. So that is what that is, cashless treatments. If the hospital does not, if your health insurance does not cover cashless and you have to go for reimbursement, then that will be a pain for you. So the first step is you should support cashless facility. The second thing is your network hospitals. So a good health insurance should have at least many network hospitals, and the next hospital next to you should be covered. If suppose you are next to Yashoda Hospital, and if it says you have to go to Medicover, which is 20 kilometers away, imagine if you have a heart attack. So you should cover all the network hospitals. So nowadays health insurance, at least the criteria should be 10,000, minimum 10,000 or above 9,000 hospitals should be covered. And most importantly, whichever hospital, big hospital is next to you, that should be covered. Okay, that is network hospitals. The third point is it should cover pre and post hospitalization. What do you mean by pre and post hospitalization? See, suppose you have got a stomach pain. You have gone for a doctor and they say that they do all the consultation, ultrasound scans, CT, MRI. So those expenses come under pre-hospitalization. What is post-hospitalization? Post-surgery, the doctor tells you require certain drugs or treatment post-surgery also. So those expenses are post-hospitalization. So your health insurance should cover therapy, blood test and doctor consultation before and after the hospitalization. Okay, this is very important. The fourth important point is claim settlement ratio. What does it mean? Out of every 100 claims, how many claims the health insurance company is settling is it? So the more the better. If they settle 100 out of 100, that means that health insurance is better. Okay? So the higher, the better. The fifth point is more than hospitalization. Whether this health insurance is covering daycare surgeries, daycare treatments. If they say I don't cover daycare, then it is waste. Okay. And also whether they cover maternity, suppose they require some anemia, transfusions, iron transfusions, which are daycare. It is better to get discharged on the same day rather than staying in the hospital. The fifth one is restoration benefits. See, what is this restoration benefit? Suppose you are admitted today for a appendicitis. Out of 5 lakhs you have used 3 lakhs. So again you have to get admitted for MI. So your 5 lakhs gets added again to the health insurance company. So they are restoring your sum assured. This is helpful especially in a family insurance. Suppose the father is admitted for MI, 5 lakhs is used. Next, the child is admitted for pneumonia. So again they give 5 lakhs for the child also. So if you have restore policy, that is very good for that health insurance. Okay. Next is co-pay causes. So what is this co-pay causes is, out of every 100 rupees, whether are you willing to pay 20%? I will pay 80%. The health insurance company tells I will pay 80%, whether you will pay 20%. Why this benefit? So that I will reduce your premium. So don't go for any co-pay causes. And they'll tell, suppose I am living in Zahirabad. If you get admitted in Zahirabad, you pay less this one. So zonal payment also you should not go. So choose a health insurance with no co-pay causes. Okay, that is very important. So why this is important is, suppose insurance bill comes to 5 lakhs. Suppose you have 20% co-pay. How much you have to pay from your pocket? 1 lakh. So that will be more than your premium. So don't choose a health insurance which has a co-pay cause. And the most important which we neglect is insurance limits or caps. Okay. So you should not choose a health insurance which has got limits for everything. Room rent only 1%, ICU rent only 2%, surgeon charges only 1%. So you will be paying more of it from your pocket than what the health insurance company will give you. So don't choose a health insurance which has got limits. A classical example is Star Health Insurance, which poses many limits. So don't choose a health insurance with no limits. Then the ninth point is a waiting period. See, most of the health insurances have a waiting period of 1 or 2 years or 3 years. So choose a health insurance with less diseases in the waiting period and less waiting period. Okay, so that will be beneficial. And also this 10th is a no claim bonus. Suppose you don't have any, you're not claimed any health benefit from the health insurance in the previous year, you are entitled to have a no claim bonus. Okay, they'll give 20% either in the form of increased sum assured or they'll reduce your premium. Okay, so choose a health insurance which gives you no claim bonus every year. There can be a cap for that, but at least choose a health insurance. So in many insurances, if you don't claim for 4 years, your sum assured gets double. So choose a health insurance which has no claim bonus. So these are the 10 checklists for a good insurances. Now, after going to the checklist, you should mainly make sure that you don't mix investment and insurance. So don't buy a LIC policy thinking that it is an investment and the insurance also. So always insure in a good health insurance, and don't hide any pre-existing diseases like diabetes, hypertension. Maybe they'll reject your claim when you are hospitalized. Okay. So these are two things which you have to take care while filling the form. The next comes, how much should I take health insurance? That depends upon your income. If you have a good high income, you take more cover. And if you are a younger person, you may not require much of health sum assured. Whereas if you are in the middle or the older age group, you may require a higher sum assured. And second thing, if you are more family members, if you take a 5 lakh insurance for 4 people in the family, it is not adequate. Either you take a base insurance and top up, or you take a more coverage health insurance. So, and also you have a tax planning also for health insurance. So health insurance is not just a waste of money. So if you can buy health insurance, you can claim completely in your tax benefit also. So the health insurance is in section D, 80C. So if you, for self it is 25,000, for parents it is 50,000. Okay, so you will get 75,000 if they are less than 60 years. If they are senior citizens, you will get 75 years, and if both are senior citizens, you will get 1 lakh. So this is an important thing which we fail to take during health insurance. So always please buy health insurance for everybody. Okay. So after this health insurance, we'll see an insurance. Okay, just see this video. Imagine you are in the car. Okay, so luck does not flavor anybody. Anything can happen to you anytime. Okay, so always, so let us see about term insurance. So the objective of this talk is, what is term insurance, who has to buy, how much to buy, where to buy, and all those things let us see in term insurance. So what is term insurance? It covers for you when you are not there. It replaces you, in simple words. Okay. So it will give a financial assistance for your family members when you are not there. That is term insurances. Okay. So this is two famous personalities. This is Mahesh Babu, a South Indian star, and a Bollywood actor, Salman Khan. Whom do you think requires term insurance? Okay, so both are women's crushes from childhood. So whoever has got dependent members, they require term insurance, and a person who doesn't have dependent members, he does not require term insurances. Okay. So always remember, if you have a dependent member, please take term insurance. So who has to take? Who is the bread earner of the family? Who doesn't have much investments in his name, who has got liabilities like a home loan or a personal loan, okay, and who has got responsibilities like children's marriage or education. So they require term insurances. Now, when to buy? Okay, which is the right time to buy? Can anybody answer which is the right time to buy a term insurance? As early as I don't have money now. I'm 18 years, I don't have money. So the correct, madam. So when you start earning, that is the best time to buy term insurance. Okay, the earlier you buy, the premiums are low. Okay, and the premiums are fixed for the entire life. Okay, that is why you have to buy as early as possible. Now comes what amount? Okay, so how much term insurance you have to buy? As a rule, they will tell 10x, that is 10 times the annual salary, but it is not so simple. It is 10 times your annual salary plus your liabilities. Suppose if you have home loan, I have taken a term insurance for 1 crore. Now I have home loan for 1 crore. I have to add on term insurance for 2 crores. Okay, so total insurance should be 2 crores. Because if something happens to me, the bank will take from my this 1 crore only. So I should add a plus liabilities. But to be comfortable, it should be 15x or 20 times your annual expenses, because inflation will eat your amount by the time it is 30 years. So though they tell 10 times, better to be 20 times to taking into account your inflation data. Okay, so when you come to insurances, we have to see that many of us will have one point of time would have taken LIC policies. That is also health insurance. Who has told you? Your neighbors, your friends, your agents would have shown you health insurances. So that is your endowment plans, whole life insurance, money back plans. But do you think you should buy that? Or plain term insurance? You get bonuses, you get money, why you get back your money? Why can't you buy that? Why? We'll see in the next slide. So the recommended is term insurances. Why? Because though you get a bonus, which they say if the company gives, they mention if, it is not guaranteed. Nobody will give you writing that your bonus is guaranteed. Okay, and they will take at least 3 to 4 times your premium. If you see a term insurance for a 30 years for 25 lakhs per annum, you can see he'll pay only 4,000 and the other person pays 21,000. So the remaining 16,000 they'll invest in equities and they'll pay only 4 to 8% as your returns. Okay, so they are making it like an ice cream where it is where we use rotten ingredients. Okay, so please don't buy a endowment plan. So what to do if you already have a LIC policy? Close it and invest that amount in the equity market if you have a long duration, or at least a hybrid product which can give you at least a better returns than LIC product. So now which one to select? Okay, you should do 2 things. First thing, as you told, high solvency ratio. That means whether they are able to service your claims. And second thing is high claim settlement ratio. Well, this is important because after your death, you can't question them. Why are you rejecting my policy? So choose a company with high settlement ratio and a good solvency ratio of minimum 1.5. So now how to buy? So either if you can go to a good financial advisor, as I sir told, it is difficult to find. He will tell you how to buy and fill up your paperwork. But the best thing is to fill up yourself online. Okay, so the premiums are less if you buy online compared to your agent premiums. Okay. So the most important thing for males, people or husbands is they have to just tick this clause. Married Women Property Act when they are buying healthy term insurance. Why? Because what does it mean? Suppose you have a home loan or something and many liabilities. Even the court cannot take the term insurance money from you if you have ticked this option. You understood? Otherwise, if you have liabilities, they'll take that amount from the term insurance amount which you have received after death. So nobody can touch your money post death if you have ticked this amount. Even the court cannot attach to your money. So just tick this Married Women's Property Act, which is there for males only. Now you may ask, I am not there after my death. What if the company rejects your claim? I am not there, so simply I will be paying the premiums for 30 years. You should know one section known as 80 45, section 45, what it tells is that after 3 years of continuous premium payment, the term insurance company cannot reject for any reason. Whether if you have hidden anything also, which you are not told in your policy, after 3 years, they cannot reject for whatever reason. If they have to reject within the first 3 years. After 3 years, they cannot reject it. Okay, even if they go to court of law, you can claim under section 45. So this is important. And there are certain riders. If you go and buy a term insurance like in policybazaar.com or any aggregator, you will see these riders. Please don't take this because you can take them separately. It is cheaper. What is critical illness is if you are diagnosed with MI or a cancer, they'll give you a lump sum amount. And waiver of premium is if you are disabled, you don't have to pay the premiums. So all these riders are available cheaply, separately. So don't buy with term insurance. Buy a plain vanilla term insurance, yearly option. Don't go for reduced option also. So play yearly, because if you pay just for 5 years, for 60 years, what if you die off in the first year? It will be a waste. So select a yearly option. So always buy online. Never hide anything. If you are a smoker, tell you are a smoker. Don't hide anything. And fill yourself, because there will not be any mistakes. Okay? And always buy online. Take 10 to 20 times your annual income, and please take it as early as possible once you start earning. And one more important point I would like to tell you is, recently they have introduced zero term health insurance plans where they pay your premiums after say 40 years. Okay, they'll give back all your premiums after 40 years, but please don't select that option because they're charging you more for that premium than if you take a yearly option plan. Okay, so please buy health insurance and a term insurance which are mandatory, and don't mix health insurance and investment like your LIC policies. Okay, please close that LIC policies. Okay, and please select MWP Act if you are a male person, so that if you have a spouse. And most of you remember this famous personality. He is a Kannada actor, Puneeth Rajkumar. This can happen to anybody, anytime. If it can happen to a six-pack body, it can happen to a family pack body. Okay, so please buy a term insurance. Okay, thank you. So any questions you have? Again, health insurance and term insurance. If you don't have, buy immediately.
Any doubts and questions to Dr. Harish Gopal on insurances, especially term and health insurance?
Yes.
Dr. Sanjay.
Health insurances, we had made health insurances before health insurance also, not now. Now the issue is of portability, because there are certain government funded health insurance companies like Oriental Insurance, etc. Now the issue is how safe is this portability?
Yes.
The second question is on annuity plus insurance plans. 99% of the companies that are giving annuity are giving piggyback with insurance. What is your take on that?
Okay. So the second question I've already answered. Never mix investment and insurances, because they are charging you more things, and I think you are talking about guaranteed savings plan or something like that. So they charge you many other hidden fees which you don't know. Just buy a plain health insurance which can cater to your needs. Regarding porting, even government health insurance companies are better in claim settlement ratio, but the problem is we should see that whether they have limits. Whichever oriental companies, what you're telling, they insure for very less amount, and they also have limits, sub-limits. So go for a porting. That has to be done 1 or 2 months before your expiry of your health insurance. And you can take from any, you can just contact the email or customer care and send them your policy details. They will just tell you the premium, and they will they will ask you, interviewer will be there, a doctor. He'll just call you and ask if anything has changed in your health status. Once that is done, they will issue a policy. It is as simple as that. You can definitely go for a health insurance. I don't want to give recommendations, But if you see the top three health insurances, they are HDFC, Ergo, Max, Bupa, Knee Bupa, it is known as, and your other things. But don't go for the other things which have supplements. And if you have got into a wrong health policy, just port it 1 to 2 months before it expires. Not after it expires, or not just 2 days before it. Because they have to contact the IRDA permission, they have a lot of regulatory permissions. It cannot happen in 48 hours. Yes, sir. Sir, it can be taken different companies also, but same company it is preferable because the process will get easy. Sir, you have a deductible. I didn't touch because time limit was. We have a deductible. What does it mean is, I'll give an example. Suppose you are admitted for some health insurance, some health emergency, and it is a 5 lakhs policy. You have used that, no, please. You have 5 lakhs policy, and you have taken a top up for 10 lakhs. Okay. So now, till the 5 lakhs are used, they'll take it from the base policy. After that 5 lakhs, in the top up they would have written deductible 5 lakhs. Once that base sum is over, then only they'll start giving you extra. So suppose it is 7 lakhs, your bill is 7 lakhs. So 5 lakhs will come from this and 2 lakhs will come from your top up. Please take top up, that is cheaper than increasing your sum assured. Please. And there's something like super top up, that is still better. It will cover all the diseases. So don't just take top up, take top up. It can be different. If suppose you have taken a wrong health policy, take a super top up from a good health insurance policy. Sir, there are certain waiting periods which are there, 1 and 2 years exclusion. If it is over that waiting periods, then you can go for that whatever disease is there. You understood, no? No, sir. You have, unless you are ported. If you are ported, you already have health insurance which are 2 years. Then you are ported. Waiting period is excluded. But all health insurances have a waiting period. Otherwise, many people have cataract. So everybody will go for surgery on day 1 only. No, sir. I'll answer. So we'll have a last hour discussion.
Just 15 minutes, we are running late. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harish Gopal, for wonderful coverage on both term and I want to also thank him specially for conducting this workshop, helping me a lot in the various matters of organization. And he is going to come back again with a topic on gold, the recent trends. A small break. We have allotted about 5-10 minutes as a buffer time and also for inauguration. I have a pleasure of telling you that we have two dynamic secretaries here with us. Dr. Pawan Kumar, he is a state secretary. He is also an organizing secretary of this conference, very good friend of mine. And we have got another dynamic secretary, organizing secretary, Dr. R.S.V. Krishna, tech-savvy secretary. He has solved my Zoom problem yesterday within 5 minutes. Actually, it was costing us 20,000, but he got it free of charge. Thank you very much, Dr. Krishna. And we have got our host, Dr. Satish Kanda. He is on some work, so he is coming on the Zoom with us for inauguration. And I call Dr. Ishwar, our president-elect, and Dr. Sanjay sir, senior pediatrician and our mentor, and Dr. Suresh Surupnani, who is the next moderator for our talk for this workshop, who has readily accepted the first neonatologist speaker. Subsequently, I'll ask all the faculty and also the participants to come for a group photo.
Working. Sir has come. Dr. Satish, are you there? Can you hear us? 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. 1 minute, Dr. Satish. Our technician is doing the... Yeah. 1 minute, sir. Yeah. Can you talk, sir?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. I hand over the mic to Dr. Satish. Dr. Satish, thank you very much from the organizing committee and as the coordinator of this workshop for giving your wonderful venue, your very helpful and friendly staff and all the technical facilities. The delegates here are enjoying the talks since morning. We are webcasting also, sir. Thank you very much. Secretaries Dr. R.S.V. Krishna and Dr. Pavan Kumar on the stage, along with our President-elect Dr. Yashwant Rao and Dr. Sanjay Sri Rampur. Over to you, sir. Few words for inauguration.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ajay Garu, for giving us the opportunity. I would look at it the other way around. I would like to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity. And as always, I really miss the team there. And you said Sanjay Srirampur sir is also there, and our RSV Krishna Garu and Pavan Garu, they're all there. I mean that's fantastic. It's a fantastic combination. And at the outset, I'd like to really congratulate you, sir, Ajay sir, because this kind of conference for the first time. I don't think it was ever done before. I think that was great. For you to think and conceptualize this, I think all of us would certainly benefit from this, sir. Thank you so much again, sir. Thank you, Sanjay sir, Suresh Garu, Sri Krishna Garu, Pavan Garu, and Ajay Garu, and all the team there. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just be on the screen, sir. We like to take a group photo with your screen photo, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
Sir, kindly declare the workshop as inaugurated, sir, and we'll light the lamp with your permission. Yeah. Go ahead.
Soren.
Yes. Please welcome. You are there, yeah. Please come. Sanjay, Yashwant. From? Host Nunchileru. No. We have got Dr. Ramesh Srinivasan from Apollo, gastroenterologist. We have got Naishara from Bidar Medical College. Dr. Sundareshan from Malaysia, now settled in Hyderabad. Yeah. Please, you can. Yeah. Thank you. Come. Yashwant. Go. आपके साहब ही चल आपके बड़े साहब No. We have it out. Okay. Come. Okay. Sanjay, please come. One more.
సంజయ్ సార్ ఇందిరాజ మేడం కూడా టాపిక్ ఇవ్వాలి.
Thank you. Shall we break for tea? Suresh, shall I break for tea or will I have? We will break for tea for about Friends, we'll break for tea for 5 to 10 minutes. Then the role play session will start. The role play session by Dr. Suresh Rupneni will start after the tea break. Please break for 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah. Can I request the hall, Srinivas? Can chairs be kept where? Can you call somebody to put? Ah. Four chairs.
Hello. Yeah. So greetings from Pediatric Academy of Telangana State. We welcome you all for this wonderful session on personal finances, which is the order of the day. And I really thank from our academy, on behalf of our academy, Dr. Ajay sir, who has materialized this and conducting today's workshop. And many are joining online. So I wish you a happy learning for all the pediatricians who are attending this workshop.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pawan. Without your cooperation, this wouldn't have happened. It's a first of its kind a workshop we are doing for the financial awareness among the members and the doctors. I thank the organizing committee, Dr. Bhaskar, Dr. Arakal Bhaskar, Dr. Sankoj Bhaskar, and our secretaries, Dr. Krishna and Dr. Pawan, and their team people, along with the president-elect of the state, Dr. Yashwant, who is here. Nothing could have happened without the good faculty and also the participation of the delegates. So I like to thank our outstation faculty, first of all, Dr. Kolundu sir from Tamil Nadu. He is not here, but on behalf of our organizing committee, I pass on the virtual memento to him. A physical memento will follow soon, I hope. And next is Dr. Vipul Jain sir from New Delhi, who's yet to start his talks in the next few hours. He has 2 sessions. Thank you very much. And memento on behalf of organizing committee to Dr. Vipul Jain sir. Third outstation faculty is Dr. Satish Vadapalli. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. He was about to come for a physical presence, but due to certain issues, Dr. Satish from Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh state, his memento from us. Now next is a senior most faculty who's my close friend, Dr. Sanjay Srirampur, who just came from America, and he straight away came for the workshop for so much of interest. Kindly come over here. Dr. Sanjay, a very erudite person, academically accepted to be here for this present. And I request Dr. Secretary, Dr. Pawan and Sri Krishna to hand over the memento to him. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. I request the next senior most person, Dr. Suresh Surupineni, who was a legend by himself, first neonatologist, NNF president, and a good academician for all of us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I now request Head of the Department, SVS, Dr. Chape Soren, very enthusiastic and knowledgeable person, especially in stocks and shares. His knowledge is immense. We must take advantage of his knowledge. Dr. Soren. Thank you, Dr. Soren. Thank you, Dr. Soren. Next, I request Dr. Harish Gopal. Dr. Harish Gopal, sir. He is from MNR Medical College, Sangareddy. To kindly collect his memento. And Dr. Harish Gopal from MNR, he is also, as I said, is a WealthCon trained faculty, very enthusiastic finance person. This is our second participation in our workshops. Dr. Harish, thank you. I now request Dr. Indra Pawan, none other a dermatologist by profession, but also trained in WealthCon. She is very enthusiastic finance person, and today our faculty from Pawan to Pawan. Okay, they already have. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Every time I come, I learn a lot from like I say that everybody is having a lot of wisdom. I learn a lot whenever I come to pediatric community. Thank you for choosing me to be in this panel.
You are very enthusiastic, Dr. Indra, and you are WealthCon trained, so I wanted you to contribute also. Thank you very much as a faculty for instantly accepting to be the faculty. Yeah. Dr. Avashpani is not here, who has opened today's program. He has gone to the passport office for his son's appointment to collect the passport. He will be back. So our memento to him virtually also and physically. The memento is here. When he comes back for the question and answer session, we will hand over to him. Thank you very much, both the secretaries and organizing committee. For a group photo. It's not really necessary. We are all passionate about it, like you. Thank you. It's receiving from my friend is a wonderful feeling. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah. So we have come to a time where we need to have a sort of a role play. Dr. Suresh Rupneni has suggested to me that we have got a lot of doubts. We have got a lot of types of investors, a lot of types of goals which we have seen since morning. So Dr. Suresh will take us into a practical scenario which all of us will be facing and seeing in our life by enacting and also presenting his version of various types of investments, various types of mindsets, various types of goals. And that session will take us along with Dr. Suresh, Dr. Sanjay Srirampur and Dr. Pawan and Dr. Soren will be there for you all on the panel discussion. Please attend and your attention to that. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So we are extremely very happy and privileged to have our mentor, Dr. Sanjay Srirampur sir, who has given all the guidance, and we interacted a lot. Even when he was in US also, we troubled him and interacted a lot. And I thank Dr. Soren, Dr. Indra Pawan for making this interesting. So all of you know, all of you are here to learn, to do. But what is the one which separates us? Means all people who have equal knowledge will not have equal practice or equal money or equal wisdom. Everyone is different. So what is the one which makes the change? So personal finance is 20% head knowledge and 80% behavior. So it's the behavior which changes. Though we do so many things, so because of our behavior means we listen, but we go back and we apply. So this is where individualistically we'll design everything. So what is this learning? Means we are sitting here, we learn, we'll hear to experts. What are the stages? First, like a person, if I see a person riding a cycle, I feel it's very easy, I'll also ride it. Like that, if you see someone in stock market, you'll feel they are making money. What is this? I'll also go and I'll make money. This feeling comes to us at first stage. Next stage, we start learning. We fall down, we injured, we feel, no, this cycling is a tough thing. We have to learn. So parents or somebody, seniors or trainers, somebody will train us cycle, then we'll know. Most of the people are at this stage. Means we know that we don't know many things. Then next, subsequently, we learn, we practice it repeatedly, then we will develop some confidence. Okay, I can do, I am competent, I can train, I am conscious that I am competent. During this time, I boast myself that I have a lot of knowledge, I made a lot of money, this, that. But if someone makes how many you made and how much is there with you right now, that is different thing. So this is one stage. Then late, even after this stage, unconscious competence will come. Means though you are doing all the things, you don't look like you are doing. Means that boasting and all disappears. You work and do. Like say when I ride cycle, I will be tense. But after some time, I will be speaking phone when in my cycle. Because my body will take it automatically. Like that I practice, I do shares, then I do land, I do gold, whatever investment I want. But I will not boast or talk anything about it. Sit quiet. And you know what to do at what time. This is the stage which all of us have to reach for period of time. The main idea is this. So during this time, that skill will become second nature, where everything can be done easily. So these are the common mistakes which we do. All of us have done mistakes and learn from it. So mental accounting means if I buy some share for 1,000 rupees, I will never sell it for 900. I feel I am stuck at that 1,000. I should not lose. I should not lose. We don't want to lose. Then we don't want to sell when markets crash. Sometimes we feel I should sell and minimize the loss. Sometimes I feel, no, I'll wait. Next day it will fall down to 800. So my mood will go with the market. I will not be detached from the share. I am attached to the share and emotionally will hum. And sometimes if I gain profit, say if I invest in very low value, if it increases, I will develop overconfidence. I will start trading more and more. In that also we lose. So all those things are psychological things. So, and we seek pattern because we being doctors, everywhere we want an algorithm. We want an algorithm, if this happens, this like that. So we want to perceive that algorithm into finances also. The clinical algorithms, what we have, we'll feel if this goes wrong, I have to do this test. That type of pattern seeking is automatically will search. So, Soren sir is here. There are so many things. Fundamental analysis, technical analysis. So basically, technical analysis is the one where based on sentiments, errors, historical prices, they judge. If you see any software in the apps, all these things are coming. So basically, fundamental analysis is the one which they read about books and they will tell based on balance sheet. The technical analysis is very different. So this is based on the psychology. So all of you know about this support, resistance levels and all. So what happens? Means this share will not drop below this or this share will not have strong support. All those things we learn. So what are among us, how many types are there? Means among us, there are so many types. Some are confident, some are very anxious. So in this, the commonest what we see is adventurer. Means all these people who are new, from today only they go and say, okay, I will put all money, I will put 1 lakh in one share and do. What happens to them and what is happening, we'll see in role play subsequently. And second one is celebrity. Means some patient will come to you and say, Dr. Saab, you are very rich. You give money, I will make it double, triple. Or some film star that he will invest it. You know what happened to Amitabh Bachchan? He was very rich. He put everything in some business. But ultimately what happened to them? So celebrities, they have their own ideas about so many things in life. They are very successful. But in finance markets, they are the one who are the best prey for maximum broker problems. And individualistic people, means they won't change. Whatever knowledge, everything, they will do everything as per their plan only. Most of us are like that. Being doctors, we will not listen to anyone. And guardian, some people very senior, don't want to change anything. No, I want FD only, I don't want any risk. No land, who will take, who will go and see. Then mutual fund stocks, who will read? Why we want? And some people are straight arrow. They want this much profit, take and exit. These are also there. But it's instead of all these things among us, we have combination of all these things. Means we can't say that I'm only one. Today I am one. Tomorrow I may behave differently. Day after tomorrow, somewhere differently. So these are the ones which are there. There is fear for us. This is one emotion. Whenever markets are falling, everyone will sell, sell, sell. Then greed. Whenever they are increasing, we want to put money, gain, gain, gain. Means more greed. Then somebody has come, so Dr. Ajay made some money. Then I feel I should also go and I should jump and I should also invest in same share. Means if one Bahubali comes, 10 stories will come like that. So like that, we'll also do the same thing. Then emotional attachment. I bought some share some years back. I don't want to sell that share. I'll keep that. Who is permanent in this world? Then fear of missing out. This is very common. This is the one which makes us come to workshops. That we are missing something. All are gaining. We should also do. Then anger. Sometimes out of anger with something also we may do. Depression, euphoria. That if I gain some 20,000, then I feel, no, I gained a lot. I'll put more and more money into that. But what everyone has is optimism, hope. Means everyone in stock market has come only for making money and they have faith in their companies. And sometimes when we lose, we don't sleep. We regret why we entered, we should have stayed, practice and put everything in bank and keep quiet. And sometimes we are impatient. Though we say that our time horizon is 3 years, we feel, no, every 3 months if it is increasing, I should look, otherwise company may disappear. So because of that also we lose. So there are so many things experts will talk, but last thing, we know up to deposits, equities, mutual funds, as the returns increase, risk also increases. This we have to understand. If you want lowest risk, return also is lowest. If you want highest risk, venture funds, they invest in new startups. But if 100 companies, they invest only 5 or 10 will do well, like Swiggy and all. Rest of the thing disappear. But the returns which are coming in one is enough to cover the other 100. That's why they are the one who make. And other thing is how much loss and how much risk. Both are not same. Managing loss means if I lost some 1 lakh rupees, if that is my surplus income or gain somewhere else, then I will not feel. But if it is my capital, then I feel. It will affect my psychology, my health, my feeling. I may not practice properly. All these things should not happen. Whereas risk is different. Risk is if some company, good company falls down, you buy. Then when it increases again, you get return. So for risk, there is return. But for loss, you should not do. So this emotional stability you should get. So before we go on to role play, Rakesh Junjunwala, the poster boy of Indian investments. So he gave one advice to all people. Worst investment of him was in health. Which so many quotes go, but health is the one what you have to invest. At the end, you see that whatever you do, you take only as per your appetite. So I request each of the panelists to tell about these take-home messages before we go on to the role play. Dr. Soren sir.
So investment is a game of probability. In any probability, there will be risk. And one should calculate the risk appetite before investing. And in investing, whenever there is a mistake, so here there is possibility of win, possibility of the lose, possibility of the error. Whenever there is lose, every lose there is a learning. So each investor should learn from own mistakes and the others' mistakes. That's the first thing. And all investment, one should focus on the circle of competence. If you have a particular sector, you know that pharma business I know, I will invest in that. If I don't know that business, some IT company, something is doing, I cannot understand the business. I should always avoid that particular business. Next is, so whatever the information we get to understand that business should be derived from an area which is reliable source of information should get. So now the knowledge is in the air and we are, so many things are there. But what is needed for analyze that business to be considered appropriate? Okay, so each business has its opportunities, challenges, and the competitive landscape. Everybody has to understand that before doing the investment. That's all from my side. Thank you.
So, Dr. Indira Pavan.
Good morning. So, after listening to everybody and even Sir's elaborative talk, we understood that finance management is not just having the capital and knowing the knowledge, what to invest, where to invest and all. Finally, it is leading us towards mind management. Everybody agree? Finance management is nothing but mind management. We all know, we all human beings have feelings, emotions, mind. Our mind keeps fluctuating, right? So I can compare it like a monkey, right? So when we look into our thinking process, I can take an example of a monkey, black monkey and white monkey. So let's assume this black monkey is something like an emotional, fickle-minded, takes emotional quick decisions. Somebody is giving tips, jumping and taking the trades and all. Again, when loss is there, again going back. So it's not stable. And then look towards the white monkey. White monkey is something like stable. It has knowledge. It is balanced. Emotionally, it is like it's not going into this grip of the emotions of anger, jealousy, envy, and then competition and all. It takes rational decisions, and then it has a balance which is helping it to take right, appropriate financial decisions. I don't say all of us are like either white monkeys or black monkeys. We have both the things in our innate nature. Someday we behave like a black monkey, someday we behave like a white monkey, right? So we keep fluctuating between these two. So today sir has shown us a lot of emotion, and we'll be having even the role plays. How this greed, temptation, fear, mold us to take wrong decision, move us towards wrong decision, sometimes to step back and move towards the right decisions. And the other point is growth. We all know, see, compounding. Sir, Kulindu sir has also mentioned, always our patience, our discipline and faith in ourselves, in our knowledge, in Indian economy and the market. These things, when we stand in the market over long term with proper observance, then definitely we are going to yield profits. The correct way we have to go ahead. So compounding, we should have patience and wait in the market. And finally, we have seen the last slide from Sir. So it's all about balance. Life is all about balance. Not just creating big portfolio doesn't make us our health. So we have to balance our 24. We say that after this conference is over, okay, I will focus on my family, or my wealth, or my health. So God is not going to give us infinite time. We don't know how much time we are left with. So just focus on 24 hours balance of a day and balance it correctly for the family, for your medical profession, for your finances. Finally, balance is life. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Suresh, I really don't know about the slide, but I'll tell you what my point of view for personal finance is. When I came back from US Saturday, I saw the WhatsApp messages going here and there. Then I rang up Ajay on Sunday and then asked him, "Kya hai bhai, mere paise double kar sakte kya?" That's what I asked him, because that's the way things were flying. Now, one needs to understand that money is only for means. Getting too much money is also addiction. So we need to understand that money is for a means, and means goals. So if you have your money which meets your means, that is financial independence. That is financial freedom. Now, RSV gave a very nice question actually in the beginning. One should not forget that his profession is the basic way in which you earn. So looking at, I have seen in the last 40 years of my career, I have seen people sacrificing their careers for real estate, sacrificing their careers. I have seen doctors who were stockbrokers and are nothing now. I have seen, Ajay shares with me, I have seen people who were very close to me, who were in the real estate industry, and then the real estate industry crashed. They have wealth, but they do not have the means, they do not have the cash at hand. Now, the other thing which I wanted to focus was on lack of financial literacy. Now, does financial literacy give you the means to earn more money? I have my own apprehensions. Because financial literacy does not give you the means of earning more money. Probably it does, but it gives at least the means of taking a responsible decision. If really people who were stockbrokers and who knew about money, they would be the richest persons on this earth. But stockbrokers are not the richest. I have seen a lot of stockbrokers falling to the ground. So market cannot be speculated. So your goals are more important. Then the third is in addition to what Suresh told about greed, fear, fear of missing out, lack of financial literacy or overdose of financial literacy, the other most important thing is impulse. Impulse also drives us to either sell or buy. Then other aspect which I thought I should focus in a conference like this, which focuses on financial literacy, is to know the rules of the land. You can't invest without knowing the rules of the land. You can't invest what your post-tax returns are. You can't invest in real estate without knowing what are the rules of estate planning in your particular country. Then the other thing what I thought was most important thing in terms of investment is contentment. You may have lot of money. Jhunjhunwala had lot of money, but he had no health. But he was contented. Even though he was paralyzed with both his limbs in a wheelchair, but he used to still dance to songs. So the point is, one needs to be contented with what one has. You may have lots of money, but if you are not content, it doesn't make sense at all. The way to be happy is to reduce your needs. I've seen many old people. I've seen my own father. He was very happy. He said, one room is more than enough for me. Because his needs were minimum. When your needs are minimum, you are contented. Have reduced expenses. Dr. Colando told that you can drive in a Mercedes-Benz, at the same time you can also drive in an Alto. So it doesn't make any difference, because after all there are four wheels and there's a road, and for our old city traffic, Mercedes-Benz makes nonsense. Then the fourth most important thing is to have disciplined savings. First serve yourself, then you serve the others. So these little points, I'm sorry I could focus on the sides, but I thought I should give the take-home messages from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, sir. So most of the things what are there in slides, those sir didn't look at slides, sir has told the same thing. So fastest way to become poor is to show off. So sir told about bench, and you pay a price for everything, nothing is for free. Don't pay through health. And growth comes through compounding, whereas loss come through impulse decision. That's what sir has told, impulse. And getting wealthy is different, staying wealthy is different. Getting wealthy, anybody will become wealthy. But staying wealthy is the one which depends on how you show it or invest it. So many people get money, money flows through them, but money doesn't stay in them or in their family. So this is the one. And basically we should be optimistic, and we should save enough and live below your means. And as Dr. Soren has told, don't take decision based on others' experience, do your own judgment, and have enough. Seek pleasure from low-cost daily activities. Don't say that I will buy so-and-so experience at 1 lakh rupees after you get money from the stocks or mutual funds. Then you are wasting. You are buying all you are making all the money, but you are not putting it to proper use. And first rule of compounding is not to break. Many people start SIP, but whenever something comes, they will stop SIP first. That should not be done. And everyone should have strategy. So high savings rate, patience, and long-term optimism. If you have these three, then nothing will stop you. You may invest only 500 or 1000 rupees, but that SIP, if done for long time, will give you freedom when your money is not coming. And so success with money is not about knowledge, IQ, or how good we are at numbers. It's about behavior. And some people are prone for some certain behaviors. We can't say everyone. And once you are aware of your tendencies, means I do like this, once you get control on your emotion, then you will start becoming rich. It's not rich. Emotional richness and contentment is more important than money. Money will give you only pleasure or means, but money will not give you everything. So thank you very much. So we'll be taking brief scenarios. So I'll start with a gold scenario with myself and Dr. Indira Pavan. So you can sit there and you can talk. You can take mic and you can talk. Yeah. Mic ఇవ్వమ్మ. వస్తుందా?
Hello, everybody. Now we are going ahead with a simple role play regarding the goal. What we are going routine. Sir, brother.
Yeah, we can see everyone now. Yeah, start. Sir. Start.
Hey, brother. Good morning.
Hello.
Yeah. See, I have a nice news to share with you.
Yeah.
In my company, I got 2 lakhs bonus. I'm so much excited about that. So, what do you say? What shall we do with this 2 lakhs?
We'll have party and we'll buy something.
Hey, oh, you always want to close my money. No way. You know one thing? In our colony, we have that new showroom being opened, Mahalakshmi Jewellers. They have so much nice gold jewelry. And one more interesting thing is, Prince Mahesh Babu is coming to open it. So, I'm planning to put whole 2 lakhs into my girl. And girl, I'm so much excited. Tomorrow, shall we go, bro?
Yeah, are you sure about investing in gold?
Of course.
Do you think they will give correct price?
See, what a silly question it is. See, every year the gold price is increasing. See, I like last year compared to last year, this year is like 10,000. Every year it's increasing. In the last 2010 to 20, it has increased by almost 30,000, right? So check the gold price. And then I can have a selfie also with Mahesh Babu. Tomorrow you are coming with me. Don't say you are going to clinic and all.
If you are very happy and excited, we'll go. Definitely, we'll buy gold for you.
Wow, I love you. You are such a nice brother, sir. I have put all my 2 lakhs in the great ornaments. I bought 2 lakhs gold jewelry. That's the scenario.
Yeah. So 1 year is over now.
After. So
and there was another paper ad.
So 1 year. Now we're moving into the time machine. 1 year. After 1 year now. Myself. Oh, wow. What a nice ad. Oh, I could see lots of new designs. Let me call my brother. Hello, brother.
Hello.
Yeah. Have you seen the new ad?
So ad for
Which ad?
For which ad?
Jewelry. Always you are with your patients.
last
You
year
don't think about anything in the world. See, Mahalakshmi Jewellers has opened new designs.
They put ads only for women.
No, there are a lot of... See, lot of male jewelry is also there. I can buy for Pawan, I can buy for you also. Rakhi is coming, so I'll buy something for you too. So let's please go ahead.
We'll go and we'll see.
And then there is lot of discount also. No making charges, 10% discount they are giving on the gold. It's wow, it's a wow opportunity. And then I'll make lot of
Do you want to buy with new money or you want to exchange?
Money, now I don't have that liquid cash. I think I have the old ornaments. I'm getting so bored. Every function I'm wearing the same old jewelry. Now I want to go for new things. I will change everything. I will give away. They have exchange offer also. On exchange offer, they have attractive discounts also. I will give away my old jewelry and will buy new designs.
Are you sure there won't be any loss with exchange?
Why loss, bro? It's like price is increasing, no? You know, last year that was like almost 5,000 increase. So my ornaments and all now like they have more value. I will not have any loss.
Because are you sure there won't be any loss? Because how they will make money?
See, it is a very big showroom. You know, he's giving nice ads also. Like he says that they're so genuine and all. Even Mahesh Babu is coming and buying. This time he's coming with the whole family.
Okay.
So I'm so much excited. I'll have a selfie also this time also. And then let's go and take. We'll not have any loss. See, my price will be like almost increased, no, compared to last time.
Okay, we'll go and buy, but you compare what you have made last year and this year after the exchange, what is the real value, what you got. You make a mental math and let me know.
Always you are like that. Always you say calculate. I want to buy any cost. I want to have new designs. I don't care. I'm sure I'm making profit.
Yeah.
So this is the scenario. So sir will be giving us output, like inputs, like how this myself, like whether really, see what I am believing is the price is increasing and gold value has been increased. In real scenario, is it the right investment and what really I am going through in the correct financial way? Sir will be enlightening us.
I think looking at your enthusiasm, it was worth buying. Because after all, money is meant for making my person happy. So you were happy when you purchased for the first time, you were happy when you sold for the second time, and then purchased a new one for the second time. So from my point of view, that is fairly fine. Because even in my life, such a thing has happened. Because all gold what was taken by my wife. I have never believed in gold, I have never taken. But honestly, gold has got an emotional connect. Gold has an emotional connect, like in the West, vis-a-vis India. If you don't give X amount of gold to your daughter or to your son in marriage, you are not considered as socially acceptable. So honestly, her enthusiasm was worth the thing. But the issue is, we are sitting in a finance planning workshop. So we need to analyze what is the rate of return from that particular thing. Now, previously, about 20, 30 years back, no investment was very speculative. Gold was available at cheap prices, and gold's rise also was phenomenal. But now presently, including the dollar and commodities, everybody is speculating. So the gold rises from now on will not be as before. So if you would ask me the question that I am happy, but is that right what I have done? Then the answer will be this. The second important thing about gold as an investment is it is difficult to store gold. Physical gold you can't store. You may have 10 tulas, 1 biscuit, 2 biscuit, 10 biscuits. Honestly, you can't keep biscuits because as per governmental rules, you can only have jewelry but not biscuits. Unless and until you have a proof. Of course, this workshop, we are not talking about unaccounted money. That also forms a large part of economy, including doctors, because we hardly give receipts. Of course, not in corporate hospitals and other hospitals where there is receipts. There are other ways of...
YouTube lo vastadi sir idi. YouTube lo vastadi.
No, let us be honest. Let us be honest. Whether it is in YouTube or whatever it is, let us be honest. Let us be honest about it. Don't you think the tax department also knows?
Yeah.
The tax
They know.
department also knows.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the other thing is about protecting physical gold. It is not so easy to protect physical gold. I have seen plenty of families wiped out with gold. Let us say one of my cousin went to a marriage with 100 tulas of gold and the bag got lost. So it's not easy to protect physical gold. The third is selling gold. Amma bangaram kuda ammeskoda. Is equal to bankruptcy in our. See, if somebody sells gold which he has, it equals to bankruptcy. So, as a vehicle of investment, gold probably does not have a great value. But see, ultimately, we said that the mission statement was to be happy. If you are happy, if my wife says that she is very happy wearing your last birthday of her 60 years birthday, she said that, "Are neev em goni ichino naku em koni aledu diamond kamal goni." She is very happy about it. 5 lakhs gone. So what? As long as she is happy wearing something, money is only for a means. So if you are happy about it, fine. But as an investment and you are looking at the returns, not possibly. But now we have other ways of investing in gold, like the gold ETFs are there, sovereign gold bonds are there, which you can take as a speculative investment. Again, it is all speculation. Market is all speculation. Otherwise, stockbrokers would have been the best people in the earth. They would have been the richest people in the earth. But they are not. People who earn money from their professions. Ambani is the richest, but he doesn't do stockbroking. He does industries. Hospitals are rich. There are people who are stockbrokers who are far lesser than that. So do not forget that. So gold as an investment, not a very safe way. Gold as a thing of contentment, yes, contentment, if somebody is happy about it, there's nothing wrong about it.
So every time we buy and sell, every time the physical gold is converted into ornamental gold. So almost 8 to 36% we lose on wasting charges, makeage, they add things to make it malleable. So all those things, every change, you lose up to 8 to 30%. So that's why repeated changes are the one which makes jewelers very happy. So if you are, every time the design changes, new people come, they put ads, everything, they are surviving on that. And see, any jewelry business, families are into that. Nobody will leave that business. So families are into that, and see them, nobody will be of lesser weight. All of them are very rich, and once you go to their wedding, then you understand. Because what is there is, means belief in their practices, that they give good quality. That is the one which takes them, but 8 to 30% for every change. If you change every year, your money you are losing by up to 10 to 30%. And if gold value doesn't appreciate that much, net you will be in loss. But no, in exchange also they will not. 24 carat is the one what they give. 22 carat is the ornamental gold. Some ornaments are even 18 carat. So when you take, they will give price for the actual percentage of gold, what carat they have. In that you lose. In that you lose. So read the fine print. See the total thing and calculate the net investment. Though as a woman, she may be happy. As a financial planner also, she should look what return she got. If gold price increased by 30%, if in this change, if you lost 30%, your net rate remains the same, but happiness stays with you. That also we have to remember. And yeah, and we'll go on to the stocks in a similar way. This will be last. We are closing
After
this.
the valuable inputs from sirs, I would like to take up another scenario of the stocks. Yeah. Yeah. So basically,
So
we
there
have
is a
one more
session
talk
on
also
session
regarding
on gold which is coming in the afternoon. So that's why we don't want to try. No. Some amount we can keep in gold.
In detail, we have one more session by Dr.
Yeah.
Harish.
Keep your wife also happy.
Yeah, that is really like what we can't just look into the financial way. It's like emotions and finance, and we can't be too much emotional also, making wife happy and buying all gold, diverting into the wrong direction. So if you make your wife understand how the money is being lost in the form of 2 times it is getting lost. When you are buying, again when you are again selling. So 2 times you are paying making charges and then wastage charges, taxes and all. So she will be the first person to go. Basically in Indian scenario, we do not have knowledge about these sovereign gold bonds, 2.5% interest it gives us every year, safety, and every year they keep on increasing. So it's safe. If the women gets the knowledge about all these things, she will be the first person to suggest you, okay, I'll go and buy artificial jewelry and then throw it away after the function. I can wear new designs next year. That's what as a woman I feel. Yeah. So going to the next scenario, we have time constraints and stock. So now I got money. This time I am going to invest in stocks. Let's see how the scenario flows. Common scenarios we come across in our routine life. Brother, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, today I'm so much excited. You know, my company gave me bonus of 3 lakh rupees
Very good.
for my
Excellent.
extraordinary work commitment and the profits I created for them.
Yeah.
So I'm so much excited about investing. What do you guess what I'm going to do? Guess?
Maybe you are buying gold.
No. So I have studied a lot. I like gold. Recently I came to know about the gold bonds and all. See, there is a lot of stagnation. It won't beat inflation also. I'm not interested in gold. Now I have become a smart woman. I am now reading about the stocks. I'm so much excited about the stocks, you know. In my office, I have a friend. So he is doing lot of profit. Every share he is putting, he is earning 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 100% profits he is making. I want to invest in that. What do you say?
Did you read about the companies which you want to invest?
No, see, my friend is very trustworthy. He's so knowledgeable, you know. He's my best friend. I will take his suggestion. Whatever the stocks he will suggest and he is putting, I will go and invest in those. So,
But his idea may be different, his goals may be different. How you feel, means everyone can do like that, then he will be the richest person in the world if everyone believes him. Why you want to follow him? Can't you read and take your own decision?
See, it's of late, it's a trend, no. So I don't have much other commitments and all goals. That's all boring business. I don't want to break my head. I got 3 lakhs and my friend is investing. I want to invest. I'll put all these 3 lakhs in one share.
Okay.
Only one share. I'm like, there is a Zoom share. It's zooming like anything. I want to invest in that, bro. Please don't stop me. I will go ahead and invest.
Okay, you invest. We'll see what happens.
Oh, so wish me good luck, yeah?
Yeah, all the best. First
Yeah,
time
thank
entering
you,
stock
thank you
market.
so much. Yes, next year, like my friend, I will become so rich. I'll buy a new high-end car with the profits in the share. Done. So I have invested whole 3 lakhs, the bonus in the one Zoom share. The new, randomly I have given the name. So that's the scenario.
So after an year has happened, now you have checked the price. What happened now? So have you checked the price?
Oh, good morning, brother. Oh, those shares. I'm so busy, you know. I'm running ahead with my household work, kids, and profession. I have not checked at all. I think already 1 year over, no? I might have made lot of profit, at least 80%. Not if 100%. Today I'm going and checking. I'll ask my friend. I don't know how to check the profit. I will take my friend's help. After going to office, I'll call you back, bro.
Okay.
I went to office. Hey friend, let me check what's the stock position now. I checked. It's falling.
Yeah, it's falling.
20% down, like 30% down. And what are the amount 3 lakhs I have invested, it is at 2.5 or 2 lakhs. There is a fluctuation in the market, it's gone down. See my emotions now. Oh, what is this? My bad. I thought I'll buy a new car. Whatever the money, even I'm not holding it. Let me call my brother. Brother. See.
Yeah. So you wanted, so that's why I told you not to rely on one person, one share, and read about it and gain knowledge. So now what you will do now?
Oh my God, I'm so depressed. I'm so worried, yaar. My head is breaking. I made a loss. Even my money is lost. I think this friend did not give me correct advice. Oh, I have another friend. I have one more friend, and then now I'm a doctor. Okay, I have a patient who does lot of stockbroking. He's very good, I think. Every time he comes, he tells me, "Doctor, you're seeing so many patients, so much money you're making. Invest in this." He shows me his portfolio. Always it is green, shooting up. Let me call my patient. Hello. Yeah. Madam, he says invest in some other stocks and all. Brother, this time I took multiple advices. I'm not depending on my friend alone. So my patient is very smart, very intelligent. I'll take his advice. What I do is, I'll take out all the stocks. But let me check with my friend.
So you want to take out all the stocks, sell and buy in new company, put a new company which increases.
Hello friends, see what happened? You asked me to take all these things. Now the market is low, I made loss. What do you say? What should I do?
No, you read about some company, means I will tell you 4 or 5 shares. You sell in that company and put in this company so that you will have growth subsequently. At least next year you will make money. Because this year you lost, you sell them, book loss and then buy in new companies. Instead of one, you buy 5 to 10 companies.
Okay, I think this is going down. I think I don't want to take risk. I want to take out all my money. Okay, I'm taking it out. I am putting into. So before that, we can even sometimes friends advise that, since the market is dip, take more shares, add into the more in the same.
Yeah.
Suppose that scenario actually we were thinking about, and then so he says suppose my friends, the previous friend says, don't panic about the market. Usually it follows the waves. Invest more in the same share, right? Then I say, this friend is not giving me right advice. I go with the latest advice. I'm taking out all my shares, right? So pre-time abortion, take it out, and then I'm now buying all new stocks and then investing. Then time pass.
So 1 year is over again. Now out of busy schedule, she is checking the stock. So did you check your stocks?
You said, no, I have to wait for very long time. I should have patience, stay for very long time. So I didn't check my stocks.
No. Though your company, whatever worthy they are, you should be alert at least time to time you should go on. Means I told you not to change the things frequently, to keep invested long time. But you have to keep a watch on what is going on. Just check how they are doing.
Yeah, I'm so
time
sorry.
to time it is time to review. You may not change, but you can review the portfolio.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was so busy. I lost in time. Let me check. Oh, shit. Always my luck is bad. Every time I'm losing money. See, even this time I lost. Let me check. This company is almost delisted. Oh, whole money is gone. Brother, I'm seriously depressed now. You should suggest me some psychologist or psychiatrist. I'm not going to do any more shares now. I'm
So that's
so
why
worried.
everyone says stock market is dangerous. Negative things like somebody losing money or losing health or losing means having problems. These things are the one which we see commonly. That's why keep away from shares. Work hard, keep your money in FD, and be happy. Don't go into shares again.
Yeah, at least if I might have invested in gold, at least the capital might have been there. No, unnecessarily I went into shares. I lost all my money. Oh my God. I'm not going to do this again in my lifetime.
Nice, sir.
Yeah,
Sir,
yeah,
this
think
is the last
first-
scenario. We are
I
closing
think-
it down.
I think the first question I would ask is, which is the company? If they have got a medical officer position, please suggest my name. साल को 2 लाख 3 लाख रुपए bonus मिल रहा है. So I think it's a very real life scenario both Indra and Suresh have enacted. It's very, very common because we just enter into the stock market based upon impulse, based upon lack of literacy. And literacy, believe me, is not so simple. Nobody can be Soren, nobody can be Harish, because we can't learn as much as as the knowledge they have. I think the simplest way, what Dr. Kolandu sir says, is identify 5 or 10 companies and then invest. Now, why should you invest in stock market? The issue is, why should you invest in stock market? Vis-a-vis when there are other safer ways of investing. There are 2 hidden eaters of money. There are 2 hidden moths which eat away our money, which are not obvious. The first is inflation, the second is taxation. So if you have to escape inflation and taxation, the best way of investment is in equity market. And in equity market analysis, there are 2 types of analysis. I'm sorry, I'm a juvenile name, but I'll tell you in common words. The first is technical analysis. Technical analysis tells history repeats itself. So they do a statistical analysis of 20 days, 30 days, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. But statistics is statistics. If somebody says that out of 100 children, 95 children don't get dengue, 5 children get, and in those 5 children, 95% do not have complication, can you identify an individual child in that? You can't. So your technical analysis has its own limitations. If you are doing probably intraday, technical analysis has but if you are looking for the long term, then you need to have what is called the fundamental analysis. And fundamental analysis is something like a bouncer for most of us. It is not so simple. It is not so simple. So identify a particular company which is reputable, which is doing well, whose cash flow is fine. Sometimes the reputable, and be ready for the loss also. Be ready for the loss also, then only invest in, I'll tell you my experience. One day I was coming from Chennai, and then I saw in the airport everywhere papers were strewn, Deccan Chronicle was there. I purchased Deccan Chronicle at 125 rupees per share. Now Deccan Chronicle is 1 rupee per share. 1 rupee per share. So such things can happen. Xerox like company has gone bust. Facebook like company in 1 year, it has lost crores, billions of money. So please follow up what you do and please be responsible for what you do. What I honestly feel is once you enter stock market, the most important thing for you is when do you want to enter and when do you want to exit. If you do not have an exit strategy, then it is only, I always say that money in the pocket is real money. वो आजकल जीपे आ गया, वो भी हमारा नहीं लग रहा. Because we are used to have cash in our pocket. Whereas because of GPay, it's all in the bank. So money either in the bank or money either in your pocket is real money. Even real estate money, gold money, equity money, debt money, FD money, whatever be it. Money in your, because FD, suppose if the bank goes bust, if you have a 5 crore FD, the bank will give you 5 lakhs. The bank will give you 5 lakhs. So try to monitor your investment over a period of time. There are huge, very reputable companies who have gone bust. There are plenty of examples like that. There are plenty of examples. The only thing what financial literacy
teaches you is to be responsible for your money. You are responsible, and financial advice is not so simple. Call for an advisor. Yesterday, one financial advisor came to me from Kotak Securities. Yesterday morning, I told him that, look, I have got about 75 lakhs, I have to invest somewhere. The first thing he said, he explained the entire thing for me, and then at the end said, can you do this investment in 3 days, sir? I said, fine. I have to meet my targets. I have to meet my targets, sir. Because everybody has got some idea on your money and how best he can make money from your money.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir has summarized all the things. So, to minimize behavioral things, one is financial literacy. Two, whatever you are brought up, your childhood, you are brought up, how you value money, how you give importance to money, how you ride on it, all these things matter. And listen to experts and identify the things which can crash. Like Dr. Ajay sir is dealing about how to identify a bubble and all. So, these things we have to know before investing. So, attending such workshops is not a license or doesn't give you a degree to start investment and lose your hard-earned money. After seeing so many patients and working hard in hospitals, you got your money. So, as long you should keep a watch on it. As in your pocket, as in your bank, you should watch on it wherever it moves. Follow the flow of the money. Don't lose the track. Like in a football match where the ball is going, everyone will watch. If you watch like that only, you are capable of investing. And you have to be stable. You have to be stable to wait when it is increasing. When it is decreasing also, you have to stable and don't get market fluctuations are due to psychology changes in the investors. Don't go on to that and be prey to that. You invest, select stocks or do SIP and eliminate the bias. Systematic investment plan and rely on proper sources like SEBI is there, AMFI is there, trusted sources are there. Take only those advice. Don't read the market news which is sponsored by the companies. So thank you very much. So we can't cover, we'll do subsequently probably. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajesh, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I should thank the panelists, Dr. Suresh, moderator, Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Indra Pawan, who has done the excellent today, and Dr. Suresh, who will be expert there. Thank you very much. A big clap to the panelists. Now we move to the next session. This is on index funds. We have been talking about in general approach and our mindset and other discussions like gold shares, everything, and mutual funds. Dr. Vipul Jain from New Delhi, he is online with us, and he will be talking on future is index funds. And he says machine over man managed funds, what are the pros and cons? So your attention to Dr. Vipul Jain. Is he online? Sir, are you online? Is your voice audible? Sir, you are online. To Dr. Vipul Jain, sir, on the subject future is index funds, machine over man managed funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Is my presentation full screen over there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The screen is there. You make it full.
It's full screen here, but I think over there it is not visible as full screen.
Okay. So I think you again share it, sir. A word about Vipul Jain, sir. He is an expert in retirement planning. I've heard him, and he gives wonderful knowledge about that, which he is going to talk after the lunch. But index funds is current topic he will talk to us. Sir, you are not on full screen yet.
It's again, what I can see over here, it is full screen, but when
Can
we
you do something?
so let me
I
try
think you
something.
only have to do, sir. We can't do anything from here. Can you do the slideshow completely off and open it again, share it again, sir? screen share you are doing, sir?
Yeah. Just a second. I'm just loading PowerPoint here.
Yes, you are full screen, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Ajay, for putting me into the galaxy of financial experts. And it's an honor to be there with the Twin City branch and having this session with you. It's 12 noon exact time, and I'll try my best to finish in 25 minutes. We have been listening since morning, and Dr. Kolundu, Dr. Soren, Dr. Indra, and Dr. Harish spoke very well about so many things, how to be smart in managing our personal finances. Now, when we talk about finances, when we talk about investment, most of the things that everyone talks about is mutual funds. Why everyone is talking about mutual funds? One thing is very clear: you buy things which are sold. Now, why they are sold? Because there is a commission involved in it. Otherwise, if you compare other things which are actually based on equity investments, things which are not sold, they are index funds. Now, my intention over here in next 20-25 minutes is to make you aware what are index funds and why index fund would be a better option than a general mutual fund to invest. Just a disclaimer, this is for educational purpose, not a recommendation to invest anywhere. Now, looking at last few sessions, it looks that you need to be very smart, you need to be on toes, you need to be very informative, you need to be very fast and furious to earn from this market. Otherwise, you will lose money. In the last session itself, there were more examples of losing money than earning money. But actually speaking, investing is more of a dumb job, but a disciplined job. I do not believe that I have a knowledge of Dr. Soren, Dr. Indra, or Dr. Harish, how to do fundamental analysis, how to do technical analysis, and judge a company, and then invest, and then look after 2-3 years how these companies are doing. As a professional, I am a doctor. I earn myself from practicing, and I want to invest certain amount every month out of my earning for my future goals. Everyone has a different goal. Some people want to save for buying a house or whatsoever. But most of us, most of the doctors, the future goal is retirement. And we did a small study of around 150 people, and you won't believe, 90% of the people get their daily expenses done from routine practice. Daily expenses by saying daily expenses, not just by just buying food and things like that. What I mean, their children's education. Even majority of people believe kids' marriages, buying a house, buying a car, these things are covered by your routine income that you get as a medical professional. Now, everyone fears is what will happen when they stop earning as a medical professional. That means when they will retire, especially a private practitioner who is not covered by any mean of financial security after he stops his practice. So the final and the most important goal that we have is the retirement. I will take a session on retirement in the evening, but here it is how to create a wealth by investing in equity market. I can guarantee you the story that we read as a small child during our nursery KG. Here the tortoise wins. In wealth generation, it is never the hare who wins. Hare loses more and tortoise wins. Putting a single coin daily into your wealth basket creates more wealth than making big money out of rapidly growing equity market. We all talk about evidence-based medicine. Dear friends, there is something called evidence-based investing also. And it is heavier than active investing. You can do so many analysis, there are so many acronyms, there are so many methods to pick good stocks and investing into them. There are so many methods of picking good sectors and investing into them. But there is something called evidence-based investing from last 100 years. The US market is almost 100-year-old, and what has generated money over the last 100 years is good enough to learn what behavior you should have to earn money in this market. Now, the topic is index funds. Index is not just another product. Like so many products in the market, index is not a product. Rather, I should say it's a byproduct of something which is called the share market or a structured share market. To understand what the index means, we need to understand the structure of the market. Just 2 small slides to understand what is the structure of the market. There are around 2,000 companies in our market, out of which 500 are traded actively into the market. We can divide these 500 into 4 parts: 1 to 50, 51 to 100, 101 to 250, and 251 to 500. Now, whatsoever mutual fund you buy, they track these 4 sectors or these 4 sections of the capital market. Now, how this 1 to 500 are categorized? They are categorized on their floating market price, or the capital into the number of share, market price into the number of shares which are being traded. So the biggest one, everyone knows the name, the Reliance, is almost 15 lakh crore. And the last one, which is 500th in number, is around 500 crore. So based on the value of that specific share, these are categorized, and you call them 1 to 50 are called giant large caps, 51 to 100 are called large caps. In totality, 1 to 100 should be called large caps around here. 101 to 250 are called mid caps, and 251 to 500, they are called small caps. Now, this is how the market is defined, and these individual things are called indices. 1 to 50 is your Nifty 50. 51 to 100 is your Nifty Next 50. 101 to 250 is your mid cap, and 251 to 500 is your small cap. This is how you define mutual funds also. But these are benchmarked against these indices. Mutual funds do underperform, but their underperformance is quite underrated these days, because everyone is after investing, rather I should say everyone is after investing 5-star funds, and they invest, when they invest, they look at the rating, they look at the return, but being invested into it, and there at the long term, you stop looking things, and exiting that fund if it is not performing is not that easy for 2 reasons. You don't know whether it is the right time to exit. And second, after long-term capital gain tax of 10%, it is not wise if you exit that and lose that 10% into the tax. Maybe the fund is not even performing 5% less or 10, and you end up paying 10% as a tax. This is how these actively managed funds work. There are pool of investors, and there is a fund manager in between who decides what shares, based on fundamental technical analysis and so many studies, will be there into this fund. And this generates returns, and this forms a mutual fund or actively human managed funds. On the other side, there are index funds or passively machine managed funds, where these funds basically replicate the indices, whether it is Nifty 50, Nifty Next 50, mid cap or small cap. Now, what does this replicate means? SEBI every month gives the formula of Nifty 50, Nifty Next 50, mid cap and small cap and its constituents. Every quarter, this formula is changed and things which move based on the free floating price gets changed or gets included or excluded into the specific indices. And machine is supposed to buy and sell those shares based on the indices, based on the formula given by SEBI. Based on this only, these 8 types of equity funds are allowed, mutual funds. These regulations came recently, 3-4 years back, of having fixed formula for mutual funds also. They are also bound now from last 3-4 years to limit their investments into, if they are calling some fund as a large cap, they have to limit their fund equities into the investment into the large caps only. Previously, to give high returns, they used to shift their investment into other categories. For example, small cap is doing good. In large cap, they used to buy small caps and they used to outperform the indices in the large cap. But now with SEBI regulation from last 3-4 years after 2018, they are not supposed to enter into different categories what they are claiming it to be. Only flexi cap can move here and there, with that too has some limits. Now what fund manager claims? He will outperform. This is his funda. I will do fundamental analysis, I will do technical analysis, I will select shares which will perform better than other shares, and I will exit bad stocks. In return, he eats up 2% of your corpus every year, irrespective of whether you are in loss or profit. But gentlemen, look at the evidence, look at the underperformance evidence. This is official figure on NSE India from 2009 till 2018. From 2019 to 2022, figures are available, but officially I could not find this reference, so I am placing these figures over here. The percentage of mutual funds, those who underperformed, 80%, 95%, and on an average you can see it is 68% of the funds underperformed. And if you look at the rolling returns, over 7 years, 70% of the funds underperformed. So probability, Dr. Soren was mentioning probability in last session. Probability of any mutual fund underperforming is 70% on an average, which is by no means less. Now let us go back to evidence generation. Bruton Malcolm, this gentleman studied share market for 40 years. And his last study came somewhere in 1973, 1974. He studied so many fund managers and their behavior and how they perform in long term. And then he compared the performance of those fund managers with monkeys. He chose few monkeys, gave them the dart, and placed 500 names or index specific names onto the board and asked the monkeys to throw the dart on them. Monkey threw 20 darts and he bought those 20 shares and studied them for next 20 years. So long-term study, as per the Bruton Malcolm, said that the monkeys were better fund managers than any other professional fund manager who was applying all formulas, all applications to find best shares from that specific indices. And this study was also replicated onto different animals, kids, and many more things. And trust me, fund managers don't do better than them. Actually, what happens as an investor, what happens? We have seen Dr. Indra portraying very well in last session. We are busy in our profession and we buy what is seen, what our friends recommend, whatever is, that is the flavor of the season, whatever that is hot, and whatever that has hit high recently, and website gives the 5-star rating. And what is the end result? We end up buying so many funds. In 4 or 5 years, you have one of my friend has 72 funds. And that is the reality. At one point of time, even I had more than 20 funds. So that is the reality, that when you look, when you start choosing, finding good, every 6 months the good changes. And when you give the example, you give the example of the good, you do not give the example of the fund which has given CAGR of 5%, 7%, 10%. You will only give the example of the fund who will give the return of 20%. But who knew 20 years back or 10 years back that this fund is going to give CAGR of 20%? That is impossible. Very, very few funds. And you are lucky enough if you have chosen that fund. Mostly we are not that lucky. Another evidence, John Bogle, or called Jack in investing industry, the father of index fund. He is the guy who started in 1970s the Vanguard. Vanguard is the index fund company, and US market is 40 trillion at this point. Out of 50 trillion, out of 50 trillion market, Vanguard owns 7 trillion. And Vanguard is supposed to hold minimum 5% of all S&P 500 shares. That is the strength of index funds. He is the guy who started the flow of index funds in USA. Now, whether you are into 405k investment, that is your retirement investment or anything, everything in US goes into the index funds. That is the mainstay of investing in US. And he suggested so many things. Low cost funds, don't let your fund manager eat. That 2% should be in your pocket. 2% per annum is good, more 10% in long term. Do not hold too many shares. Hold it, do not judge it. Coming to index funds. See, as I said, there are 4 major categories: Nifty 50, Nifty Next, mid cap and small cap. Now, these 4 categories, they are based on free float methodology, and they keep on changing. This is the current which is there with these 4 categories. And what your fund manager claims that he will buy good and he will sell bad, these auto shifts are done automatically in them by SEBI every month. So there are so many shares in last 10 years you will see which has moved out of Nifty 50. If you would have been invested in Nifty 50, these shares would have moved out of Nifty 50. The things which are doing good would have moved into the Nifty 50 automatically without you being bothering, without you being paying long-term capital gain. The same happens with Nifty 50, Nifty Next 50, mid cap. These auto shifts are automatic here. That is why, and why people are not selling index funds, because index funds, the cost of index fund is 0.2, 0.3%, and cost of mutual fund is 1.5 to 2%, sometimes even 2.5%. So out of 0.3%, nobody is getting any commission. That is why nobody is selling them. Isliye, this will not be sold, this will not be seen. There are two major people, those who eat up your money, advisor and the fund manager. Advisor, again, I would say it is a wrong word. He is just an agent. That means agent eats up around your half or 1%, and the fund manager eats up almost 1%. So total 1.5 to 2.5% is eaten up in your mutual fund. And again, there is no guarantee. This is eaten up whether you are in loss or profit immaterially. So expense ratio, as I talked, is something which is important. Less expense ratio, more expense ratio. If your corpus is 10 lakh, it varies from 100 rupees to 20,000 rupees per annum. So it's a matter of concern. My simple message around here is, most of us are here to generate wealth for long term. Our aim is retirement mostly, or at the most, the event which is going to come 15, 20 years from now, not less than 10 years, I must say. So we should, and we don't have time, and we don't have patience, we don't have enough knowledge, although these can be gained. I personally feel these can be gained, but still, I would pay more attention to my profession. In earning, I would maybe earn more if I pay more attention to my profession during that phase than learning new things at this age. And I would like to fill shut and forget for those 15, 20 years, and I want something to give me in return, maybe 1% less, maybe 2% less. I agree with that. But there is no risk of falling. There is no intention of changing during that period. And I should be totally free of everything that मेरे को कोई analysis नहीं करना. I don't have to see fundamentals, technicals. I don't have to. I don't need to be worried about in between whether it is going up or down. I should be free of all these fears, and I should only be gaining in long term. Another concept, I would take 2 minutes here. This is another concept, dead man's portfolio or widow's portfolio. There is a lot of evidence on this topic. What does this mean? This means actually a person died who was a good investor into the share markets, mutual funds or index funds. And his wife did not know that he has invested certain amount into the share market, and accidentally she gets to know after 20 years or maybe 10 years of his death that this much amount is invested into the share market. Now, beauty of this portfolio is usually it gives you the best return, because this man has not touched his portfolio for 10 years. Maybe 1 or 2 shares might have fallen, have gone. They might have become Yes Bank or DHFL. Doesn't matter. But overall, his portfolio, which he has not touched, will grow the best. And this concept is called dead man's portfolio in financial world. My message around here is fill it, shut it, forget it, choose the right instrument. Do not mingle with it. Do not try to prove yourself that I am getting the best return. I am getting 20% return. No, it doesn't matter. I always choose 3-star funds. Those who are constantly 3-star from last 5 years are better than the funds which are 5-star from last 2 years. Because these 5 stars might fall to 1 star next year. But the fund which is 3-star from last 5 years is going to maintain 3 stars for next 5 years. Thank you very much. And I would be happy to answer questions if there are.
Thank you, Dr. Vipul Jain, for taking us in a journey of index funds and with such wonderful, proven examples of fund managers and experiments of monkeys, what you have said. Even Dr. Indra has said about black monkey and white monkey. That example is often quoted. If there are any questions, yeah, Dr. Sanjay, can we have the lights? Can we have the lights?
I would like to ask you, sir, these Nifty, mid cap and small cap, they are on exchange traded, and what are their names? Nifty, small cap, ETF, Nifty, mid cap,
ETF and Nifty mid-cap ETF. Your comment.
Sir, for mid cap, there are so many ETFs. ETFs for mid cap have started just 1 or 2 years back. There are two major ETFs of Nifty. M100, mid cap 100 by Motilal Oswal is just one example, which is traded significantly with large volumes in the market, is a mid cap ETF. There are index funds also. There are beta index funds also for mid cap. For mid caps, there are sea of funds. For small caps, I agree, they have started recently, but for small cap, index funds are there. One is with Motilal Oswal, and there are few more. IndiaETF.com is the website where you can study all index funds and ETF funds. IndiaETF.com. That it summarizes all index funds and ETFs together. There are small cap index funds, and very soon there will be a sea of small cap ETFs also. Definitely, since they are not sold, there is no commission involved in index funds and ETFs. You have less players, but some of the players are doing very good in ETFs and index funds. To name Kotak, DSP, and Motilal Oswal, to some extent ICICI and UTI also. These AMCs have good number of index funds and ETFs. You can explore what all they have, and there is one small cap also. I am not able to recall the name of the small cap index fund right away, but there is.
Yeah, Dr. Yashwant.
From the large cap and mid cap funds and the major houses.
So can you repeat the question?
Sir, the question from Dr. Yashwant is, how can you differentiate between large cap mutual funds and index funds?
Okay. See, large cap mutual funds are basically the fund manager chooses 20-30 best stocks out of the 100 large cap shares. And he's decided that these 30 will do better than the rest 70 which he has not chosen. But when you choose an index fund either will be Nifty 50 or Nifty Next 50 or NSE 100, combining these two. This ratio is defined by SEBI, and you will get return based on that ratio. For example, in Nifty 50, 10% is Reliance, 8% is SDFC Bank. So this is fixed by SEBI, and index fund has to replicate the same ratio until unless it is defined some other way. For example, there is an index fund of equal weight Nifty 50, which means 2% of all 50 Nifty shares are there in equal weight Nifty 50. Otherwise, a plain vanilla flavored index fund of Nifty 50 will have the same replicated formula of SEBI of Nifty 50. So there are two. I am giving example of two. One is Nifty 50 index fund. One is Nifty 50 equal weight index fund. This equal weight means 2% of all 50. It is not the main index fund. Main index fund is where the SEBI formula is replicated, which is called simple Nifty 50 index fund.
Yeah. I think we'll have, thank you very much. Dr. Vipul Jain sir, thank you very much for your presentation. You have a second presentation post-lunch. Kindly be obliged to present that. Now we'll go for the next session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So we have a slight change here. Dr. Satish is busy. He's told me that he said he will be coming back after attending the cesarean section. So my talk is there before lunch, and we will break for lunch after my talk. I will not take long. I have a very, I have only 20 slides, and this journey will be very eye-openers, I would say, because you will be taken through what are the crashes, what are the bubbles in the stock market, and how do we take care of them? How do we take care of them, and what do we do? Just go through these slides, try and see what learnings we can do and how to identify them, how to make a face-saving grace from losing. As so many of you have said, from our pocket, money should not go into the broker's hand or on the other speculators' hands. So, learning from these crashes is the biggest, I think, lessons which we should do. And I'll take you through, though the stock market is about as old as 400 years. The history of stock market is almost 400 years. So I'll try to take you in 20 minutes the journey to what has happened to the stock market all over the world. Please bear with me if you are not able to understand few of them, because I know there are certain newbies and most of you are experts here, and we'll go one after other. What is a crash? This is defined by our, generally speaking it's vague, but it is defined many definitions. A double-digit percentage fall in the stock market over 5 minutes also is a crash. Then a fall of Nifty more than 10% in a span of 20 days is also a crash. A difference of 10% today and next day trading is a crash. A decline of 9% in a 5 days is a crash. So if you take this definition, the last definition, in the last 8 years, we had 15 crashes in NSE. So January, May, June 2008, mostly these crashes occur. So people have studied that also. Currently, you know that there is a circuit breaker. If the stock prices fall more than 7%, the trade gets shut off for half an hour to 1 hour. If it gets low by 7% more, the trade gets shut off for another 1 hour to half an hour, cooling down period. If it falls more than that, then the whole exchange gets shut off for few days. So those things are there. Currently, a drastic fall is not so very common nowadays. Now, what happens if the crash occurs apart from losing money from our pocket? We all will lose money, suddenly vanishes in the thin air, but you will see contraction in economy, stock prices get deflated. Sorry. Recession comes, other asset prices goes up, and it may take economy to recover decades. The most devastating crash which is still faced by the country is Japan. 45 decades it couldn't come out of 1980 crash. So that's the biggest crash effect, and it takes that long. Now, what are the causes of bubbles and crashes? Of course, we had talked about greed and fear. It is a mass mania, psychology. It runs amok. Somebody said, "Arey boss, iska price bahut low hai, XYZ company, let's buy it." So you said, okay, it will make in 30%. And it's a contagion cascades, quickly leading to panic selling. But the most important researchers, Nobel Prize winners who have put forward the theory is, we all start building castles in the air. This is told by 1936 by John Keynes and still relevant. Then we have got a Nobel laureate, Robert Schiller. He's from Yale University. In 1990s, he said, it is irrational exuberance. We all think of becoming rich very soon. This is by only doctor who has received Nobel Prize in economics. Wonderful. He is Daniel Kahneman. Please read his book, Slow, Fast and Go Slow, Rich. Behavioral finance expert. He said, all the talks which you have seen in the morning, which so well depicted in Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Suresh, the behavioral mindset. He received the Nobel Prize for this theory called behavioral science. So what he said, we all search for a will-o'-the-wisp. It's a term in English which is unrealistic, unattainable, delusional hope or the goal that I will become rich very soon if I invest in this instrument. So that is one of the reasons for making. Remember this Latin word, a thing is worth only what someone else will pay for it. So if I have a gold biscuit today, it is worth, if it is, I have another buyer at a higher price for what I bought for. If I have a gold biscuit marooned on an island for 20 years, what is the worth of that gold biscuit? So remember, whatever instrument, wherever you invest, it should have some buyer somewhere. So number one cause of crashes is inflation. Currently, USA is running 9.1%, which is since last 1981 is the highest inflation. And it is going to go in for an imminent recession. That's what experts are saying. Now, this is wonderful. I like this slide of myself. I thought I should tell you all what are the historical great crashes which we should remember. The tulip bulbs craze. Most of you must be knowing about it. What happened in Holland in 1637? Orchids were there. People started liking orchid. So people started liking those bulbs of tulips. One of the tulip bulb got infected with fungus and became a different shape and size, and the price went 20 times. In 1637, in the stock exchange, people started exploiting that cause. And within 1 year, the stock fell more than 20 times, and it was not even a worth of an onion in the market. So this is one of those historical crash of the tulip bulb craze. The second is East India Company in England created a South Sea investment opportunity. They thought Madagascar, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore will be ruled by us now. We can make lot of pilferage, looting like they did to India subsequently. And they, in 2 years, their share went in 1711, 55 pounds to 2,000 pounds. What value? It looks like millions to me. And they started issuing, reissuing FPO, IPO, same company, 10 to 20 times. So much of demand was there for this share, South Sea share. People from House of Lords, people from House of Commons, even Sir Isaac Newton, he also invested in this company. And after the crash, he said, I can calculate the motions of heavenly bodies, but not the madness of the people. The word bubble came on that day, and Parliament passed a bill called Bubble Act, which remained in law for 100 years. Nobody could make such again considerations. Now this is the recent memory, 1923, the great crash or depression of United States of America. Prices went up in a day 15 times. 15 times. And they all thought it's like a phrase called once in Golconda. You know what is Golconda? Golconda of Hyderabad. If you pass through Golconda, you will become rich. That's the sentiment of this time of 1923 to 1928 happened. And the 29th October 1929 will be the most memorable day or a tragic day where catastrophic fall happened in New York Stock Exchange with more than 16 million shares sold or traded. And in the next 3 years following this, shares fell perpendicularly 95%. And it was one of the most devastating depression in the history with the loudest crash. To know about these crashes is very important. Now, how to identify a bubble? This is important for us. A bubble is rising price. Without Soren will tell us, Dr. Soren will tell us, and Dr. Suresh and Dr. Sanjay will tell us, no sales, no profits of the company, but the prices keep on rising in the stock exchange. The price is different, the production and the profit-making ability of the company is different. So significant rise in the shares will occur. The story will capture the imagination. The asset prices will rise. Prices rise regardless of the developments or intrinsic value of the share. And the new traders will tell old people like me, you are not catching up, Dr. Ajay, you have become old. Please invest in this share. But me and Sanjay, JP, we will say, no, sorry, I am happy. I am the old timer. I am not going to invest in this new shares, which I'll tell you what are they. The stock valuation hits top percentile and it hits the ceiling before it plummets dramatically. So this is how the bubble is identified. But let me tell you, friends, bubbles are retrospective diagnosis. You cannot identify we are in the bubble. I feel we are in the bubble right now. Each bubble lasts 6 years. So we are passing through the bubble. And 8 events have told us 68 months or 67.5 months the bubble lasts. The prices will go up and up and up and up before it comes crashing down. I also quote Dr. Burton Malkiel, who also received a Nobel Prize. His book, every one of us should read. I read this book in the last few months, Random Walk Down the Wall Street. He is a Princeton University professor and a very successful investor with almost 20 to 30% returns CAGR. What he said, it's not hard to make money in the market. We all learned just now, index funds, for example. Shares which are, like Dr. Kolundu said, top 10, invest for a long time. But it is hard to avoid alluring temptation to throw your money away on short, get-rich speculative binges. Obviously, we don't learn the lessons, but we frequently ignore this particular saying. So, our memory is always short. There will be always bubbles. There will be always crashes. So, I'll take you through some development of bubbles in the decades very quickly. This is a new mania of IPOs in soaring 60s between this decade. Tronics, you add to any company, it will sell 15 times. Add silicon to any company, Ajay Silicon Limited. I throw a IPO, my company will get 15 times shares of what is expected. The Stock Exchange Commission of America, like on our cigarette packets, told them to write this particular statement. This company has no assets, unable to pay dividends in foreseeable future. Still they kept on like we can only warn, but can't keep fools away. People still started investing and getting into bubble and the crash. Then came 60s, another boom of conglomerate. Two big companies synergizing, they think that it will create wealth for them. They don't know that 2 plus 2 will remain 3 or can become 4, but I all thought it will become 5. And then that's how the crash happened. The boom came down of the conglomerate boom, we call it concept stocks. Very quickly it went off burst. This is what I like to say a few things which Dr. Vipul Jain can tell us later. This is of 70s Nifty 50 scam or crash. What he said, blue chips company, 4 dozens premier growth stocks occurred. They included IBM, Xerox, Kodak, Polaroid, Disney, McDonald. They were all big capitalization, large caps. They all sold, keep it as a family heirloom, shut it and forget it. Never sell your stocks, keep it till the death or even hand it over to your children. It is one decision stock, no other decision of sell. Just keep it. What happened is these institutional investors became retail investors like behavior. They started speculating in this Nifty 50 stocks and ignoring that company can never grow fast if the PE is 80 to 90. The PEs were 80 to 90, still they were investing in such stock of Nifty 50 index sort of a thing. Soon the debacle followed and the crash came. This is just to tell you, the stupidity, if it is enclosed in a good selling package, you will still buy it. This was roaring 80s in USA. This is a mania of again new issues of IPOs, microelectronics, biotechnology mania. Today, all hot issues will become tomorrow's duds. Please understand this. We already seen that in dot-com burst. There is one good example I'll try to give you how people can cheat you even in a developed world. Z-Best, a bubble company, was floated. The promoter was known as Barry Minkow. He was just having a carpet cleaning company. He was called on Oprah Winfrey show and he was known as a wonder boy of making millions of dollars for the investor. Though he launched a Ponzi scheme, went bust in 87. He again repeated, came back in 89 with 57 frauds. He was convicted. In 2011, he was again convicted with multiple frauds. In 2014, he embezzled the church money, became a priest and convicted, and he is in the jail. A movie was also made, a con man on him. So remember, such things do happen in stock exchange. Don't try to mimic Barry Minkow. This is another bubble, or this is the blackest Monday of the history in 1987. 44% previous year closing at 1855 was Dow Jones. Crude prices came down by more than 50% because of because of the Iran war or Middle East war, 1986. October 19 will be written as a black Monday always because the Dow fell 508 points from 1738. From 2246 to 1738, 22% loss, 500 billions single day drop, never happened any stock exchange. 3 days market loss, 5 times of India's GDP, then GDP, 5 times. So what they blamed, they said the computer was selling automatically, what machine? Stop loss was triggered and all the blame went because of that, the loss which has happened. That was in 80s. This was what I was talking about. 50s to 90s, the real estate went 75 times. 90s, real estate stock reached 20 trillion, 20 times of the entire world wealth in Japan. Double the world stock prices, 5 times of American properties. This rising helium bubble prices zoomed 100 times. 89 Japanese stocks valued at 4 trillion, 1.5 times of US equities, 45% of world equity. Stocks sold at 60 times earnings. Book value is 5, dividend 200 times. In contrast, stocks in USA were selling at 15 times, and London stocks were selling at 12 times. NITT company, you must have heard, it's a giant telecom industry. The valuation exceeded IBM, ATT, Exxon, GE put together. Can you imagine the madness? Then, the Nikkei index is a Japanese stock exchange index. All of you know that. In 80, it was 40,000. In 1980, the index was 40,000, collapsed 14,000, drop of 63,000 in August 92. The stock markets remained depressed for next several decades, which I was talking about. It never recovered. 18 March, Nikkei index became 21,000, and today, in November, is still 28,000. Where is 40,000 and where is 28,000? The real estate is totally crashed. It's the most densely populated country where real estate is shortage, but still the crash is there. There's no rise in price of real estate. That is what the crashes can occur. So the explosive bubbles of the 2000, you all remember now, it's just 10 years back. We all remember ourselves. .com burst, the internet burst. Any company, AjayKumar.com, sell 8 trillion I would have made in that storm. year output of economics of Germany, France, England, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Russia completely disappeared with this dot-com bubble. Nasdaq 400% rise and 80% fall in 2002. It was the trade center attack which happened at that time. They had 80% fall. The next bubble came, we all remember, is Lehman Brothers bubble, which is known as US housing bubble. The crash of 2007 and crash of 2010. 50% decline of the worst after the greatest depression we just now said. Subprime bubble we call it, meltdown. Lehman Brothers were wiped out. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, they were real estate guys who were buying houses for Americans. They are no more existing. The Great Recession which spread around the world, the economics around the world have crashed. I just now told Germany, Europe. And I was talking to Jay Prakash the other day, Enron. What happened to Enron? Enron came to India and Bombay to make a biggest electricity generating company. It rose and went bankrupt, wiping out $65 billion. The $65 billion wiped out between 85 to 2001 by what now we know as a creative accounting, nothing but fraud accounting. Currently, we have seen this Bitcoin bubbles. So I at least personally try to be away from encouraging my friends from investing in Bitcoin. The collapse is dramatic and we are still facing it. So there are certain rules in the stock exchange. Everybody said Rakesh Jhunjhunwala made money because he had an insider knowledge of Lupin Pharma. He has an inside knowledge of Tata Titan. Insider knowledge is such a devastating thing. Only few of you get it. But what government wanted to do is put everything in the website, the accounts of every company. It is we should analyze, we should think, and everybody should have equal opportunity. If somebody gets unequal information, they will make money and they will suffer like this. First fellow to get insider trading conviction is Jeffrey Collier in 87 in England. The second fellow, Ivan Boski, he was also convicted in 87 for 3.5 years prison, and he was charged $100 million fine in USA. US attorney we all heard in New York called Indian guy, Preet Bharara. He convicted a Sri Lankan called Rajaratnam. For 11 years he was convicted. Along with the same time, Preet Bharara convicted our own Indian settled in America, Rajat Gupta, the poster boy of India, who was a Goldman Sachs chief, who was McKinsey's chief. He went to prison and paid $5 million. He was an orphan from Calcutta. He migrated to America. He never had any parents or relatives. He achieved the top position in Goldman Sachs and McKinsey in 2012, but he also fell for the same scam, insider trading with Rajaratnam. With a one telephone call, they caught him. Samuel Waxel, Martha Stewart, 7 years, 4.3 million fine, 5 months with this guy. Bernie Madoff is the biggest con man and an insider trader. He died in the prison, 150 years term convicted. Restitution to the people whom he has taken money. Government told him from his liquidating his assets to pay back $170 billion. Still they are paying. His son committed suicide. Other son went bankrupt. So Bernie Madoff is this example where you should not believe people and go by quick become rich schemes. In India, we have passed an act in 2015 yet to convict anybody. This is another good example I thought I should tell you. Barings Bank is a very famous bank whose customer is Queen of England. Queen Elizabeth was a very prominent and big customer of this England. Nick Nielsen is a Britisher who went to Singapore. He became a manager of this bank and he started doing speculation during the Japanese collapse time probably. He used and lost $1.4 billion, that is 827 million pounds eventual, twice the bank's trading capital. The bank's trading capital itself was not there, and double the time he speculated and collapsed the bank, insolvent in 97. Leeson brought down well-respected oldest financial institution in Britain, used by Queen and her family. So don't think any bank in India is sacrosanct. What is good today, it can come down with one man's small tricks. So we have in India, now you have been listening to the foreign collapses and crashes. In India, what happens? We have a peculiar situation here. The promoters have got a very big habit of doing what we call as accounting frauds. So Saurabh Mukherjee, in his book Diamonds in the Dust, which all of you must have read and should read, in his forensic accounting, he found only 20% out of 1,300 large listed company to have a clean companies, he called them. So you have got a very small percentage of companies in which you can invest in stock exchange. 70% of the Indian banks and non-bank financial companies have poor quality accounting and destroyed the well in 16 to 20 almost completely. What do? They do deceptive accounting. These are the words coined by Saurabh Mukherjee, and it is now well accepted. What do? Creative accounting. What do? Naughty accounting. So you should be aware of these things. Don't go by website, whatever the company has posted, what has the NSE has accepted. These are the accountings which led to the collapse of our Indian companies. Already you have mentioned some of them, heard about them. These are our Hyderabad company. This is our another Hyderabad company. Sanjay lost year in Deccan Chronicle, thinking it's an Hyderabad company and very well. Manpasand is a beverage. Suzlon, my friend, is still investing, thinking he will get more money later on. HDIL, they are investing. Rico gone, nowhere it is to be seen. Educomp, if you see the company in the stock exchange. Cox and Kings, I was about to hire them for my Pedicon 2016 when I was the chief organizing secretary. The vice president came to Hyderabad, had a meeting with me to hire them. Luckily, we did not hire. We went to Thomas, who's that, the other guy? Thomas Cook we have hired. So that went into almost liquidation, gone. We actually me and Indra took a ticket from them for a China trip, Cox and Kings. So at that time, it was trying to sell the cheapest tickets to the people. And they created so many things like Tulip Star, Easy Go One Travel, Stud. All this, it belonged to Cox and Kings. And who bought Cox and Kings? Ajit Kerkar. Ajit Kerkar was a Indian hotels chief, Tata Group of Hotels of Bombay, who was present during the terrorist attack. So he was such a good man, but when he took over Cox and Kings and wanted to make his own way, he gone down. Amtech, Diwan Housing, Sahara, a biggest scandal, Sahara. Karvi, again Indian. ILNFS, again Hyderabadi. These two, S-Bank is in doldrums before the government took over with 500 crores bailout. So you have to remember, they can go up and down and they can collapse. These are our biggest stock market crashes in India. Remember, India also had 1865, the Dalal Street, what we call Rampart Row and Meadow Street crash, 96% fall. Even the Bombay population of 25% wiped out. They left Bombay and went off to the villages because they could not survive in that fall. Almost 20% went away. The BSE shut down. This is the famous Kolkata Bears attack on Reliance shares. I was present and I remember this because we started having, all of you, Reliance shares from 1976. And this is where the Dhirubhai Ambani survived. And single-handedly he brought the culture of the stock among our population in spite of this bear attack from Kolkata, and 3 days it made our BSE to shut down. So liberalization got Harshad Mehta, Ketan Parekh, all these people. So these are the various things which has happened. The latest which is happening is March 20, COVID-19, 13% down, 18% down, same March 20, March 12, when it was announced, lockdown was announced. So the Sensex and Nifty were this much, 2,900 points down by the Sensex. It was 30,000. How much is Sensex today? 62,000. Almost 30,000 it has gone up from 2020. So crashes, booms, they all come, probably they go. So how to survive these bubbles? You have invested lakhs, Indra Pawan has said, I am investing 3 lakhs. From 2 lakhs, she has raised her corpus budget of investing. How to survive? How do we know? Exit early. Put aside FOMO. What is FOMO? Fear of missing the opportunity. This share is very good. Please invest. Please invest. Sell into the strength, not into the weakness. If you exit late, there may be riskier in waiting until the bubble pops. Don't wait till the bubble pops. But when the bubble pops, we don't know. It is always a retrospective diagnosis. So make money when you are having a high, play it very safe. Venture abroad. If you have become good investor, try to venture abroad. So these are some of the things. And how to avoid market crash? Set yourself a avoid crash policy. Watch for triggers of the massive sell-off. The movement, sell-offs don't occur in one day nowadays. As I said, there are circuit breakers. If there are massive sell-off occurs, come out. Look for signs about to crash. Only Soren should tell us. And stop loss, this is another which is there in every app which we are having, like Zerodha, in Grow, in Stock Exchange, in Stock Edge, and also in Upstock. Stop loss is there. So if you bought a share for 1,000 today, put a stop loss of 900. Anytime the stop loss goes, it will get sold off without even your knowledge. You can do that. And try to invest in defensive and non-cyclical stocks rather than in cyclical stocks. And don't put all your eggs in the market. We have been talking about various allocation. So try and spread out your investments. Lessons from the Black Monday and other crashes, market crashes. This is very good news for us. They are temporary, except the Japanese crash. Some of the steepest rallies occur after the crash. As I said, COVID crash, 30,000. Now we are at 60,000. So you should remain firm in your objective. Do not follow herd immunity psychology or do panic trading. In fact, crashes provide an excellent opportunity to pick up your wish list. You always make a 10 of your wish list. If this Tata Steel falls to 90, I will buy. That wish list you can do during the crashes. So, Sir Nathan Rothschild, you must have heard about Waterloo battle. You have heard about Waterloo battle? Those days, no internet, no telephones, no telegrams. In 1815, a war was going on between France and England. Waterloo battle. Everybody, the stock exchange of England was waiting with bated breath. What will be the outcome this winter, the last day of the war? Sir Nathan Rothschild, a rich gentry lord of England, he had the information system with pigeons flying with the letters. The England won the battle. He knew it one day before on Sunday. He did not allow that news to be leaked out. People started selling, market crashed. There was a blood flowing on the streets. He picked up all those shares next day on Monday, made 6 million profit in one day. That's why many people hate him for not sharing the knowledge. It doesn't happen now. Now the knowledge is open to all of us. Our brain is more important to decide. So stay focused on the long-term strategy. As Dr. Suresh has told, as Dr. Sanjay has said, it is not going to buy today and buy tomorrow. This is my last slide, and I cannot close it with Benjamin Graham's quote. Every share, every stock is worth its cash flow. I think Soren will tell post-lunch in his wonderful talk, which is we are waiting. If there is a cash flow, that stock is worth buying or holding. So recognize eventually the market. Vipul Jain sir has also said, market will know the true value of the stock. Those who believe in the efficient market theory, Warren Buffett sir doesn't believe. Dr. Pabrai, Manish Pabrai, his clone investor also doesn't believe. They use their brain on estimating probability, what Soren has said. They say the coin when you put up, once it is head, one is its tail, so 50% you lose, 50% you win. Still, he clones Warren Buffett's portfolio. They are super people. We should recognize the market, the true value of each stock. With that, I end the talk of the crashes, bubbles, and how do you recognize. Be careful. Thank you very much. I think we will, I'll take questions, but we will break for the lunch also, and we'll have talks after that. Any questions for me? Don't get scared. It's not that bad what I have told you, the stock exchange. We are in the bubble. We have crossed 5 years. I think more than 5 to 7 years in India. India is already in the bubble. So when it crashes, we don't know. We are in the bubble. So post lunch, we will break for lunch a short period if you want to go home early at 4:30 or 4. We have got wonderful talks post lunch. We have got Soren's talk, how to identify a good stock. We have got Satish Vadapalli from Vizag waiting for his quick, short, sweet talk of right stock, right time, right price, how to check. We have got a talk on, as I said, gold and trending, how the gold is trending now, what to do. Digital gold is better than physical gold. Then we have got a retirement with regular pension dream, which you can make it happen. So many people say you don't have a retirement plan, you can't make retirement plan, because about 75% of Americans don't have retirement plan, which is taken care of their 30 years of living. They always are fearful that they'll survive more than their retirement corpus. So how to make a retirement plan? Vipul sir, you have seen already his talk. He is going to talk on retire with a regular pension, dream which you can make it. I think he has got good solutions, and you can have question and answers at the time. Time will be there, so please be ready for it. Let's come back in 30 minutes, shall we say? This is 1 o'clock now. Shall we say we will be back here at 1:35? It is 1:35 we'll be back. Thank you very much. We'll break for lunch for being such wonderful participants. Very good afternoon to you all once again. We will start the afternoon sessions. We have got 4 interesting sessions in the afternoon and very important topics also in management and wealth creation and protection, whatever you call it. First and foremost, we have got Dr. Satish Vadapalli, who was supposed to be here physically. He is not present. He is going to talk a short talk, very precise, very straightforward on when, how, and select a good share, a good stock in the stock market. When to buy, what to buy, when to sell, how to select, what is the checklist he is going to talk. And after that, a long session, and that will be a real wonderful session. Actually, I wait for it when Soren talks. He is a knowledge of of full stock exchange knowledge. So he himself is a stock exchange, Soren Stock Exchange. So then after that, Dr. Vipul Jain will come back, and also we have got Harish second talk on gold and trends. So after these 4 talks, which are not very long, except a long talk of Dr. Soren, which is worthwhile doing it, we will close the session. And if you have any talks, questions, we will take up and close with the closing remarks. So I think Dr. Satish is online, and we invite Dr. Satish to talk on his topic. Welcome, Dr. Satish. Can you hear us? Yeah.
Progress.
Can you hear us?
Will I take on, sir?
Good afternoon, Satish.
Yes, Satish, thank you very much. You are
Good afternoon.
online.
Please,
You are
Ajay
visible.
sir, let me know if you face any difficulty.
And you can start your talk now of 15-20 minutes, whatever, and let's see. Bye.
So, first of all, thank you very much, Ajay sir. I'm a huge fan of the presentation. I missed it. But yeah, thank you so much for giving the opportunity, PATS and IPTCD. Can a common investor use a simple tool to identify a good stock at the right time and for the right valuation or price?
Dr. Satish, your voice is not coming. It's breaking in between. Do you have the connection stable?
Yeah, it's a LAN connection, sir. Shall I switch on to some?
Now it is good. It was breaking in between.
Okay. I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are good with this LAN connection.
You're good.
Now.
You're good now. You're fine now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, hi, I am Dr. Satish Vadapalli, lead consultant neonatologist in Apollo Hospitals. I am a finance graduate from Andhra University. I have finished my equity research analyst certification and license from NISM, and I am an investment officer in a firm called VS Fintech Private Limited. Sir, my voice is audible clear?
You make it full screen, Dr. Satish.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are full screen now.
Done, sir. So today I'm going to keep it very brief. Only 3 questions. Before you buy any stock, any fund, anything, ask yourself 3 questions. First question is it the right stock? Is it the right time to buy? Is it the right price to buy? Most people I have seen in the conversations, they have defined how to define the right stock. And most of them have been very good, very correct. I will just summarize into 3 steps how to identify a good stock. Ajay sir, one small request from my side. I will have one question to ask the audience. If you have to tell the number of variables that will decide the company's future stock price, how many are they going to be? at least 10, at least 5, 1 or several? Anybody who answers this question correct?
Can you repeat the question, Dr. Satish?
How many variables can predict the stock price in future?
Okay. So you all got the question. Any answers to Dr. Satish?
Options?
So
several,
many.
like 20 and odd, some like 10, 5, 1 or difficult to predict?
Only one.
Only one?
Yeah.
So please take a opinion from the others as well, sir.
Others are telling so many. Some people are saying many.
So at least so options are 1, 2 to 5, 5 to 10 and about 10.
5. Majority are telling 5.
So we'll come back to the question very soon, sir. So today I'm going to make it absolutely simple. My mentor used to say, Satish, the best of the complex equations fit into a simple equation. Be it stock prediction, be it outcome of a baby, be it the India's growth or the global economy. Fits into simple equations. And today we are going to see what is that simple equation going to be that can predict the stock journey. So first of all, how to identify that right stock which we are going to predict. So very simple, I simply quote from my mentor, Warren Buffett. He used to say, only 3 things you ask yourself. Is the company having a sustainable competitive advantage? But how do you do that? Very simple. Very simple. The company should be having consistently rising profits and should be having sustainable margins. This year I make 40%, next year I make 30%, 20%. No. This year I make 40%, 40%, 40%, 40%, 40%, 40%. So because I'm having a sustainable competitive advantage, I should have been able to maintain a healthy margin and a growth in profit, consistent growth in profit. I will show you some of them at the end. Second question, ask yourself, is the company requiring frequent and significant debt? Warren Buffett used to believe a highly profitable, long-lasting company will hardly need debt. The profit it makes builds up for all the requirements and some more profits. Am I audible, sir? So, rolling profits let you run the company. Third thing is the company's reserves or the book value should constantly increase. We will have some example at the end of the journey, but these are the 3 points which I always check. Rising reserves and book value, rising profits, and significantly nil debt. And consistency in all these things. So this is the simple stock, how to identify the right stock. How to identify the right time. We have all been hearing that timing in market is not important, but time is spent is important. I agree with the second point of time, but the first thing I totally disagree. That although you cannot pinpoint the crash, but you can, with a reasonable understanding, understand, is it a good time to invest or not? Today we are going to see how to invest that. Sir, I'm just swapping to something. Just let me know if I'm visible or not. Is it visible, sir? So here we have 4 phases of a stock market. I will keep it. Yeah. So you can see there is a crash, 50% loss of wealth, and then you get a 100% profit. Because 50 rupees becoming 100 is 100% profit. Most people miss this phase out. Then you have a second correction or a second crash. You won't say a crash, but a second correction. And because it's around 20-25%, you usually end up with 50% profits on the upward journey. And then you have something called a boom phase, where the whole market euphoria, everyone's buying and buying, this is growing, that is growing. And then you usually end up with 25 to 20%. So a typical market cycle goes at 100%, 50%, 20%, and 6%. The average of which is nearly 15%. Provided you invest in the crash phase as well. If you miss out the crash phase, then you are left only with 8-10%. For example, if you notice here, if I missed the crash phase and I have begun in 2009, the total profits I make will be to order of 10% only. So the bottom line here is, don't try to catch the bottom, but identify the phase you are in. So now the question is, we have identified what is a crash phase. What is a consolidation phase? Post crash, you have a consolidation phase. And then you have a boom phase. So the right kind of stocks to buy are, in a crash phase, defensive stocks are best. FMCGs, pharmas, they always will stay afloat in a crash as well. In the recovery phase, the first things to run away is high quality stocks. Reliance, we have to buy at the crash, not now. TCS, you have to buy at the crash, not now. The high quality ones always run away very first in the race, and then they stabilize. Once you have reached the consolidation phase, once you reach the consolidation phase, the whole market is flat, sideways, like the phase from last Jan till this Jan. The market was sideways, consolidation. We should invest in growth stocks. Growth stocks are stocks which have got high EPS growth year by year, like that. Okay? And once all these three phases are over, crash, recovery, consolidation, now you are set for the high euphoria of the market. Everybody is buying and buying and buying. You also ride that tide. Whatever people are buying, you buy. Have the momentum stock, alpha stock. I will show you what exactly are alpha stocks, what exactly are beta stock, growth stocks, what are quality stocks, what are defensive stocks. So I hope this point is simple and clear. And this cycle repeats every 10 years. You can go back and check any 10 years, 2001 and 2, big crash, 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, consolidation, 6 to 9, again a boom phase. And this repeats and repeats and repeats. Now coming to, how do we define what phase we are currently in? If you can see here, it's as simple as a no-brainer. We have crashed, we have recovered, and now we are in the consolidation phase. I am assuming this consolidation phase will last until 2024 to 25. So, following at which point of time you should be investing in high growth stocks. This is not the time for high quality stocks. This is the time for high growth stocks. Most of my friends invested in TCS, Reliance somewhere here last January, and they're all in either flat returns or negative returns. As simple as that. So identifying this simple phase, these 4 phases, will help you solve 80% of your journey. You pick up any quality stock in this crash phase or in the recovery phase, 95% possibility you will end up in high profits. Now, coming to the discussion, what are defensive stocks, what are value stocks, what are growth stocks, what are momentum stocks? I will not complicate it, I'll keep it simple. Momentum stocks are the stocks when the price runs. These run very fast compared to others. The boom phase stocks. And this is the equation I will tell in detail later how to calculate momentum of a stock. Then comes value stock. In a crash, the cheapest stocks, undervalued stocks, you take these 4 equations, PE, PB, low PB as well, low PS, price to sales ratio, and very high dividend yield. These are called value stocks. You club all of them, whichever comes highest, invest in them. Value stocks. In a recovery phase, value stocks pick up well and quality stocks pick up well. Now coming to quality stocks. Which companies are called quality stocks? So we take ROE, debt to equity, and EPS growth. The formulas are slightly complex. I will discuss in detail later. The last thing is growth stocks. As I told you, in a consolidation phase, the phase we are right now in, you are supposed to invest in high EPS growth-based stocks. So that solves the answer for right timing. If you can identify the time that you are sitting in, if you can identify the right stock, in a consolidation phase, we are going to buy growth stocks. Now the third question comes, am I getting this growth stock at a good price or not? So the third question is it right price or not? So I just asked you one question, how many variables are required to predict the stock price or the valuation? So the answers, Ajay sir, can you tell the majority answer or the exceptional answers, please?
Majority said 5, Dr. Satish. I said 1, but I think none is the correct answer. One delegate said none.
Okay. So I will try to keep it simple, sir. You are right. Simplest equation of prediction of a stock. Stock price or any equation should be a linear equation between the variables, and that variable is profit. Any company you take, stock price follows religiously the profits. Today I'm going to show you in real time how it happens. So X here is profits, A is P, B is net worth. And today we'll see how it exactly works. So please, sir, Ajay sir, can you just name some stocks of your choice? Some good stocks that you have been investing into? Or any of the candidates?
Asian Paints.
Asian Paints, very good stock. So, are you able to see my screen, sir?
Lot of data.
Yes. So I have opened the screener. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
Have a look at this. The compounded profit growth and the stock price growth in 10 years. Don't look at 3 years, 4 years. Profits have grown less. Price has grown higher. Is it difficult for you to make a guess that this stock is currently overvalued? It is as simple as that. I'm trying to keep valuation very simple for you. Let us go into a simple stock like HDFC Bank. The company, this is HDFC Bank. The profit growth has been 22% over 10 years. The stock has grown only 17% in 10 years. 3% per year into 10 years is nearly 70 to 80%. So this stock is set to rise 70 to 80% from here to fair valuation. Usually such stocks go over valuation. So I am hoping HDFC Bank from here should be giving you 70% upside in a span of 2 to 3 years. So let's look at some stocks called Eicher Motors. Here the stock has given 19% growth, profits, and price has grown 29%. This is overvalued stock. If you look at any simple stock like TCS or other stocks, profit growth, price growth. A fair valued company usually will have profit prices slightly above profits or close to profits. Currently the stock I am looking at reasonable just for my sharing is HDFC AMC. This is the market leader. It fits into all the criteria of our best stock investment. So coming down to its profit growth, the profit has grown in the past 4 years or 5 years at a significant rate of 20%. And the price has not grown anywhere. It's 1700, still 1700. It is set to give you 20% into 5 years, at least double the value in next couple of years. So all these things which I have mentioned, the simple equation, simple stock and profit growth, they will hold true if you are holding for more than 5-10 years. In a span of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, they can go haywire. But the equation holds perfectly true for any stock and holdings about 10 years. You can have slightly more prices, but not underpricing. So I will give you a small hint of how exactly we do valuation. This is my last slide. So if you have to value AMC, HDFC, AMC at today's price, that Satish, today's price is like what? Just for people's information, this new Excel, Office 365 Excel, gives you stock prices and so many data instantly in the Excel right away. So for example, this is HDFC AMC, and I want to click on what is equal to P3 dot, and you can get 52-week high, 52-week low, company's P ratio, current P ratio, and so many things. Okay? So here we are seeing that the company has made a profit of 300 crores to 1300 crores in the past 10 years. The growth of which has been nearly 18%. I am assuming for next 10 years, company will give me at least 15% growth. So that's a good growth scenario. So whenever you do valuation for a company, take up 3 things. One is good growth, one is average growth, and one is bad growth. In a good growth scenario, 15% should be a good growth because company is giving 18%. And we see that the profit after 10 years in 2032 at 15% growth will be approximately what? 5,000 crores, nearly 4 to 5 times. And that makes it 5,600 crores. The simple calculation for market cap should be as simple as PE into net profit after 10 years. So I will make it simple after 10 years. So calculate net profit after 10 years based on a rough approximation. And take an average P, which is 35 here. I have taken something like, let us take 35. And that makes it 20 lakh crores. Currently it's 4 lakh crores, if I'm not wrong. No, 4,000 crores. No, 4 lakh crores. Currently it's sitting at 4 lakh crores. And we are looking at 20 lakh crores in 10 years. So 4 times the stock price will be growing. And that will be a profit margin of nearly 15 to 18% for you. So in a good growth, you are going to get 20 lakh crores. In an average growth, which we can assume 10%, you are looking at something, sorry. Okay. So, into 10%. Sir, sorry, sir. I just finished now. Present value. So it's going to be 3,000 crores at the average growth, which will be 12 lakh crores. The last case, worst case is if the company gives a very bad growth, it is definitely going to go at the rate of inflation, and that will be around 6%. And that will give you approximately 8 lakh crores. So here, what Warren Buffett says is, you need not be very accurate about the growth projection. Take a reasonable average growth, take the reasonable profits after 10 years and just multiply them. PE into average PE is 35, which you saw here, PE ratio. That PE you take and multiply it. PE into net profits is market cap. This is how we value stocks. If a company fits into right stock category, for example, HDFC is a very good stock, right time, currently its consolidation phase and HDFC is a high growth stock, and it's currently at a good valuation. I'm assuming company will be giving me a growth of at least 3 to 4 times in next 10 years, which will be a CAGR equal to 15 to 18%. What Warren Buffett says is, in these calculations, you need not take too many complex equations into consideration. All the businesses are around only one variable, that is profit. This is the simplest valuation method which we do. If you keep doing this valuation repeatedly, let us say this valuation is slightly wrong. You can take something like a discounting of 30% on it. So Satish said 8 lakh crores. Let's say 30% less, 6 lakh crores. What one would call as margin of safety. So, putting in a nutshell, you have to calculate PE ratio, you have to calculate profit after 10 years, and you have to calculate market cap after 10 years. And if this market cap is what you're looking forward to in 10 years, go for the stock. Thank you so much for giving me a time. That's all from my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Satish. Wonderful presentation. Actually, you have taught us the secret of the market. This is the formula what most of them do and predict and tell us.
Yeah, most of them.
And you have shared that secret with us. Thank you very much. Any questions to Dr. Satish? Dr. Yashwant on the floor has got a question for you.
Sure, sir. So, I will just address you a small question here. So, this promoter holdings, the amount of debt, the losses they are making, all this is noise. So, promoter holding, for example, let me give you a small example. HDFC Bank, there is no promoter. The entire company is public. Public. Promoters hold hardly any percent of the company. Rest of things is being held by the public and institutional buyers. So what I mean to say is, in a short run, from 4 to 8 quarters, decreasing promoter holdings, increasing promoter holdings may cause fluctuations. But eventually, all that leads to what? What are you worried about? Because promoters are leaving, profits may go down. And that profit down will bring about a drop in the price. One point I'd like to tell here is, most of my colleagues call me and say, Satish, this stock has got this news. Satish, this stock has got debt equity ratio increasing. Satish, this stock has got huge debts on it. Satish, this stock has got decreasing net cash, free cash flows. Take my word, whatever negative thing you have heard about the company on the media has been fed to you to let go of that company. I'll give you a small example. I don't usually talk about individual stocks, I talk about sectors only, but this one stock I would like to talk about. How many of you are going to say LIC is a good bet at this point of time? LIC is a good bet at this point of time. If I say, Ajay sir, you go out and buy LIC right now, how many of you are going to agree with that?
Nobody is raising the hand.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Yashwant, Dr. JP has raised, 2 people have raised their hands saying LIC is a good stock.
So let me tell you a real story behind LIC. We all know that the maximum stock market movement is done by fund houses, which contribute 60 to 70% of the stocks buying and selling. And we know that 90% of the fund houses will have to buy the top 10 stocks into their portfolio invariably. We all agree with this fact, right? And everybody will buy Reliance, everybody will buy HDFC, everybody will buy ICICI, everybody will buy Asian Paints, and they will be forced to buy LIC. You tell me, if there was such a big hype about LIC, how would you sell it? How would you leave the LIC stock to buy for the big fund houses? How will they ever be able to buy at a cheap price? So what they do normally is, they release all the negative news. LIC का value कम हो गया है, uska market share is going down. LIC, I think, is the government company not working very well. Policies are coming down because other private players are coming. And all nonsense. The stock plummets from 1,000 rupees to 600 and possibly 500. At which point of time, every fund house will start buying the stock. And how will they buy it? They'll not buy in 500% in one go. 1 week 50, 1 week 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Across 4 quarters they will buy, or 8 quarters they will buy. And the negative news will keep on circulating in the market for 8 quarters. Suddenly you'll realize, Are Satish, the price went up. I thought it's a very bad company. And then they will analysts come to tell, LIC is a very good stock, doing very well, and these things. Most of the impression you hold about the stock comes from paid media, which gives you the opposite of what fund houses are thinking. I would insist here that look at the simple numbers here. Profits have been growing tremendously. Companies' profit growth for the past 5 years, it's not even 10 years, but 10 years has been around 13-14%. And the stock has not given a single percent profit in the past 1 year of listing. I believe that LIC being the government's major cow for cash, it cannot end up into losses. 4 quarters later, we'll have a meeting again and we'll discuss about LIC.
Yes. Dr. Satish, thank you very much. I think that analysis is good. We have to wait for 4 quarters, as you said, to find out. We will now move on to the next topic of the day. Thank you very much. We have got now Dr. Chape Soren. He's from SBS Medical College. And he's going to talk on how to build a stock investing system, stock selection criteria, portfolio building. How do you make your own portfolio of the stocks? When do you enter and when do you exit? What are the rules? And what are the tools you can use to do this from none other than Dr. Chape Soren. Your attention to Dr. Chape Soren. It's a session of about 30 to 40 minutes and there will be interactions. Thank you. Dr. Satish is well versed in the stock selections and the fundamental analysis mainly. He's very strong in fundamental analysis.
Hello? Hello? Audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon to all. So, almost Dr. Satish has done my job easier. Okay, because most of the thing what I wanted to tell, he has already told. Still, again, few basic things I will be going. So usually, if one is learned about how to invest stocks, you don't need mutual fund at all. Okay. How many of you are agree? Yes, majority. If I am investing in a mutual fund for 1 crore rupees, how much is the expense ratio usually we pay? If actively managed fund, nearly 2%. Passively managed fund, 0.8 to 1%. So if 1% I am paying in 1 crore, means 1 lakh each year I am paying. Okay, every year you will be paying 1 lakh. And what they have done, the portfolio of 40, 50 stocks will be there. Do you need 40, 50 stocks? Not at all. Okay, why we need a number of stocks? Just to reduce the risk. What risk will reduce? By diversification. One is different sectoral risk will be reducing. Multiple sector, if the one sector is down, other sector will be doing good. One. Number two will be reducing market cap risk. Okay, different market caps will be large cap, mid cap, small caps will be there. Will be reducing that things. And second thing, last one. And third thing is what we can do by individual investors. If I have a basket of 20 stocks, if one stock is doing good, I can average it up, I can go up to 10, 15 also, because that is doing good for me. But mutual fund manager, what is there? They have a cap. They cannot exceed beyond that particular percentage, even if stock is doing very good. They have to sell profit-making stocks. So what they will be doing? They will be cutting the winners. Okay, but we cut the losers, ride the winners. That should be the thing. Next will be on. Okay. So now, my talk is how to build a stock investing system. Now, the important thing, building. So, building are based on the sound foundation. So, what is that? When I'm building a stocks of group of stocks, all should be based on the sound fundamentals. That is mandatory first criteria. That's why what the sound fundamental means to me. Two and most important thing, whichever the business I am investing should be debt free and should be generating enough cash. Okay, whatever the investment amount should be making a profits. That's two sound fundamentals, and that is run by an able promoter. So that is the based on sound foundation of fundamental. Next thing is the system. So what is the system earlier? So what Indian marriage system is सातों जन्म के 7 फेरे मारते हैं. If 7 births we having together, but investing one should not. Our investing marriage should be a contract, and that contract is based with the terms and condition. So I am ready to cut the loser. At any point I am getting a loser, I'll be cutting. Okay. So that's the thing to take over. No emotions should be there in the investment. So that is what the Ganga and the Shantanu, Ganga and Shantanu, they have in terms and conditions. So once condition is there, you will be leaving that business. So disclaimer for this, all whatever the stocks names I will be taking, those are only for educational purpose, or they will be a part of my portfolio of my family. Should not be considered as a business recommendations, and do your due diligence before investing. So what we will be learning this session is first is basic principles, law of probability, principles how the investment makes a profit, the point for investment, product, how to identify the product and services which to be invested, promoters, how to make portfolio, briefly about the psychology, and the patience to hold. And most important is the system. What system will be? System should, system of making a portfolio, system for the adding, when to add, when to buy, when to add, and when to exit. And why we don't want the donkey work of doing so much of research. Our system will throw you out whenever something is not ruling. Because at the beginning of the investment per se, we have decided when to exit. When my thesis proves wrong, I have expected this company is doing some capex. Some infrastructure is building, and this much generator profit is expected. If that does not go with 3 to 4 quarters, I may exit. Because from the beginning itself, they have decided within next 2 to 3 years, we will be making this much profit. If that goes wrong, I am going to exit. I may not hold upon it. So that process is screening process, analyzing a sector, because sectors moves together. That's why analysis of sector is important. Next is company analysis. Some technical, very brief, or 2 or 3 things I'll be. Now how to allocate, how to size, position sizing means how much of capital I'll invest first, then how I'll build up in the next level. And few tools for doing a screen as well as technical analysis. So when buying a stocks, first and foremost thing is one should be financially literate how to do this fundamental and technical analysis. And after finding out a stock, he has a vision to see, courage to buy, and a patience to hold these stocks over a long duration depending upon the performance of the stocks. Now the game of probability. Now in the game of probability, probability is always called a chance of happening something, and the life per se it is a probability, and investing as well. So that's why this, to win that probability is not the knowledge alone. If the knowledge alone could have been done, the big professors of the business school, they could have been the bigger investor, they could have harvested. But what we have known, Radhakrishna Damani, who has only a 12th grade, but he has become a big investor. The DMart owner, Radhakrishna Damani means. Okay, huge cap. So it is what initially first was built, almost 20 to 30% of the knowledge. Rest of them necessary is our emotions and the patience to hold them and ride the winners. That's the thing. So now so 2 things are there. When you are tossing a coin, suppose your heads are there, 2 rupees is the win, loss is there, 1 rupee is the loss. 100 tosses has been done. What are the odds of having profitable win? What percent is the chance of winning? Anybody? 50%. Yes? So even if you are right 50%, are you winning or losing? If each win 2 rupees, each loss 1 rupees. So you will be winning even 50% you are correct. Okay. So now this rule is called expectancy. If you are winning probability into average win 2 rupees. Okay, and minus loss probability into average loss. So you are winning even if you are 50% correct. We expect 50% correct over a long duration, make a capital. Even if you are correct. Now the thing is to correct. So 100% chance that we will be winning if 100 tosses are there. Why? This is the smaller sample size is the 1, 1, 1. But if larger the sample size, law of average kicks in. And even if we are right half of the time, we can make money over time as long as our expectancy is positive. And there is a rule to increase the expectancy. How we can make the expectancy? Increase the expectancy. So 3 ways to increase overall expectancy. First is increase the winning probability. How we can increase the winning probability? By investing in fundamentally growing company that are led by an able promoters. Fundamentally strong company, growing company, and is led by an able promoter. So I am increasing the chance of probability. That's the first thing has to be seen in a business. Next is invest in an optimal risk reward. So what was the initial thing? If I am winning 2 rupees, losing 1 rupee. Okay, so that's how risk reward we have assessed. Okay, risk is 1 rupee, but reward is 2 rupees. So how we can be done? By investing in a company, when the stock price, okay, is lesser than the value of the company. So that means, so there is an average win is greater than average loss. So you will be buying a stock below the intrinsic price. That's the second thing. Third thing is consistent position sizing. As he told, we are not supposed to invest in a single stock alone. So that way increasing the risk. So by investing in a basket of stock and position sizing, so you different similar proportion. Suppose 20 stocks is there, 5% each I will be investing. After that, I will be adding the winners, cutting the losers. That's important. So these are 3 principles by increasing the winning probability and investing in optimal risk reward situation with consistent position sizing. Next is the principle. Why we invest in the first place and what we get out of this. 2 things are there, cattle farm and the dairy farm. What is the difference between the 2? Assets are the same, both are the cattle are the assets. Okay, in the cattle farm, they will give birth to calves. Calves will increase in size. So what is the asset will increase? Overall asset will increase. That is the capital appreciation. But in the second, the asset is the same. Cows are there, but they will continuously giving milk. What we are getting continuous milk is the dividends. So now the investors get the money by increasing the capital appreciation, another is by dividends. Those are the two incomes we get out of investing the stocks. And what is that dividend? Dividend is nothing but the sales minus expense, what we are getting profit, out of the profit, whatever the capital reinvestment will be there, then whatever the money is left, that is reserve and surplus, that is distributed among the investors, and that is the dividend. Now, this is the most important slide of my presentation. Okay, most important slide of my presentation. Our investment returns depends upon the entry price and exit price. Okay, suppose I have invested entry price of 50 rupees and exit price of 100 rupees. Entry is 50, exit is 100. So what is the return? 2x return is there. Okay, and that indirectly depends upon two things: earnings at entry, earnings at exit. Suppose earnings at entry is 100 rupees, earnings at exit is earnings at entry 10 rupees, earnings at exit 50 rupees, suppose. So it gives me 5x returns. 5x. Next thing is the PE, price by earning per share. That is PE. PE at entry, PE at exit by PE at entry. So what happens, suppose when I have bought a share. Okay, I have bought at the 100 rupees share, which were earning 10 rupees and exit at 50 rupees. So now, how much is the PE at the entry? Price was 100, entry price was 10. So PE was, PE price was 100, but entry price was, earnings was 10. So it is, PE was at 10. Now that price of has increased to 1000 rupees. Price of the stock has increased to, okay, 1000 rupees, but earnings at exit was how much? 50. Now 10 to 50 is increased. Okay, EPS is increased to 50. So 1000 by 50 is becoming 20. So now I am getting a 20. So how much return has generated now? So almost there 20 times, here 2 times, almost 40 times it has become return. So these are the factors. So what? Now next will come. So next thing is this earnings will find out from the fundamental analysis, and this PE is basically the market sentiments of the peoples. We can find out from the technical analysis, that is called price and volume action. Okay, so both should increase. When the price is increasing, volume should also increase. That is mandatory. Okay, that is mandatory. If the volumes are not increasing, only price, it may go down. But if people are interested to buy at higher price with larger volume, larger quantity. That is important thing. So now we have known these two factors, market sentiment and earnings. And earnings is everything for business. Any investment, earnings is everything. Now how the earnings, what earnings depends upon the following 4 factors. We tell it is a 4-cylinder model. When the 4 cylinders fire together, earning is likely to get generated. Now, earnings is generated based on the pre-existing business or from a new business, what they are expanding. In the 4 things, what depends is, one is the sales growth should be there. As Dr. Satish has told, each year sales should go on increasing. Okay, and the sales or revenue is 2 things. One is the price should be increasing, and the number of items, whatever they are selling, or volume of items are selling should increase, both the things together. And first and foremost thing, existing business, how it can be. If industry per se is growing, everybody is likely to grow together. If any industry is growing, all will grow together. As sir has told, in the technology boom, if Dr. Ajay could have and share, it could have also risen, even if without business. That means particular sector was running together. Okay, that's the industry growth. Next is the market share gain. If the company is gaining market share, earlier was suppose 30% is there, now 50%. And when the market share gain opportunity is there, whenever the larger number of unorganized players are there, that's a more chance. Okay, so whenever the Titan was
Titan was listed and all, so much of unorganized sector business or jewelries were going on. So then they gained the market share from the unorganized sector much. That's why it was increased. Next is price increase. So price increase when it is possible. Whenever they have a good brand, big brand, and quality of the product they provide, then only this price they can increase. That is called pricing power. Okay? So only reputed brand, good quality product, they can only have a pricing power. Next is new product. If the company is launching new products or investing, going to geographical distribution is going on, or new category or premium product they are launching. Okay, basically they will tell, okay, this is a Maggi, this is Masala Maggi, and some other Maggi they will pay. Even soap also they will add something. New things just added up with that, and the new premium product they make. Next is operational leverage. Suppose you have a small nursing home of 20 beds of the pediatric ICU. But already now you are using only 10 beds only occupied. Okay, all infra are there, all staffs are there. With a 20 bed only you are using a 10 beds. You can increase the bed, that is the increasing capacity utilization. Expense will not increase, but your profit will increase. That's the capacity utilization. Benefits from common expenses. So now you have the staffs are there. So now if you are making ward boy, working as a ward boy, as a PRO. If he works both, expense is the same, but you are getting a advantage. So that is what the benefit from common expenses. Next is margin expansion. Margin improvements. So margin expansion means you will be reducing the cost of management and expenses. So where the margin comes? Your revenue and sales, expense and profit. If you reduce the expense, so you have expanded the margin. So margin expansion can be operational profit margin or the net profit margin increases. New high margin products, some things they can do. Okay, with same expense, just naming it something or adding some small things with that product, they can, and they will premium product, they will make it higher, value will be there. Next is the debt reduction. Any company reducing debt, all profit will go. Now if they are giving interest and all, once everything is interest and principal is paid off, all the profit goes to the investors of the company. So another is acquisition, new acquisitions. And to remember, new acquisitions has to be judicious acquisition which are profitable business. Okay, it should not be a new business which the company or promoters are not competent with. That acquisition usually fails. Okay, so one has to see. Even the largest company, the Tata Steel, they purchased a Chorus which was a big loss to them. Yeah. Now next thing is what will be return expectation. Return expectation. Anybody can, how much return you expect from the stocks investment? Yeah? 15%. How you decided upon that 15%? Okay. So now thing is that at least double the inflation. At least minimum. It should not be less. Inflation of 9% means I'll do 18%. That's good enough. Or you can think 2 times of the GDP also. GDP also nearly 7 or 8% is there. So more than 15%. So that can, if you have the target of 15 to 18%, you don't need to invest in a stocks, first thing. That can be achieved by just investing in index funds. Okay? So you don't need to invest in a stock by researching and doing the things. If somebody has intention to profit around 20 to 30% in between anything, then should go to the invest in stocks. Okay? Very simple thing. Okay? So now, why that much? So if somebody has a CAGR of 24%, every 3 years it doubles. Okay, 2x in 3 years. By 9 years you will be making, so 10 years you will be making 10 times. Suppose you have the 1 lakh, 10 lakhs. By 10 years, how much it becomes? 1 crore. So it could have been started earlier, 10 lakhs to 10 times. Okay. So 1 crore. But next 10 years it will keep again. First 10 years 1 crore. Next 10 years 10 crore. Next 10 years 100 crore can be possible. Okay, how much your investment capital? 10 lakhs. What is the duration? 30 years. What is the return? 24%, 25%. So it is possible. So keep aside that 10 lakhs and invest it, and you forget it. In between you monitor every 6 months once. That's all. But now is it possible to get 24% return? in passive, not possible. So some active involvement is necessary in that I'll tell in the portfolio strategy. Now this is the pond. So this is huge business opportunity, pond. So this is an ecosystem. In this ecosystem, how it will be related to our investment? It is very difficult. In the large, so many businesses are there, very difficult to study each and every business. Okay, but we can take a miniature size of this to understand how the business works. Okay, so now these are the two are the small pond miniature. We have taken a sample of this. So what is the first thing tells how? Smaller pond, but fish is proportionately larger. But there is a bigger pond, fish is smaller. Who has the larger size of opportunity size? Right side. So what we need next is it the pond itself is enough? No. Inherent property to grow. What is the genetics will be determined. The business should be there. And opportunity side will large. Okay. So business should, something will be growing. It should grow. If some business may not grow all the time. So you need both inherent property of the business and how we know that opportunity size. Whatever the company is doing business should be an essential services or product it should be selling. Then until it will increase. If it's not rare things, we will use rarely. So we'll not make profit. So profit is made from these companies who will be doing a business essential for the community or solving a human problem, and that is likely to sustain over a long duration. That will make the profit. Now, let us now come to the three scenarios. Now, any business which is making profit, do you think that's only that same company will do the business? Everybody will jump into it. Everybody will jump into all, we tell high ROC business, all companies will jump into it. Then what will happen? There will be competition among the two. But who will survive? Who has the competitive advantage? And that competitive advantage may be a quality promoter, or maybe a good brand name, or maybe a regulatory issue where somebody is making, suppose, regulatory problem means somebody is using some, I will tell you, some bomb which are blasting the things. All they will not get the regulatory permissions. Only few will get. Others cannot enter that pipe. We'll discuss later. And third is, whenever there are many fishes are there, many of the fishes are from unorganized. So over the period, this unorganized player will be eaten away by the large business houses. Okay, now as well going, suppose Reliance, all through they have made in a small business also, Reliance stores will be there. What they are doing? They will be killing or eating away the profit of the small business houses. Okay. So those are the things. So this is the players. So which players we want to choose? Basically we want to choose the player in the business where there is a monopoly, oligopoly or duopoly will be there. Those are the business one should choose. And those who are increasing their market share. So all shift will happen from unorganized to organized player. It will go up. So that is what we have discussed is the moat. So moat is the competitive advantage where there is a barriers to entry. All cannot enter into that business. Or they have a big brand. Intangible assets means something they have a patent and license which other cannot do. Okay. Or the advantage of some business, they are manufacturing something. Okay, all they will not get the license. We have the Palamur Biosciences is a branch of our SBS. They do the animal research. Okay, others they did not get the license to prepare their lab because you have to use the animal. Though they prepare the devices, cardiac devices, renal devices, they do the research there. Okay, in India only 2 centers are only there to do the research because the PETA groups are there, the animal. They will not allow that testing should be done in devices or drug testing should not be done in animals. So those are the competitive advantages. Next is supply chain. So in Asian Paints, they have a very good supply chain. Every retailer gets a call 3 times a day. That's the biggest advantage for the Asian Paints. Next, till now what we have learned invest. We invest for capital appreciation and to get dividend. And the stock price is driven by earnings, as well as PE rerating. earnings, the 4 cylinders are the sales growth should be happening, operating leverage, margin expansion should be, and their company is reducing the debt. And the opportunity size is the matters the mode, and in that area there should be a mode. So goal should be at least double the infection, at least. Next we will come to the portfolio. So as we have discussed, we don't want to risk so much, so we have to make a basket of stocks. So there are the two things, depend upon how much knowledge is one and whether one is active investor or passive investor. Passive investor only will have a core stocks. But if somebody manages little bit, because by passive investment, you can target 15 to 20% of return. If somebody wants 25% or 30%, he has to, some person has to manage actively. So that is core and satellite portfolio. Now what are the core companies? Core companies should be at least 10 to 15 high quality companies, which are consistent compounders. One has to follow a stringent criteria, we'll discuss next, and should have a long-term track record. Next is satellite portfolio. Those are the trigger based. Recently some new capex is happening. Now new plants are starting. They are venturing to new business. So there is other people that are entering into the business. Suppose FIs are coming in. Okay. The domestic investors are coming in and you are getting earning momentum. So those are the stocks and they are likely to give a higher return. Suppose even if my core portfolio gives a 15% and that is giving 30%, they will get even up. Now why that stocks basket, why you have told? When I have told the core will be 10 to 12, 15 and all overall, if I adding up, it becomes a 20 stocks. And this should be from a different sectors. So first and why this is, because as will be, this graph you will show, total portfolio risk and function of the numbers in some. As the number increases, total risk comes down and remains stable. Even if I will increase beyond 20, there is no advantage. Risk will no further. Minimal risk will be there. That is the market risk. Okay. So by diversifying, I am just reducing the sectoral risk, market cap risk. I can reducing down. But the market risk we cannot reduce or the business risk cannot be reduced. Business risk can be reduced only by quality, selecting a quality company, not by the numbers. So 6 to 8% sectors one should choose. Different market caps means somebody, I suppose I follow the 30% from the Nifty 50 companies, 30% of investment is from the Nifty next companies, next 20% for the mid caps, next 150 companies, next 20% from the small caps. That's one can do. Or depending on, lesser the risk, more the large cap. Okay? Higher the risk one takes, larger the small cap exposure or mid cap exposure. So now next is geography. So now it is telling even stock investment geographical risk will be there. So one should assess which area, which company is doing business. Okay. So Federal Bank few years back that flood has happened in the Kerala. Majority business was there. It was down for few years continuously. So well diversified business and now the options are there to invest in the US stocks also. One if cannot identify US stocks alone, they can invest to the ETFs or the mutual funds to expose to the US stocks. Now again this is one of the most important thing. How the return, how to allocate the thing. So as we have said, suppose somebody has invested 20 stocks here and these are the return. First stock 100%, as you will go down, last stock is return minus 90%. So now the allocation to the stock. First one, we are seeing a portfolio A, all have equally allocated. Equal allocation. B is the allocation 15 and is going, portfolio B. Third C is going downwards. So these are the portfolio allocation, 3 types of allocation are there. And proportionate return we will see the proper portfolio A. What is the return? It has given only 5% by allocating equally to all. By allocating equally to all 5%. Second one, here more allocation to the winners are there. So return is 52%. Last one, more allocation to the losers. Return is minus 40%. So what we will be learning is, ride the winner, caught the loser. Anybody here? Any doubt here? Riding the winners, more profit. Cutting the losers, more profit. But what the scenario people do is, okay, this price is going down, I'll give average above. Who knows whether it will go back or no? Who knows it will go back or it may not go back? So what I follow is, what is growing, I'll allocate. What is falling, I may not. Because I don't know whether it will come back or no. And to remember, whatever is happening inside, retail investors are the last person to know what has happened, what has brought this stock down. Who knows earlier? Company management. Who knows later? Who are the employees of the company? They know. Then the major investors like mutual fund, they will know. Last will be. So we should not be last to exit the stock when it is 80% down. Okay. Then this one. Anybody? So this is the allocation. Why? So what is, we should water the flowers and cut the weeds. Remove the weeds. Now portfolio risk aggregation. In the portfolio risk aggregation, one size of the portfolio does not fit well. Older age would cannot take more of risk, they should invest in large cap. Younger age, higher risk taking, they can invest more in the mid and small cap. So one should assess initially before investing the individual risk appetite, what type of investor is, conservative, aggressive, and to allocate to minimize risk. So how it is done, just okay, then I'll proceed, I will not tell the examples. Okay. 1 minute. I wanted to example, I will not go for example. I'll finish it up then. The core screening. So two approaches are there, top down or the bottom up. Top down, you will see the global economy, national economy, then the industry, then the company. And reverse is the bottom up. In the bottom up, how you will know the companies? Whatever in day-to-day life, what we are using, we should use. In the morning, we wake up, we might be using toothbrush or they call toothpaste. Okay, we will be wearing some shoes, applying some oils, we will be going with some bicycles, and what at home we do the paintings, or whatever the items we use, whatever the jewelry we will purpose. Those are the stock idea. What I am using, my neighbors is using. And my nearby shop is selling higher. Those are the ideas which comes out. Now I use the screener, almost screener Dr. Satish has told. So in the screener, following things we will see. Stocks for the growth, quality, growth and longevity. So okay, I have not made this one. Okay. So it's not going, it has stuck. Anybody? It is not going next. Just, it's not going. Not. Pen drive it is there. No, only this one, PowerPoint. We don't. That one, okay. Done, it's coming. So now my screening criteria is how you do. Initially, first thing, quality. Quality, I'll make the debt to equity ratio less than 1 or there is interest coverage ratio more than 3. Number 2 is return on capital employed. Should be more than 15. Why return more than 15? Because in India, cost of capital is nearly 12 to 15%. My return should be higher than that. Then only whatever the loan is there, we'll be able to pay. So next thing is cash flow from operations should by profit after the tax should be at least 70%. Then only what is more important, it is not just the profit. It is the cash what is being generated. What is cash is coming to the company. So what it is told? Here the revenue is a vanity. But the bottom line, the profit is a sanity. And the cash flow is ultimately reality. So that's why everybody should focus on the cash, how much is cash conversion is most important. Next is sales growth, profit growth already. Dr. Satish has covered at least 10%. Next is for the profitable growth to continue, companies should be investing on the research, should be higher than as compared to the peers. And there should be a reinvestment. What is capital expenditure by CFO should be more than 80%. That means this internal compounding should happen. Then only profitable will be there. Next is execution of earning growth trigger. Already we have discussed. All parameters I will be taking annual statement, but execution of earning growth trigger I will check for the quarterly results. Okay. Longevity, any new development is going on, new promoter, successor plan is there, or new expansion to the new geographical entry, they will keep the longevity of the growth. Last thing is the valuations is most important. The PE ratio, isolated is not enough. How much PE one should continue on? That depends upon the average EPS growth into double. Now suppose the EPS is growing at 50%, I am ready to pay 100 PE. EPS should decide earning, how much earning is there. Okay. Next, PEG ratio should be less than 1. Now, sector analysis, basically, I search from the Tijori Finance, I look for the trends, and new companies, those who are listed, in the listing, they produce a draft red herring prospect. They will say what is the opportunity for that company, what is the challenges, and what is the competitive landscape. That gives me idea of different sectors. Now, whenever the sector moves, they tell together. So, I follow sectoral tailwinds, basically more so often in the satellite portfolio. So, one should not invest in the sector like which are not growing, like airlines, telecom. Okay. So, one cannot predict. Now, business analysis. So, product and service, what the company doing a business should be essential and should be solving human problem. And it should be easy to understand where you are investing. And it needed this, whatever the products, they should be needed. People should be needing it for the longer duration. And there should be lesser chance of replacement by an alternative. If some business has been doing, somebody CD was doing, there is a new alternative that came out, so it has vanished. Okay. Kodak, that photo cameras were there, they have vanished out after this. So there should not be alternative replacement. Now, two things are there, vehicle and driver. One driver is there, this is a cab, Maruti, and this is a Mercedes. Okay, and you are traveling from Hyderabad to Vijayawada. Which one you will prefer? Huh? Is telling a Mercedes you want to. Sir is telling driver should be good enough. Okay, so even if, yeah. So that thing, if both are doing fine, fine and good. Okay, so it is better, the good promoter should be the first, then the business. Okay, even a very good business, bad promoter, they will bankrupt. So both things should be important. So promoter should be qualified, experienced, honest, and should be walking the talk. How you be walking the talk? You look back to the previous con calls, and now whatever the earnings execution has been done. So 1 year back, 2 year back con call you see, read out, and now whether has been done or not, then if should be walking the talk, then I have to do. And biggest thing, what Satish was telling, that promoter holding, I prefer skin in the game should be there. Okay, so whatever he is telling to the, not a promoter run business, the manager run business. HDFC is managed by managers, not by promoters, professionally run business. Okay, Tatas are run by professionally run business. Market share does not, their shareholding does not matter of the promoter. But when it is run by the promoter, they should have a higher shareholding. So then they will do good. So this may be appearing, all the business, everything is cyclical in the business. This cycle may be 1 year, 5 years, 10 years or 15 years. So each individual should do the research, what stage of the business is there. Okay, so if initially what happens, suppose you are doing some company, initially you do the research around. Okay, you will possible. So you will ask for the investors to come. They may or may not join, be afraid of. But if 1 or 2 comes, then you will start the business. Okay, then people will recognize this. Then people will come, jump over to that business. Okay. Then over that business gets saturated. Then when up. So if this is the stage, first stage is consolidation we tell. Okay, when the accumulation phase, others might be coming slowly, what Satish was telling, people will not be knowing, they will be coming slowly, they will be coming. But particular point, inflection point, large chunk of amount comes. The volume suddenly increases, then starts growing. Over a shorter duration or longer time, it grows. So what Satish was doing, this consolidation phase, LIC is going on. Okay. But if Satish had invested here, I will wait for here, that inflection point, to invest. I'll look for the investment point to invest. What demonstrate me? It will tell me the volume. Look at this volume. Looking at this volume, not only price is increasing volume, but what Satish tell here, it may or may not go. Got my point? So what we do, we have to see the price change as well as change in the volume. That's more important. So same thing, I will not repeat. Okay. So when we have decided 10 to 15 stocks, after looking at the charts, we are supposed to mention it why I am going to invest. What is happening in the company? If that is not there, one should not go for direct investment. First and foremost thing. Should know what is happening that point of the time. What company is planning, what is doing, or earnings are increasing or not. Who should document? Because we need 15 stocks. It's very easy. And each year we require 1 or 2 stocks to study. Only 1 or 2 you are studying in 1 year. That's all. We don't need many stocks to study. So now what we've learned is, one should learn the fundamental screen first, analyze the particular sector which are doing good, then analyze the business as well as the promoter, then perform the stage analysis, which stage I will invest only in the second stage of the business, and identify what are the key drivers to that second stage, who are driving that one. Technical, 1 or 2 things I will be telling. Strength is life, weakness is death. Expansion is life, contraction is death. Everything summarizes this cut. Okay, whichever the company you are doing, it should be strength. Others should be coming to business, and it should be beating the market return, Nifty return. That is the strength of the company. Not only beating the Sensex or your index, broad index, but also beating the sectoral index. That is strength. Simple one thing. Okay, it should be beating sectoral index as well as a broad market index. Weakness is death. If it is weak, not beating. Should not. Expansion is life. Companies should be reinvesting whatever the earnings. If it is not reinvesting, not worth investing. So this is already I have told. If both are rising, that is uptrend. That's the only thing to be remember. Rest of them one should not go out from that one. So this is example the volume growth. How the volume are increasing, price is increasing. Recent one. This is for the bank Nifty. I think so. Okay. PSU Bank Nifty. So what you did not get, sorry, it is not showing here. There it is there. There is no volume at all. That's the volume started kicking in. Then only stock prices increase. So now initial we buy, add and sell system. So when the inflection point we get price volume increase, then only we will buy, because we cannot buy early because we don't have information as like the promoters or their employees are getting. They can enter early, but once they have entered, we know the volume, then we should enter. Now when the actual change, whatever the capex is happen, result come out, we'll add them thing. Whenever you have thought of some thesis is there, but thesis comes out of the wrong, then one should exit. Next we will be seeing, this is just 1 or 2 examples. This is the chart of the Pidilite. Okay, so I follow only 3 parameters as a technicals. One is exponential moving averages, Donchian channel, and the parabolic SAR. So what happens is, if you look this one, charts are there. So this is Donchian channel are there. Suppose what happens, this is relative strength, it is positive. Okay, more than 0 is enough. So it is doing better than the index. So now here, this is the thing, it was down, now you can invest it. It is never given you an exit over the last, 15, 20 years. No chance, it has never come down beyond the index. Next thing is, this is the Donchian channel. When suppose I have entered here, when it was strength is positive. And this is the whatever I am giving next steps, each step I could have added up the stocks. Whatever the steps I am getting, this is monthly chart, each step I will add. That's the thing. And this is the red line, whatever is seen. This is the EMA, exponential moving average. Okay, so when it falls below, then it gives you exit. But over the last 20 years, it has never given an exit signal. Now again, we don't want to see every day or every week. We should keep an alert to a system. Whenever it comes out, gives you an alert to exit, something else is wrong. One can set an alert in the system. So it gives you alerts of something else is going to the wrong. So that will get exit signal. So you could have added up 20 years. And this has given provided return what Satish was there, 25% per annum return, CAGR. Now this is others. Somebody might have Divis Lab, so many invested. Okay. Now people are still invested, but what exit? Okay. So now he has given me exit here. Now this is the parabolic SAR. Parabolic SAR is when the dots are there, you are seeing. If down dot you go on, if top down dots comes, then gives you an exit. Okay. So system will give you exit and you throw out, you have a given alert. Alert will signal you something else is wrong, you can out. Okay. So somebody could have ride out from here level, 1000 level to the 5000 level, then he has get exit fully. And it is when you exit at any time you can re-enter when the stocks is doing good. One should not, any time one can re-enter the stock when starts picking up, when your criteria fulfills.
How to predict?
Huh? Yeah,
How to predict the exit? Or how to
now system is exiting you, system is throwing you away. When alert, okay, this you have set an alert, trading view there are alert systems are there. Okay, so you can alert, you said you alert something else. That is exit. And this is all, each candle is a 1 month. Yeah, tax? I don't see the tax basically. I don't see any tax. Okay. So no. So now the thing is, this each candle is a 1 month. Okay, even if you have not exited one day does not mean you have exited 2-3 months, then it's also fine. But you should not have a drawdown from 5000 level to 3000 level. No, two things are there with you. You have seen the sales growth and everything also, but technicals throws you out. Yes, market. I don't follow this one. When I don't follow any stock which is falling, I don't average down. I ride the winners, average up. Okay. When I could average up, suppose if you could have been, this one I have shown you. This one, each step I'll be adding up. Each step I'll add up. Every step I'll be adding up. And here, if you could have falling below this, I'll be selling again. No, that is one strategy, but that is the strategy which I don't follow. Okay, I don't follow. Okay, that's a different strategy. I don't follow that averaging down. Okay. 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 Now the next thing is okay. This is what I follow it. Okay. No averaging down. Huh? Okay. Because I don't know when it will go up. When it is rising, I know it is okay. It is rising, I will putting. And when it becomes stacks, I will not adding because each step will tell me. Next, this one I have told you. So now other case story. This is now when I have told this one, can you have observed this was here? Relative strength. As I am telling you, strength. Strength is okay. Not only the price fall. If somebody the strength you have seen, strength is down, weak. Okay, this could have been thrown. So now 3 parameters are following you. Okay, the parabolic SAR is out, moving averaging out, strength is out. Okay, just simply three things. PED, pediatric, P is for parabolic SAR, E for exponential average, D is for Donchian channel. These only 3 I follow. Donchian channel. I'll show you the Donchian channel. Adding up, Donchian channel helps me to add up, when to add. Rest 2 tells me when to sell and when to continue. Okay, and always to remember, in addition to this, relative strength is important. So this I don't want to discuss. So because so individual strategy, whichever the market cap, something depends upon can invest. So these are this chart I'll see. Screener for screening, sector analysis, Treasury finance I'll see for which are working, which sectors are doing good. Again, Treasury finance, there is a subscriptions are there, but every month, 2 days free will be there. I use 2 days. Okay? 2 days you can access. We require monthly only. Okay? Trend line with the con call, you will see, and research by the con call transcript. Now, whenever the con call transcript is a big pages, 10 or 14 pages will be there. We don't need to read. What we will do is download the PDF. Okay? Then search option. What option? New capex. New word you put, whatever the new things happen, you will get it out. Okay, capex what you get. Next word is margin expansion, sales growth. These are the 4 things I want to see in a concall transcripts. Just search and find it out. You can read within 15 minutes to analyze. Okay, this talks. So now that last is take home. What are the things one should be? You invest in a company which you have the circle of competence. That's the first thing. If no competence in that particular sector, not to enter that particular sector. Margin of safety while entering into the stocks. Okay, 2 margin of entry are there: quality promoters, quality growth company. And number 2 is you will be buying in a lesser as compared to the intrinsic value of the company, stock price. Next is always informed decision without not to decide based on the tips. Allocation should be adequate allocation, equally allocate. So what I did not tell the tranches how I do it. So I have decided on 10 companies to invest. I'll test the level of the water fast by allocating 0.5 to 1% of my capital. Suppose I have the 10 lakhs, I'll invest only 1% of the 10 lakhs to that. Now if the Donchian channel adds next step, I'll add upon another 1% or 0.5%. Next, I'll going up adding it. So maximum allocation depends upon the rise. If it is rise, I can ride over to 10-15% too. Because I have the already exit strategy in place, I should not be afraid of. Because market will throw me out if it is not doing good. That's the thing. So allocation. Next is diversification. You will be selecting them 15 to 20 stocks. No emotions should be there. Okay. So no emotion. So if emotions, okay, it is down. Okay, why I'll book a loss? No, here. If you are lost, you immediately book the loss. Accept the error. Accept the mistake. That's most important thing. Next is risk management comes beginning of the investment. Time horizon. If they're doing good, you can invest over the longer duration and track periodically. Review rebalance every 6 months. Only 6 months you review rebalance. Cut the losers. Ride the winners. Patience is the key for all investment. So screening is by fundamental, and whenever doing a fundamental screen, sector analysis, company analysis, and technical analysis to add when to buy, when to add, and when to exit. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you.
Soren.
Thank you, sir.
I told you he is a fantastic knowledge man, and this will require 3 years of my studying, and I'm not even 10% of what he's telling. 3 years of books I've studied, 3 years of watching and hearing to the lectures, but what he said is total knowledge of the stock market selection in a 1-hour discussion. I think we should give a big hand to Dr. Soren.
Yes, sir,
He's a real communicator too. Yes, we will have personal
Because 2 more things what I did not tell. The 2 things, one is sector analysis also you have a framework, and business also some sector I have the 10 companies. I'll rank each company. Ranking of each company. If the ranking passes, then I will go. Whichever the highest rank, I will invest. Okay.
Exit policy.
Okay.
When you're losing money, exit.
So now, yeah, this one, sir, the exit you are telling. So this, look at this one. This stock exit was relative strength is up down, but this is the going down, and this is also giving an exit here and here. Okay, this is EMA are there, exponential moving average are there. This. Screen. This is trading view, sir. Trading view. Screener is there, but this is daily moving average 50 and 200 that is there fixed in the screener. Okay, when you are getting 50 is falling below 200, out. That is it. Again, he has given you so much of scope 1 to 2 months. If somebody is not able to judge within 1 to 2 months, each candle is 1 month. Okay.
Yeah, we are reaching 3. I think we have 2 speakers.
Okay, sir. Done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We will now go for the next talk
Exit.
by Dr. Vipul Jain.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you,
Soren.
thank you,
That was a wonderful talk. Because of lack of time, we have to not go further. You will take? Yeah. We will have a talk by Dr. Harish Gopalji from MNR Medical College. He already talked in the morning about insurances. He'll talk on gold investments. And I think he's going to make a very short and brief presentation, and mainly dealing with digital gold rather than jewelry gold.
Okay. So after saying stocks, mutual funds and everything, let us go for a different class of investment. As you know, not all investment classes move in the same manner. Some goes down, some goes up. So let us see about gold investments. So I just want to answer before you go to this. Which of the following painting do you think will fetch more money? Left. No, she has got more. Don't you think she has got more jewelry? Okay. So the idea is simple is beautiful. So the lesser you are more beautiful, both inside and outside. So the worth of Mona Lisa painting today is $860 million. So remember that, just for your knowledge. So why gold? Just remember, we have to diversify in 4 assets: gold, real estate, equity and debt. So we remember in the form of greed, G-R-E-D. Okay. Why? Because if one asset goes down, other asset will pull your investments up. So diversify is the most important asset in our portfolio. So why gold in particular? As you know, gold is it will provide hedge against inflation. Okay. Even the RBI links our reserves to gold, because gold is the basis for any reserves for any country. And the second thing, it provides risk-adjusted returns. We are going to see how it gives risk-adjusted returns. And the third thing is, since it is linked to our currency, even if the currency erodes, the gold value remains the same. And the last thing is, it can help you in the times of trouble. How we'll see that about later. So if you see this chart, where is the pen? So if you see this chart, this is a chart from 2003 to 2022. This is the price of a gold over a 20-year-old period. So per gram. So in 2003, it was just 500 rupees. And as the time progresses, it is going in value. Though there are certain dips and bumps, but if you see from 500, it has gone up to 5,000, nearly 10 times the value if you have seen over the last 20 years. So this will tell us the importance of investing in gold. But you should know, gold as an investment, there are a lot of factors which goes behind the rate of gold, or the factors which determine the price of the gold. First is the supply and demand. Lesser the supply, more is the price of the gold. Okay, more the demand, more is the price of the gold. And also geopolitical concerns. If suppose a country which is producing gold gives less gold to us, suddenly the price of the gold shoots up. Okay? And weakness in financial markets. If suppose everybody are afraid of financial markets, they'll run behind debt and gold as a safe investment venues. So all these factors determine the price of the gold. So this is a chart which will show Nifty versus the gold. The golden line is the gold prices, and this is the Nifty chart. So I just wanted to show that whenever the Nifty prices were falling, the gold prices were increasing. And whenever the gold prices were, Nifty was going up, the gold prices were going down. Usually it moves opposite direction, but it is not a hard and fast rule. Nowadays, both are moving down and both are moving up because they don't know which direction the markets will go at all-time high. Okay? So let us see one more. Our recent COVID crash. Okay? So as you know, in 2020 there was a COVID crash. So when all the stocks fell, the gold prices started shooting up. Okay? And later, when all the stocks started rallying, that is the Nifty started rallying, the gold prices came down. So as you see, if you have invested both in stocks and gold, you would have averaged your returns and not be sitting in one asset. Now comes how to invest. See, there are 4 ways to invest in gold. One is your physical gold in the form of jewelry, golden coins, bars. One is your digital gold, that is your Paytm, PhonePe and all those Google Pay gold. One is your sovereign gold bonds and one is your gold ETFs. Okay. So if you see broad differences, the only gold which you can feel by your hand is your physical gold. Other forms are paperless gold, what we call as paperless gold, where you cannot touch it. So if you see, the key difference is when you go and buy a gold or jewelry, first when you go to a shop, what will you do? They will tell welcome, welcome, welcome. Then you will select lot of in the crowd, or you will go on a Sunday, you will see the jewelry. The first thing you see is the rate is constant. The only thing which differ is your making charges. It can be from 6% to 25%. So all these jewelry shops, they'll tell ours is the lowest making charges and wastage charges. So the cost incurred in procuring the physical gold is very high. The risk factors is once you buy the gold, you're going on the car or a bike, somebody robs that gold. Or you're gone on a holiday, somebody robs the house. So again you have to put it in a bank locker. The bank locker is not cheap. So again you have to pay 3,500 to 5,000 for that locker. And even if they rob the bank also, they will not tell it is your loss. We will not guarantee what is there in the locker. So theft and purity issues. If you go and buy in a local jewelry shop, he will tell 22, but it may not be 22. Only if you buy from a reputed banker, it may be 22, but you can't prove it also. So it is offered by jewelers, banks and online, and there is no lock-in period. You can sell it anytime you want. Next is your digital gold. So here the cost is high. I will show you why it is high. That is offered by Paytm. The only advantage is you can buy in 10 rupees, 50 rupees, 100 rupees, which you cannot buy in other things. The risk factor is you don't know what type of gold they are giving, whether they will give or not. It is offered by MMTC, PAM, which are collaborated with all these payment fintechs. Okay, there is no lock-in. The third part is your sovereign gold bonds, which are offered by the RBI. Okay, there is no cost involved. There is no tax for buying the gold. In fact, you get 50% per gram discount for buying the sovereign gold bonds. The banks and the stock exchanges, you can buy sovereign gold bonds. And there's a lock-in for 8 years. Why there's a lock-in for 8 years? Because of the tax benefit which they give for 8 years. And gold ETFs and mutual funds, the costs are low, though not zero. And there's daily volatility. It depends upon the number of buyers and the sellers which are trading on the stock exchange. Okay, and it is offered by your stock and there's no lock-in period. So if you remember this, I think most of you have recognized this person. He will come in all the TV ads saying that you see all the jewelry shops, you take a printout and come to our shop and see the making charges. But what he doesn't tell is our shop does not offer 0% making charges. So that's why the selling point is making charges. Okay. Now what are the costs involved? I have told you this making charges, storage charges, the GST offered by jewelry is 3%, okay, and seller margins. They will not sell you with simply, that is a making charges, wastage charges, they will add it on it. In digital gold, again you have to give 3% for what the price you are buying. For sovereign gold bonds, in fact you get a discount of 50 rupees And for ETFs and mutual funds, they are demat charges, but they are minimal. Okay. So this is the digital gold which is offered by Paytm, PhonePe, Google Pay, what all fintech companies, they all offer gold. But why we can't buy that, we'll see. So if you say, if this is a Paytm gold, this was the first company which introduced the digital gold. So if you see there, the buying price is 5525 per gram of gold. And when you try to sell it, it is 5324. That is 200 rupees of per gram there. You have to pay for them. That is your loss while buying and selling. Plus GST you have to buy. Okay. So that is 3 to 4% loss which you get. So this is the, why not physical gold? I can touch, I can wear, I can show off. Most of us, we like to show off. Okay. But what you have to see is that the storage and cost issues. It is not just 5,000 rupees per gram you are paying. Making charges, taxes, everything add. If suppose they charge you 20% making charges, 3% is your GST and it is comes to 24%. Unnecessarily you are paying the jeweler 24%. And the main thing is, though it is regulated, now the impurities can be there. You will not get pure gold in 22 carat. They have to mix it, 22 carat gold pure gold will break. So they have to mix it with nickel or zinc or something. Okay. So there's no interest earned. When you buy a jewelry for 50,000, the value is 50,000 only. Nobody will give you interest for your buying of your jewelry. Okay, and there are better gold alternatives. So please don't buy gold jewelry. You buy gold jewelry only for your minimal requirement for your wedding. Now fake jewelry are much more better than gold jewelry. So wear a fake jewelry and tell that I brought it from Lalita Jewelry. Thank you. Okay. So next thing is gold ETF and mutual fund. You can do a SIP. So why not gold ETF and mutual fund? So gold ETFs, again the expense ratio is 1%. Okay, you need to have a demat account. For a mutual fund, you don't have to have a demat account, but still you have to set up a SIP. Then it is tradable in the market. The only difference is ETFs are less cheaper and savings mutual fund are expense ratio is more. Okay. So you can set up a SIP in gold mutual funds. And taxes are still applicable, long-term and short-term capital gains tax. So the most ideal will be your sovereign gold bonds, which are being provided by your Reserve Bank of India. Okay. So they are provided in tranches, that is every 3 months once or every 4 months once they provide these sovereign gold bonds. They give 50% discount per gram if you buy online. Okay. Then they are backed by Reserve Bank of India. The safety is guaranteed. Price is less, safety is guaranteed. That's what we want in any investment. Okay. And purchase and redemption, you can sell it also. Though there is a lock-in period of 8 years, you can sell it in secondary market. Okay, that option I'll tell you later. So, but the problem is, you have to purchase minimum 1 gram if you're buying SGBs. And the maximum is 4 kgs for a Hindu undivided family. And for trust, it is 20 kgs. But you can buy it for another account in different tranches. So how to purchase it? You can go for commercial banks, you can go for post offices, you can go for stock brokers. So there are multiple modes, we'll see through that. But who determines the price in SGBs? It is calculated based on the last 3 working days in the Bombay-based Jewelers Association, how they have traded, and that is how they determine the price. And as I told you, we get 50%, 50 rupees per gram discount if you're buying online. Okay. So offline, you can visit any bank and tell I want to buy sovereign gold bonds. And banks you can buy and stock brokers you can buy online. So this is a State Bank of India where we have an account. So if you go to e-services, after you do login, you can see this sovereign gold bond scheme where you can click and enter your how much grams you want and you can directly purchase it. You will get the certificate and it is stored online. You can anytime retrieve it, okay, for your tax purposes. Next is brokers. This is Zerodha, which is the largest broker. So you can go to coin and you can see this sovereign gold scheme. Whenever it is available, you can see, put the quantity and you can buy it. Okay. So before going to interest, I have to tell you one thing, that whatever sovereign gold bonds you buy can be pledged for loans also. And if you are buying in Zerodha, you can use it for trading also. So it is not that it is lying waste of it. So the most important thing is for sovereign gold bond, they will give you 2.5% interest per annum. What does it mean? If you have invested 1 lakh, you get 2.5% every 3 months. They will post it to your account. So this is the advantage. That is almost like a savings interest what you get, plus diversification, plus the price rise. Everything you get with sovereign gold bonds. Okay. So what about the taxation? The interest is taxable. The 2.5% interest is taxable, but whatever gains you get after if you are holding for 8 years, is completely tax free. Okay. But if you sell it in secondary market, which is an option, if you buy it in brokerage, then you will not be eligible for taxation. So if you hold it for 8 years, you will not be taxed anything, both the returns and the price. So as I told you, before 5 years, stock process, no capital gains. So this is a summary of all the 3 gold investments. Okay. So purchase sovereign gold bonds online or offline, the gold ETF to stockbroker, physical gold from the jewelers. Purity, this is 100% pure sovereign gold bonds. Gold ETF is 0.995. It is not even 0.999. Okay. And physical gold, it depends upon the jewelers and the brand name. Storage, it is in demat form, so no risk of robbery. In gold ETF, you have to have a demat account, and for physical gold, you need to have a locker or your watchman. Redemption, minimum 5 years you can redeem. Gold ETF real-time basis, and it differs. You can sell your physical gold anytime. And income is 2.5% per annum in a sovereign gold bond. A gold ETF is based on the prevalent prices, and from physical gold there is no income. Tax treatment, income tax slab, here everything is income tax slab, so there is no difference in that. Okay, so if you hold it for 8 years, you will get complete exemption for tax. You get 2.5% interest, and your price appreciation will be seen. Okay. So before I end, I would like to have, so which is the largest animal? It is the elephant. Okay. So which is the fastest animal? It is a cheetah. Which is the cleverest animal? That is the fox. And which is the tallest animal? Which is the giraffe. But who is the king of the jungle? He is not tallest, he is not cleverest, he is not fastest. Then why is he king of the jungle? Because he believes that he can rule the jungle. So believe in yourself that you can be the best in finance. Okay, and don't give your finance to any financial advisor or any agent. Thank you.
Wonderful, Dr. Harish Gopal. And the gold, that session was really good. Even I enjoyed. One thing in my SBI and Union Bank, the sovereign gold bonds are not available. Do they go on and off?
They are made it available now, sir.
Okay, right. So the message is sovereign gold bond, yes, not jewelry, Indra.
No, online.
Okay. So thank you very much. Any questions on this? Okay. So we come to the last session. Thank you, Dr. Harish. We come to the last session, and it is by Dr. Vipul Jain from New Delhi. He is going to talk on the retirement, and the topic of the retirement is retire with a regular pension, dream which you can make it happen now. It's a really a dream for most of the Indians and most of the, even in developed countries, Americans. As I said, almost 70 to 75% of Americans also don't have a adequate retirement plan existing, even though 401k
Recording in
is there
progress.
with everybody. So I welcome Dr. Vipul Jain sir. He is on the screen right now and live, and I hand over the mic and the proceedings to Dr. Vipul Jain sir for his topic. Over to Dr. Vipul sir. Welcome sir back.
You have to make me host so that I can share. No, no. You have to make me host, co-host or host.
I'm just checking sir, 1 minute. Where is he? He can make.
Hope I am visible. Dr. Ajay, hope I am visible.
Yes, yes. You're okay, sir. Go ahead.
Go. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the second session. I think it's a dream for everyone, whether you are in private practice or government job. You need to have a pension when you retire. And most of the private practitioners don't have the privilege of getting pension once they decide not to practice. So it's a dream actually, and it's no more a dream now. You can make it a reality. In next 30 minutes, I'll try my best to make it possible that everyone who is thinking or who is planning to retire at any point of time from now will have a good pension. Now, what is pension? Pension is a form of social security in the form of monthly payments, passively uninterrupted on first of every month. Getting a fixed amount is pension so that you can take care of your day-to-day living without ifs and buts. Now, how much do you need? So it's a very simple calculation. How much do you need as of today? If your age is X years and life expectancy, if we see, is around 90 these days. So 90 minus your age into your expense per annum as of today is something that you need to have when you decide to retire, so that you can keep that into some place and you can live on its interest, and it will suffice till you live at till whatsoever age it is. Now, how to get it? And what will be the major problem that comes later on is that the expenses or the inflation continues to rise, and whatever expenses that you have today will be very less after a few years. For example, if you are 50 today and you will need what amount you will need after some time, it will be much more than what, for example, if you are 50 today and you need it at when you are 80, your expenses would be almost 7 lakhs per year. So you need to have, this is based on the calculation of 6% inflation rate. So you need to have good corpus at the time of the retirement, and you need to have surety that that corpus will generate enough revenue so that your monthly pension comes to you. These days, politically, you must have heard of OPS and NPS. These days, national pension system is being followed, and before that, old pension system, now we call it OPS, but it was not called OPS at that time. Government officials used to get fixed pension after retirement based on their last drawn salary. But now that formula is no more there except in few states. Now it is NPS. Whosoever joined post 2004 has to opt for national pension system, where he puts 10% every month from his salary and government puts 14% of his basic pay from their pocket. So it is almost 24% of their salary which goes into the NPS. NPS is a repository or a corpus which is further invested by NPS Trust for interest, so that at the time of retirement, this amount can be used to generate pension. Now, this is for the government service. Now, beauty is that private practitioners can also avail NPS. I will explain NPS in the later part of the presentation. Before that, I would like to explain what are the options for private practitioners. As a private practitioner, after I retire, the most common way to retire is to get dependent on your next generation. Whatever you have, you will use it for that, for yourself. But most of the people, those who don't have much of the corpus, are dependent upon the next generation. But if you look last 100 years, these are the 5 generations, last 5 generations, and the right side being the current generation. 5 generations back, there used to be 5, 6, 7 children, and the parents used to, after retirement, used to have enough support from their children that they never used to have. They never used to spend anything from their pocket. But from last 2-3 generations, if you see, number of kids are falling, and whatsoever kids that you have, they go abroad. Finally, the senior citizens remain here either in the villages or back at home, and you don't have much of supply from your next generation. So you need good corpus, you need good amount of money per month for your basic needs, medical needs, which either you ask from your children or you spend from your savings. There is another saying among doctors, is work till your last breath. But this is also falling because life expectancy from 60 has risen to almost 70, 80 now. This is last census, India life expectancy was 69.2, but very shortly we will be almost touching Korea's life expectancy of almost 80 or even more than that. So there is a time, there is a good amount of time where you cannot actually work. There are multiple reasons to it. And at certain point, maybe 65, maybe 70, maybe 75, you will decide to retire, you will decide to explore the world, you will decide to live with your friends. And time will come when you will not have to work and you will have to spend from your savings only. Now, another big talk is, I am building good amount of wealth. I am invested. I have hundreds of crores. I have this much, and I have this much corpus that I am not worried about pension. I will generate. I will make systemic withdrawals. I will make things, and I will live on whatever that I have earned over so many years. But you end up spending on children, their education, their marriage, making them buy home and things. And liquidity, I must tell you, is not always a blessing. It reduces your corpus, it reduces your savings. And every 2 decades, the pattern of investment changes. Whatever way you have been investing in last 20 years might change in coming days. There was a time of property, there was a time of gold, now it is a time of mutual funds, and I am sure it is going to change in coming years. So you need a surety also. And after age, it's a fact that every human being becomes slow, less adaptable. There will be a point when you will become rigid and will stop taking new ideas. And dementia, Alzheimer's is a reality. It does come later in life. Cost of living, inflation. We have been talking since morning. Everyone has been talking about inflation. You cannot, it is not in your hand. Eventually, today if you are spending 1 lakh per month, 7 lakh per month, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, will not be sufficient for your living. Plus, man is an emotional fool. As I discussed, you spend upon your children. Even your children sometimes end up taking up away your hard-earned money and you can't do anything. It is not rare and it is not something which can't happen with anyone. So your money should be locked till the time you avail pension, and even at the time of availing pension, you should be forced to take pension from the corpus that you have accumulated over the years with so much effort and involvement in it. There's a small story of Vijaypat Singhania, the Raymond man, the guy who built the brand called the Complete Man, Raymond's. He wrote his biography, An Incomplete Life. And just try to hear this. I think I will.
One of India's richest men, Raymond Manda Vijaypat Singhania, is living a hand-to-mouth existence now. He's now staying in a rented house in South Mumbai. The former business tycoon has blamed his son Gautam Singhania for his misery. Ekta Suri spoke to Singhania Senior. Listen in.
I do feel I have a right to the property I am fighting for. We have a legal agreement for it. He's backing out of it. He wants to dishonor it. I have gifted the company to him, maybe very stupidly. I gifted everything I earned in my life to him on a stupid 8th of February 2015. And since then, he's no longer the guy I used to think he is. ठीक है, everybody has to live their own destiny.
पर जो हम पढ़
I hope the audio, video was visible. Okay. Now, the next option after this is the national pension system and building the wealth with NPS and buying annuity after the maturity of your NPS. NPS, as I said, it has 4 models. Number 1 model is the government sector model. Number 2 is the government's corporate sector model, where employees of the corporate sector are forced to take the NPS. Third is all citizen models, where people like us can invest into it. And fourth is for the unorganized sector, where 5,000 per month pension is given to poor people employed in unorganized sector. It is as the investment is as low as 100 to 200 rupees per month in that. Now, it's a well-structured program by Government of India under the aegis of PFRDA, and it is very well planned, and it's going to take care of every national for his pension in coming years. Who can join? Anybody who is between 18 and 70 can join. Minimum contribution is 1,000 per year, but there is no upper limit in the contribution. You can put as much as you want. Exit is after 60th birthday. You can defer the exit till 75th birthday, and whatever that you have accumulated, 40% has to be spent into buying annuity. I will explain annuity in the last. What is annuity? Premature withdrawal is possible, but if you withdraw prematurely, 80% is to be spent into annuity. 25% interim withdrawals after 3 years of initial investment are allowed for certain conditions like child's marriage and things like that. 2 lakh per annum tax break is possible under 80CCD and 80CCD 1A, and whatever that you earn of NPS is exempt from the tax. So it is a triple E product. Now, where does the money go is the biggest question in NPS. NPS it's a very flexible instrument. It all depends upon you. How do you want to put your money into NPS? The features are so fluid that you can go onto its website, log into your account. Every year you can change what you wish. There are 4 segments: equities, corporate debt, government securities, and alternate investments. Maximum you can put in equities is 75%. And corporate debt and government securities, you can put 100 maximum. Minimum can be as you wish. It can be 0 also. And alternative investments, maximum you can put is the 5%. For young people, equities almost 75% and corporate debt or government securities 25% becomes a very good combination for the long term. So it is you choose, and you can change it every year. There are no charges to change it. There are 2 basic kind of choices. One is active choice and another is the auto choice. In active choice, this is the maximum allocation that you can do, and after 50th birthday, it automatically reduces 2.5% per annum, and it goes to 50% when you turn 60, and from 60 onwards, you can keep this much. And in auto choices, there are 3 types of choices: auto, aggressive, moderate, and conservative, where at this age, you have this much percentage into equity and this much percentage into corporate government, and which reduces to this much when you turn 55. So this is moderate cycle, this is conservative cycle. If you choose auto choice and you don't want much of the money being invested into equity. But my best is one should opt for the active choice. Maximum allocation should be done into equity, that is 75%, which automatically get reduced to 50% when you turn 60. And after 60, it is up to you whether you want to withdraw or you want to retain till 75th birthday, or you can do any time in between 60th and 75th birthday. These are portfolio managers. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 portfolio managers at this point of time. You can choose any one of them, and you can change yearly any one of them if you are not happy with for any specific reason. And there are past returns available for each portfolio manager. You can study that, and accordingly you can choose. Now, how to register? Registration is a complete online process. You don't have to go to any agent. Rather, I would say you will not find any agent, because he doesn't get any commissions of who will help you in getting registered. Even the banks don't encourage you to register, because they don't get any commission, and whatsoever commission they get is peanuts, so they are least interested. You have to go to NPS website and spend 2-3 hours on any Sunday to open an account. It is a tedious process, I agree. There are 7-8 segments of registration you have to, but you do not need to go to any office to register. Everything is possible online, sitting at your home. All you need is certain papers to be scanned and uploaded, and you can create an account. You get a PRAN number, permanent registration number of your pension, and this number gets generated within 48 hours of completing your online process if your application doesn't have any deficiency. And again, after getting your PRAN number, you also get a virtual account registration number, which is actually NPS Trust's your bank account number where you transfer your money. You cannot transfer onto the PRAN number. You transfer that money onto your virtual account number. It is as simple as doing any IFSC, any NEFT, IMPS or UPI transfer. You can do any time in a day. Minimum amount is 500 rupees that you need to transfer in that. And when you transfer, you get the same day NAV if the amount gets credited before 8:30 a.m. in the morning. And you can create a standing instruction also in your account so that the monthly transfers can happen automatically. Beauty is there is no middleman involved, there is no commission involved, there is no agent involved in it. You are directly dealing with Government of India, PFRDA, and whatever that you earn is coming directly to you. And if you look at the fund manager charges, they are in tune of 0.0 something %, which is negligible. And they are deducted from your units every third month. You don't even come to know how much amount is being deducted. It's so less. There are other charges when you do it from some POS or CRA. These are, again, if you look at the amount invested versus the expense charges in mutual funds and other places, they are negligible. And intermediary charges are 0.003%. So these are almost negligible. Now, this is if you are young, if you are in 40, 50s and you start your NPS. You can start NPS till 55, I must say. It is not late, even 55, to start an NPS because you still have 20 years to retire. But what about people, those who are already 60 plus or 65 plus? Their major question is, now, how will I get pension? Now, the last and the most important part of this presentation is you can buy annuity at retirement from the wealth generated. Now, your wealth could be in property, your wealth could be in mutual fund, your wealth could be in shares or fixed deposit. And if you are 60, 65, maybe 70, and you want now some pension should come to you every month. And I think some social security should be taken care of. People think, abhi to main theek hu, I am in an earning phase, I can still manage my funds, and they tend to delay it to the point that they fail to do it. So as you cross 60, at the most 65, you should think of buying an annuity and you should start fixing your pension. Now, what is annuity? Annuity is just reverse of your life insurance. In life insurance, for the life, you monthly or yearly give your premium, and at the end you get the return. In annuity, you give one-time premium today, and the annuity provider gives you a commitment of giving pension on 1st of every month. There are total 15 formulas available as of now from annuity providers, and these annuity providers are same as fund managers usually. These are the 5 most popular formulas. Annuity for life, that means pension for life with the return of purchase price. Joint life annuity, matlab you and after you, your wife will get the pension with the return of purchase price. Third is the family income, that means you and your children and the return of purchase price. The last 2 are without return of purchase price, annuity and joint annuity. These are, number 1 is the most popular, and these are the popular ones of annuity that are available, that are being taken usually by people. So these are the 5 major companies which provide annuity. There are more, but these are the most popular ones. No, still one question is left, that I have some amount of money. For how much amount should I buy annuity? And for the rest of the amount, what should be done? I am planning my retirement. No, if you're planning if you are 65, 70, 75, whatsoever age it is, and you are planning today that I wish to retire today, and I am sitting on, let us say, 1 crore rupee in my account, and I want to plan my retirement today. Now, if you're sitting with 1 CR today and you're planning a retirement, there is a fixed, well-known formula, retirement rule of 30-30-30-10. What does this 30-30-10 means? Give 30% to your grandchildren. You fix that amount into a trust or whatsoever, so that when they become adult, when they become 18 plus, they will get that money. 30% you keep for yourself in low risk equity and fixed income, so that you get money in an emergency. And 30% you buy annuity, and rest 10% should be kept in your bank account fixed deposit for ready emergencies like health or travel or something. So this is a standard formula which one can use at the time of the retirement. Now 30% of 1 CR would be around 30 lakh. With approximately 30 lakh as of today, you will get a monthly pension of approximately 35,000 for life. So with 1 CR, if you are planning 30-30-10 rule, then this would be your pension for life. Similarly, if you have 1 CR for your annuity, your approximate pension would be approximately 1.1 lakh per month for your life. Now, whenever I discuss NPS or retirement solutions, these are the excuses that I get from people. Money gets locked. It's a feature of NPS. Locking money for retirement is a necessity. If you do not have an instrument which locks the money till you are 60 for your retirement, your instrument is not good enough for your retirement. I am not saying to invest 100% into NPS. I am saying invest what you mean for retirement into NPS or an instrument which locks it. Some people say it is just a tax savings tool. 50,000 I will invest in NPS per year to save the tax. I would request them not to do it, because 50,000 per year into NPS will not give anything when it will mature at 60. You will be forced to buy annuity out of that amount, which will be peanuts, and you will curse NPS at the end that it has wasted your money. A lot of people make 30% CAGR from stocks. I agree, you make 30% CAGR from stocks, but as a government employee invests 24% of his salary into NPS, you at least invest 10% of your savings into NPS. 18, 19 would be good, but at least spend 10% of your savings or taxable income into NPS. My establishment is worth 40 crore, 30 crore in saving, 30 crore worth property. So these schemes are for middle class. We have seen example of Mr. Singhania. Security is in your hands. You need to secure your dark days at the time when you are in your pink. So it is very important to realize that. A lot of people don't buy annuity because it gives you very less returns. Returns are as bad as bank FD. No. Annuity structures are defined in a way that you get that much return only. You have to accept it. But getting monthly uninterrupted salary on 1st of every month after your retirement is a blessing that only you will realize at a time when you will become less intelligent, dementia, you will have dementia, you will have less of muscle strength. At that point of time, you will realize how blessing it is to have pension at that point of time. Thank you, sir. It was nice having 2 sessions over here.
Thank you very much, sir.
The
Will you please stay online, sir? There are certain questions in the audience. If you can.
I am there, sir. I am there. I was just shutting off the screen sharing. That's right. Yeah, I am there.
That was a wonderful talk, sir. I am listening to the second time. Still, I yet to pick up the thread and also implement in my actual life. I think most of us, it is a new line of thinking. Yes. Okay, one of the participant is in NPS already, sir, here in the audience.
Great, great. Congratulations, sir.
And a question from Dr. Sanjay Sri Rampur to Dr. Vipul Jain, sir.
Sir, please.
Number one, what is the limit? What is the limit to which we can invest in NPS, sir?
Unlimited, sir. Unlimited.
Now, the second
It
question
should not be more than your taxable income.
Sir, the second question is, what is this Tier 1, Tier 2 account, sir? Because initially it was only Tier 2 account.
Tier 1 is for the pension. Tier 2 is nothing but just a replica of mutual fund. So there was a demand that, and a lot of people wanted government to start mutual fund. So they started Tier 2, where you can invest and withdraw like any other mutual fund. It is of no use. Better use a mutual fund or an index fund. Don't go for the Tier 2.
Okay, sir. The third is, you are talking about annuities, sir. You are talking about annuities and you were mentioning some HDFC, etc., etc. Because I had gone through the prospect of those. The interest rate is around 8%, sir. But you said if you invest 1 CR, you will get around 1 lakh per month. Is that true, sir?
Sir, there are 2-3 things into it. If you want your money back after the completion of the term, then you will get it around 8%. But if you look at no return of the original price, then you will get it around 9 to 10%. And interest rates are increasing these days, so shortly we will have better interest rates. As I said, that is a shortcoming. That is definitely a shortcoming. You will not be getting more than the bank interest rates in annuity for sure. That is definitely a shortcoming.
We just wanted to know whether these interest rates are floating, market determined, or they are fixed at the time of entry, sir.
No, they are fixed at the time of the entry.
So better to wait because we don't know how the interest, if this is an interest rise environment now.
I agree. At this point of time, it seems that interest rates are going to rise in next couple of years. So one can wait for some time, and when rates are better, one can enter into it. But I doubt that annuity interest rates will matter much in long run, because annuity providers must be taking care of future inflation also, and they might not hike the interest rates as much as the bank rates are going to go up.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Sir, there is a question from Dr. Sundareshan, pediatrician, sir. He is saying, is the amount which is paid in annuity, right? Is it taxable?
Yeah, the amount that you will get as a pension in annuity is taxable. As any other pension, all pensions, whatever pension you get from government is taxable. So it will be, annuity will be taxable.
About the NPS, sir, it is EEE, you said. The NPS contribution.
So, sir, the amount that you have got to buy annuity is not taxable.
No, like for example, NPS we start investing. At the end of 5 years, the NPS amount becomes 1 crore. Is that 1 crore taxed?
No, 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 no. Sir, I took your question wrong. Sir, whatever you are investing, 2 lakh per year is tax-free under 80 CCD and 80 CCD 1A. Beyond 2 lakhs invested into NPS is taxable. No, return. All returns, if 40% is invested into annuity, is not taxable. So 40% invested into annuity and 60% withdrawal if you do, this is non-taxable. But out of the annuity, when pension will come, the pension will be taxable.
The 60% is also not taxed, sir?
That is also not taxable.
That's quite
Sir, it is 1.5 lakhs ETC plus your NPS scheme under 80D. It is not 2 lakhs.
Sir, it is 1.5 plus 50, it is 2 lakhs. 80 CCD is 1.5 lakh, 80 CCD 1A is 50,000. Well, 1.5 plus 50 is 2 lakh.
Anyway, it is 2 lakhs is what you can avail as a tax deduction. Am I right, sir?
Perfect, sir. Perfect.
So we have come to an end of this wonderful workshop today. I thank Dr. Vipul Jain sir, who has taken 2 talks, one before noon, one afternoon, and also Dr. Harish Gopal, who has taken 2 talks, Dr. Tirumalai Kolondu sir, who is online with us now. He has taken a opening talk, almost second talk, major talk. Dr. Avash Pani has said about essentials of financial, personal financial planning. We had mandatory insurances. We have different approaches to savings by Dr. Suresh Surupneni, Dr. Sanjay Srirampur, and Dr. Indira Pavan and Soren sir. And role play, which was a unique thing we adopted for this particular conference in a different mindset, a risk profile people. We had future index by Dr. Vipul Jain, a machine over man managed funds. Right stock, right time, right place, how to check by Dr. Satish Vadapalli from Visakhapatnam. And learning from financial market crashes, how to identify a bubble. I have told before lunch. Then we went to the stock investing system, stock selection criteria, portfolio building, entry-exit rules, etc. by Dr. Chape Soren, which was a very fully packed, information-packed session. Gold investment, current trends, digital gold, paperless gold was dealt with Dr. Harish Gopal. Retirement with regular pension dream, which you can make it happen. Dr. Vipul Jain just concluded. With that, we have come to an end of today's program, and we have the I have the pleasure of announcing that we have in amongst us as a closing remarks session Dr. Sankoch Bhaskar, President of the Twin Cities branch of Indian Academy of Pediatrics, and also the organizing secretary. Actually, he is the brain behind this program, who has the moment he has asked me, and he has come forward to do a finance workshop for this particular Pedicon, and whole credit should go for initiating and seeding in the minds of the members of Indian Academy of Pediatrics of Telangana and also Hyderabad to Dr. Sankoch Bhaskar. I request Dr. Sankoch Bhaskar to not only hand over the certificates to the participants one by one and just say some few closing remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. And, good evening, all the participants, whom I call entrepreneurs of future. I'm so lucky to be here because I missed all these kind of personal finance managements during my active life of my practice. Had I been attended these similar workshops during my active practice life, probably I would have become more richer. I would have become more richer. It's really very, very useful. People like me only used to concentrate on practice to see more number of patients, and after seeing more number of patients, we used to get satisfied. But that's not enough. particularly during retirement of life. So I'm sure this is going to be very, very helpful and useful. My special thanks to Dr. Ajay Kumar, who is the convener of this program, being addressed by the seniors like Dr. Sanjay Srirampur, Dr. Vipul Jain, Dr. Harish, Dr. Indira, and Dr. Soren Chapai. So with these few words, I thank you all for attending this conference, and probably you must have got some messages, carry home messages to become more richer and more sound in the finances. So thank you, sir. Thank you for all those who had come online from distant places. And this uniqueness of this program is this is the only program which is being conducted on hybrid basis, online and as well in person. And it went on successfully because of the cooperation of Dr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Yashwant and other people. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. 1 minute I'll take to take a group photo, and I request the faculty to be on the screen also, to be present on the photograph. I request all the participants to kindly come over here. All the participants, come over here, have a group photo with the president and the faculty. Come. Please come. Babu, రెండు చైర్లు తీసుకో. భాస్కర్ I don't know if I have time to take the feedback from you. You can put it in the message in our group. Anything you want to tell? Yeah, all the speakers, I request you to put the PowerPoint in the workshop group so that our participants can use them. And certificate, sir, your virtual memento is here, sir. Dr. Vipul Jain, Dr. Satish Vadapalli and Dr. Tirumalai Kolandu, sir. Thank you very much before I close the session. And certificates are being distributed to all the participants. Thank you very much, sir. And we now leave the session. End of the day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, sir. See you.
Bye. 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 You can take the certificates. We can distribute 1 or 2 certificates and photograph probably. Worthwhile. take participants, please completely participate. Very good. Dr. Indra is gone. JP has come. JP, please. No, you give, sir. Basket. Yeah, basket. Giving Kim C has come here, sir. Veera, JP. Jayaprakash Agarwal, pathologist. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Anybody? Yeah, doctor. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Soren? Harish? Harish? Maybe. Yashwant? Yashwant? और जो थोड़े चले गए नहीं आए उनके थोड़े
ఈవినింగ్ లేట్ వచ్చినా నడుస్తుంది సార్ కొంచెం లేట్ వచ్చినా
Please do attend the presentation.
నేనేమో ఇన్కమింగ్ కదా ఆయన ప్రెసిడెంట్ అవుతున్నాడు అది నెక్స్ట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఎవరైతారు మరి నీది ప్రెసిడెంట్
వాళ్ళంట పెట్టుకోలే వీళ్ళంట పెట్టుకోలే థ్యాంక్ యూ కరెక్ట్ కానీ వీళ్ళ మొత్తం
बाबा एक मरतबा लैपटॉप दे दो 2 मिनट लैपटॉप